Welcome back to another Canadian weather live stream. Hopefully, everybody is doing well this afternoon. We are covering Manitoba and Northwest Ontario, starting to feel a little like Groundhog Day around here. This is day 3 of our marathon, it seems, and we still have several more coming up. So good to see everybody in the chat, and we're going to kind of break things down. A little bit of a slower start today to the stream. Yesterday we jumped on and immediately had tornado warnings, so we're going to kind of break down what's expected for the area, where things are at, and what's currently ongoing. So we're getting a bit of a head start to it. So that's where things are at. So let's bring this up. Connor will join us there in a little bit. He's just doing some other stuff, and he'll join us here on the live stream. So let's get everybody situated as to what is happening today. So we have warnings all over the place. So I'm going to explain all these colors. The ones we are most focused on are these red boxes with the thin red lines. Those are tornado watches. So we currently have one. I'm going to eliminate the radar just to kind of simplify things. We currently have one south of Winnipeg along that southeast corner of Manitoba. And then the Ontario side has one along Highway 17 past Dryden down towards into Thunder Bay. And then Fort Francis along Highway 11 along the border with Minnesota. There's an extended tornado warning all the way there. So those are the tornado, tornado watches, apologize. So the watch basically saying that conditions today exist that are favorable for the possibility of tornadoes. That doesn't mean they're ongoing or that they're even going to happen. When we get a warning as far as a tornado warning going, that means at that time the conditions have met and come together, and you now have the possibility of a tornado ongoing. That's the difference between a watch and a warning. We also have a thunderstorm watch, which is essentially north of this tornado one, extends all the way towards the Saskatchewan border on the left-hand side of our screen, comes through portions of Highway 16, just edging into there, Portage La Prairie over to Selkirk, and then to the Ontario border. And you can see here on the Ontario side, the Northwest Ontario side, we have it up through Red Lake, and then eastward from there. This will be later on this evening. So right now we have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings that have been put out. So just want to show you guys what is going on and where it's coming from. So I'm going to play the radar here. And I'm going to address before I do that, these green boxes are rainfall warnings. So on the Manitoba side, we have a rainfall warning for that entire area. Minimum is 35 millimeters of rain at this point. Anywhere up to 90 millimeters, and they're saying if multiple rounds of storms train through the same area, we could see in excess of 150 millimeters of rain. So that extends basically from just to the north of Highway 1 all the way along the Manitoba border up to north of Swan River. We're getting into Red Deer Lake at the very tip of that. So that is on the Manitoba side. Again, a lot of rain, and there was rain in that area yesterday. So this is a very saturated area. And on the Saskatchewan side, we have another rainfall warning, and I believe it'll be the same verbiage in there, saying 35 to 90 millimeters, depending where you're located, and possibly up to 150 in certain areas. This is just again north of the Highway 1, so Esterhazy, Melville, Yorkton, and north from there. And then all the way straight north to Highway 9 and 55. I don't see any kind of Pacwa Lake looks like up in that general direction. So this is where we're talking about for on the Saskatchewan side. The other warnings that are on the map we'll cover in a bit there. Those are heat warnings, but right now we're watching these storms coming out of North Dakota, essentially. That's what's triggering these storms to fire. And we currently have a severe thunderstorm warning just on the Manitoba side from North Dakota, and we have one around Brandon as well. So let's take a look at things and kind of take it from there. So I'm going to use the Canadian radar here, switch over to that. Right now we are showing some hail in this, so very heavy precipitation again. As far as coloration on here, when you're seeing those darker oranges, reds, and pinks, and then purples, that's on the very high end of the precipitation scale. Obviously, we're mostly concerned when we start seeing these pink pixels. That is when we start getting into pea-sized hail or even grape-sized hail on this scan. So this is just south of Deloraine, again, just north of the North Dakota-U.S. border, and it is marching northward. So please pay attention to that one. And then just to the southeast of Brandon right now, more south actually, I would say, there's a couple of pixels in here, about 6 or 7 pixels of pink, so they've warned that. And I'll read these thunderstorm warnings for you. Just saying, damaging wind gusts, loony to ping pong ball sized hail and heavy rain. Obviously, whenever you get into hail, you're talking heavy precipitation in that as well. So saying that the storm is located near Brandon, we just highlighted just kind of southeast of Brandon. It's moving at 35 kilometers an hour in northerly direction. And then locations in the path of this would be Brandon, Chatter, Forest, and Justice. And then they've put the maximum hazards for the day, which is 110 kilometer-hour wind gusts, 4.5 centimeter hail, which is roughly 1.5 inches. And then up to 50 millimeters of rain out of this. So again, this is moving north. So I'll just show you guys kind of the track of all this. So northern trajectory on this. And we'll read this severe thunderstorm warning to the south there. So this one was probably going to be very similar to what we just read. So they're saying this storm is located near Goodlands, moving north at 40 kilometers an hour. And then locations in the path are Coulter, Goodlands, Wascata, Medora, Napinka, Dand, Regent, and Louder. So those are the what has started off our afternoon. This is going to more than likely be quite a long stream today because we are covering not only Manitoba, but as this unfolds, it will kind of move eastward and make its way into Northwest Ontario, and then we'll be tracking it eastward from there. All this pink that you're seeing on the screen, those are heat warnings because our temperatures are just very high throughout Ontario. It's 30 degrees at my house here just south of Ottawa, and it's been we're going to have that for the next few days. So I just turned on my temperature warnings here, and they've updated this severe warning, so let me swing back down to that. Just saying that loony to ping pong ball sized hail, heavy rain causing flash flooding would be an issue as well, as far as the heavy precipitation with this storm. So again, moving northward at this point up towards Highway 1. We do have some other storms now firing. There's quite a bit of hail in this. This just suddenly got going, this line here. So let me just take a look at the scan. This line materialized, these storms fired at around 4:17 p.m. And we are at 4:41 p.m. right now. This scan is 4:35. So there is a ton of hail right now in this line already near ebb and flow. Again, we're talking probably, pea-sized hail to grapes in that, but this is a significant upgrowth right off the bat. So we're going to watch that, and it is moving northward as well. So our storm motion for the most part at this point is in a northerly track. So we're going to keep an eye on that and, walk everybody through it. There are storm potential for Winnipeg later on. Obviously, with this tornado watch just to the south of the city, we always caution folks, regardless of lines, if you're anywhere near the area, You want to stay weather aware because storms and weather does not care about imaginary lines that us humans have made up. So obviously that applies to severe thunderstorm watches and tornado watches. If you're anywhere near them, just have your head on a swivel and understand what's coming at you. That's what we're here for. We'll help you guys walk through it and let you know what you have to worry about and what you don't have to worry about. What I want to highlight on here, obviously we've got some areas of yellow and green and blue. That is all on the light end of the precipitation scale. So that is moderate to light rain as you scroll down. So it's just regular showers. A trick I try and teach on here, look for where the lightning strikes are. So where you see all these lightnings, you're usually going to see that heavier precipitation, probably some hail in there as well. That's a little cheat code to see where things are happening. So this is our new scan here. Just to the west of Boissevain, right on 21 and 3, we have a bit of hail again marching north. Some lightning in that, and I'm just going to switch over here. Not seeing any really strong winds right now, but we're going to monitor that as the afternoon progresses. Tiny bit of hail just to the southeast of Souris, just popping up on that last scan as well. So you're seeing that those precipitation levels are escalating very quickly as these storms get organized. And then Brandon, the hail core has enhanced. We even have a bright pink in here, so we're probably getting, we're probably getting into loony-sized hail at this point, maybe slightly bigger. And this is heading north. It will catch. It looks like portions of Brandon and then onto the Trans-Canada Highway, which obviously is not good for either situation for Brandon or for the Trans-Canada. Lots of traffic and lots of population there. Going to take a look here back up to ebb and flow. Still showing hail kind of embedded in that whole entire line back to the southwest. And again, this is marching northward. So those are our areas of concern that I can highlight right now. The rest of it, again, going towards Winnipeg. Let's take a look there. These are just regular showers. This is mild rain. There's not lightning in there. That's just, run-of-the-mill stuff. What's we're watching or paying attention to is what's coming from North Dakota. That will come into play later on. Again, this is a longer event, so definitely one of those situations where we'll be on here. We did over 8 hours yesterday. I expect to be close to that again today, but we'll walk you through it as things progress this afternoon. So what else have we got here? I'm just looking in the comments. Right now, there are no tornadoes. There's no tornado warnings out. The possibility is there. So again, this tornado watch that's out, I'll read that to you folks from Environment Canada. This is on the Manitoba side, saying a developing low pressure system and frontal wave will mix with an unstable atmosphere this afternoon over southern Manitoba, creating conditions favorable for the development of severe thunderstorms. These thunderstorms will be capable of producing all hazards, with large hail, heavy rain, and strong wind gusts being the most common hazard. Tornadoes will also be a strong possibility, with the threat increasing towards the early evening hours. So that is the biggest threat. It's scattered thunderstorms are expected to develop over North Dakota this afternoon and may move into southern Manitoba late this afternoon, early this evening. So that is basically where we're looking at things, what is unfolding right now. Those storms are moving out of North Dakota. They are coming straight north and crossing into Manitoba. Again, large hail, strong wind gusts, and heavy precipitation are the main threats. Tornado possibility is there. So again, if something does start to spin, we will pay attention to it and hopefully give you guys a heads up like we did yesterday. We live streamed several tornadoes yesterday as they were ongoing. And that's our goal, is just getting that information out if things do get to that type of scenario or situation. So, yeah, so some comments jumping around here. Just looking here, there's a lot of them, and I'll try and keep up with everybody. Just want to give a shout out to everybody that's tuned into the channel right now. What else here? Yeah, we meet up again. Some familiar faces from yesterday. Grayson, good to see you in the chat as well. Um, Sean just saying there's also storms moving into Alberta now from Saskatchewan. And yes, we do have some additional storms throughout. This is our concentration just because this is the highest end of severe, which obviously is the most possible to impact life safety. So that's why we're concentrating on it. And it is a large area. If I zoom here, southern portion of Manitoba and then northwest Ontario down to Thunder Bay. So that's a lot of area to cover. Keep an eye on storms. So right now, again, we are just starting with storms in that southwest corner of Manitoba, moving northward at this point. So, what else is going on here? Okay, yeah, we just got a bunch of chats going on. I'm just trying to make sure I missed something. V-Ball or Lefty, good to see you in here as well. Tornado Pro or Grayson asking about tornado watch for tomorrow. We're actually putting out a forecast for that very shortly for Eastern Ontario and Ottawa. We have to see how this unfolds because this is a very large dynamic system and will be moving across the north of Ontario and then making its way down to Eastern Ontario, Western Quebec tomorrow. So we can't give an answer on that right now. There is a possibility of that happening, but at this point, it's not for sure. Okay, they've updated this. They're now the severe thunderstorm warning near Brandon. Golf ball to tennis ball sized hail is what they are warning this for. The hail core right now sitting on the outskirts of Brandon and it's coming in. So you need to be aware of that. If you have anything that you don't want damaged by hail, get it into shelter if you can. Again, this is moving northward at this point. Will be mostly on the eastern side of Brandon, but they're probably going to be hail throughout most of Brandon, just maybe a little bit smaller. Again, hail down by Souris, just to the southeast of there. That's another little hail core with all that pink. And then we still have quite a bit here down by Deloraine, pockets of that pink hail with heavy precipitation as well happening on that. I'm just going to switch over, look at velocities just to see what's moving with the air. And then we'll look back up at this line here by ebb and flow. So that line continues to move north, having small hail in it. Again, probably pea-sized or smaller would be my guess just at this initiation point. But again, we're not underneath the storm. So just based on radar signature, I would say probably pea-sized, somewhere in that neighborhood for this. And again, marching northward. So what else have we got here? Stephanie, thank you for tuning in. See your comment there. Veronica, good to see you as well, moderating the Facebook chat. What else? Okay. Okay, any chances of a tornado for tomorrow in Winnipeg? At this point, bear with me for 1 sec. I just have to adjust something here. Right now, I'm going to say no. The severe threat moves out of the area. Today is kind of the last Manitoba day for a higher end severe threat. The tornado watch is just south of Winnipeg, so just because that line stops there, weather does not. So you need to be more weather aware today than tomorrow, just so we're clear on that. What else? Yeah, okay, so perfect. We are right now, again, we're just assessing what's going on and watching these areas as they update. So again, so that we're ahead of it at this point. I'm going to just zoom out here, folks, so you can understand how many watches and warnings there are in Canada today. This is as colored a board as I've seen probably in a very long time. I'm just going to turn off temperatures just so it cleans up the board a little bit. But those pink ones are high temp, heat warnings. Yellow is to do with severe weather. Green is rainfall warnings. Red are tornado watches. And then there's some special weather statements here on the north part of Quebec, just by James Bay for fire. It's called air quality warning, just because they have some fires up there. So we've got warnings all the way across Canada. The big pink ones here are, again, heat warnings for most of Ontario at this point, and then into Western Quebec as well over the next few days. So we have a lot of stuff going on, but what we are concentrating on, again, is Manitoba, and we're watching what's going on here. So let's take a look if we've had an update. We only get them about every 8 minutes, so still haven't got an update here. This was at 4:47 p.m. Manitoba time was our last scan. We're about 5 minutes out from, or sorry, 3 minutes out from our next scan. So we will update you folks on this as well. So, and like I said, most of these storms are moving northward. If you are in this green box, there is definitely concern for flooding. There is a lot of rain, anywhere from 35 to 90 millimeters of rain within this rainfall warning area. Again, that green box. And if you're getting that rainfall warning, minimum they're saying is 35 millimeters, max 90. If multiple rounds of storms go through your particular area, it could exceed 150 millimeters of rain. So again, already an area that's very saturated from storms over the last few days and the last few weeks. Same thing on the Saskatchewan side, another area that's seen a ton of rain. So, you know, pre-prepared that you're going to have maybe some flooding, that kind of stuff. So lots of areas to watch out for here as we progress. And again, this we did some models were showing some of those stronger storms making it into Winnipeg around between 10 and 12 tonight. We will see if that's still the case, and we will walk you guys through that. So they've extended the severe thunderstorm warning to the north as this hail is moving northward. I'm just waiting on the next scan so I can update you folks where that is located. What else have we got here? I can't help but notice it is a full moon. Has anyone tracked the instance of extreme weather during full moons? Is there a measurable relationship? In everything I've ever studied as far as weather is concerned, I've never seen anything as far as severe weather being linked to the phase of the moon. Obviously tides and stuff like that would be tied into the moon, but that would be the only thing. Definitely haven't seen anything as far as severe weather being tied to the moon. So that's my 2 cents on that. Okay, so I'm just looking at some things here. Sorry guys, give me 1 second, monitoring a few chats. Okay, perfect. So we're good there. So again, that's where we're at this point. So we're starting out slow and steady at compared to yesterday, which was just instantly into tornado warnings and watching things go through. Right now, you can see that southwest corner of Manitoba, tons of precipitation in there. The reds, the oranges, and the pinks and purples are on the heavy end of the precipitation, and then yellow, some orange, yellow, and down to green and blue, that's on the light end of the scale or on the lower end. So just switching to Woodlands radar here, which is closer to Winnipeg. Again, we do have some very minor showers along that 75. Again, just moderate to light rain, no lightning included in that, but there are storms creeping up from North Dakota, as you can see here. So those are the ones we've got to pay attention to. But right now we're paying attention to what's going on in Brandon and area. So let's take a look here. I'm going to zoom back in. That hail has come right into Brandon. Again, we're probably talking pea size to grapes, roughly, maybe slightly bigger than that. So it is, again, moving north. This is going to head for Trans-Canada Highway and then YBR Airport right across from there. So airplanes and hail don't really mix. So that's just a heads up if you know anybody that's got an airplane up there, because that looks like a slightly smaller airport. You may want to let them know that they want to get it into cover, because that is not going to do well if the hail does pick up and get larger. But right now, again, we're saying probably grape-sized hail, maybe up to loony size in that storm. And let's just take a look back up here further to the north. Still very heavy rain in this one line that formed. A couple of pockets of small hail, but nothing growing upscale from there at this point. So we'll keep monitoring that and see if that changes. And what other areas do I need to worry about? Nothing really at this point. We'll take a look The hail down south, I haven't talked about this one. There's only two very small indicators, so pea-sized or smaller north of Deloraine, and then a little pocket here back to the southeast in Boissevain. So let's take a look at the North Dakota radar out of Minot and just see what those storms are doing from there. So this is kind of our cheat code to know what's heading towards us from the U.S. And that's, you can see how that is just populating and moving northward. So there's still more storms headed all along that southern border of Manitoba. And as they enter, we will give you guys an update on that. Absolutely happy to respond to comments and questions as best as I can. So Anish saying thanks for responding. Appreciate you guys with this live stream tuning in from Winnipeg. So what else? Space weather, I don't think I've seen that either. That would be outside of my realm of understanding, but I haven't ever seen that kind of correlated severe weather and space weather. Yeah, so what else have we got here? Chris saying we should talk to Instant Weather. They can actually notify people. They could tell you how to do that. Actually, we have a system under development. We are a brand new platform within the last year. Obviously, budgets are limiting when you're starting out a business, but we are building a platform where we're going to have an app that you can warn people on. So for now, we're growing things out. We're building our weather family from there. And that's the purpose of the live stream, is we're letting people know. But we are eventually working towards an app where we will be able to put our own alerts. They have their way of doing things. We obviously have ours. And obviously the reason behind the live stream here when we come on, what we prefer to do is to turn the temperature down. We like to tell people when they don't have to worry about stuff that's coming at them, rather than the opposite. So that's basically why we've, started this platform, kind of educating people, showing them what is happening, and so that they understand as it's approaching them, whether they have something to worry about or whether they don't. So let's just switch over here to Frank Warren and take a look, or Fox Warren, sorry. 4:53 p.m. We've got about 6 minutes into our 8-minute cycle, so I'm curious what's happening around Brandon, because obviously quite a bit of hail moving through that area. So we'll see whether that updates. It's going to push northward from there. And then anywhere you're seeing that bright red and orange, that's very heavy precipitation associated with that. So what else is going on here? Weather forecast for this week in the Perth area has changed 3 times today. Makes it hard to plan my week. And yes, this is just a very dynamic system. So Perth is in Eastern Ontario, just for folks that don't know. And we are going to be putting an outlook out today, and then reassessing it tonight, because things are definitely quite dynamic and changing. So we're trying to give out as accurate information as we can without having to change it multiple times. So yeah, it's definitely not an easy week for anybody forecasting or meteorologists, that kind of thing. This coming week is going to be a tough one. So okay, what else? Let's take a look here. Okay, now we've got our next scan. Perfect. Okay, so down in south, we only have a couple pixels of pink, so this would be very small hail, again, pea-sized or less. Brandon, the hail core has expanded. It has moved north and slightly west, but in here we're definitely looking at probably some loony to toonie sized hail at this point, just with that hail core the way it has expanded. All that pink in there is very, very significant in terms of size, meaning the width of that hail core and also the brightness of the color. So coming onto the Trans-Canada, there's going to be a ton of hail falling there now. Again, this has enhanced as it's moved through Brandon, and it is moving basically north-northwest. That is our largest area of hail at this point. We still do have some hail associated here to the southwest of Ebb and Flow, right over Alonzo Wildlife Management Area. So that's basically what we're looking looking at there, a ton of hail, and we'll go from there. But these are the areas we are currently monitoring, and then we will continue to watch what's coming from the North Dakota side at this point. And again, we will be shifting kind of eastward. So we're starting in that southwest corner of Manitoba, and we're going to be moving across the bottom and then eventually into Ontario. So that's our northwest Ontario, to be more specific. But obviously, that's what we're expecting as far as progression of the weather today, and we will go from there. So, okay, okay. Sean asking for anything for Alliston in southern Ontario. There's storms that are potential for there tomorrow. We will have a forecast out later today for that area, but definitely some weather possible down in that area. Okay, they've just updated the severe, so I'm going to bring that up here. This is southwest of Brandon. Thunderstorm warning here. Environment Canada is just saying they're tracking a severe thunderstorm capable of producing damaging wind gusts, loony to ping pong ball sized hail, and heavy rain. And that is, let's update from Fox Warren. So right over Souris right now, we're not seeing any hail on radar right now. But it is showing very dark reds in there, which is right on the edge of where you start to see those pink pixels showing up, which again indicate that hail like we're seeing in the Brandon area. So this is obviously quite a large area of hail. Let me just bring this up and I'll measure it for you guys across. Right now, that hail core is 6 or 7 kilometers wide at this point. So obviously that's probably the width of Brandon essentially as a city roughly. So you definitely need to take that seriously as this crosses the Trans-Canada. It's over it right now because this scan is about 4 minutes old and it will continue to move northwest with that. So just something to really pay attention to there. At this point, that is our area of concern, obviously with damage from hail going right through Brandon. So what else? Again, guys, asking about tornadoes tomorrow is not something that I can answer. Today's weather has to happen before tomorrow's weather can happen. So we are concentrating on today in Manitoba. The threat for tornadoes are here in Manitoba and northwest Ontario. As far as tomorrow, there was potential in the models. And again, they are models. They're trying to predict the future. So take that with a grain of salt. We will see how today unfolds, and then we'll be able to assess whether there's going to be anything happening. Again, a tornado watch may go out. That doesn't mean anything is going to happen. The watch just means conditions are favorable, but we need the conditions or the parameters to come together for you to get a tornado warning. So that's, again, what's going on as well. So anyways, again, we're going to concentrate on today. We're dealing with Manitoba, and what's going to happen tomorrow, we will update folks on our platform. If you do want to keep up with us as to what is going on, I'll throw up our places where you can see us. Obviously, our email address, you can reach out with weather-related questions. So anytime, even if we're not on stream, we'll do our best to respond as quickly as possible. We are also streaming on Facebook at this point, and Facebook page is where we put up our forecasts, our outlooks, our watches, our warnings, all that kind of stuff. And then we're on Instagram, X, and we do have a merch store if anybody's interested. We have shirts, tank tops, mugs, stickers from like $4 or something like that. It helps us out, and you get something nice out of it. So if you're looking to support the platform, that's a great way to do it. Okay, so let me just jump back in here. Yeah, Logger John saying, yeah, Aaron Jack definitely got a good shot of that. We had Shannon Bolesky out there right behind him, well, kind of a little further back. We live streamed as that tornado happened down in Manitoba, and that was the Rossburn tornado. But Aaron Jack, phenomenal chaser, and he definitely knows how to find his way to severe storms. So he put out a really cool 360 video of it this morning. So I definitely watched it. But unfortunately, it hit a property or a few properties, and that's on the negative side of it. And that unfortunately is not like what we like to hear, but it is a reality of weather, and that's why we want to warn people to get out of the way of this stuff. Again, I've been chasing for 12 years, severe storms, seen 94 tornadoes in my career, and some very large ones at that. And I've been reading radar for well over a decade. So this is why I'm in front of the camera now, doing this for Canadians, because this was, something we felt that needed to be done. So we do have the hail core splitting up a little bit. Unfortunately, some of it is sitting right over top of that small airport, and then just to the south of the Trans-Canada Highway, near Brandon, we still have some hail. Again, we're talking probably pea-size to grape-size hail over the airport. I would say probably grapes or larger at this point, just with the coloration. So that's our latest scan there, and looks like things are really lining out here. And what I mean by lining out, those storms kind of popped, and then we've just essentially got this line all the way back to the southwest. So that's what's unfolding at this point. Give me 1 second here. So severe thunderstorm warning just got updated 5:06 p.m. by Environment Canada, just saying they're tracking a dangerous thunderstorm capable of producing damaging wind gusts, golf ball to tennis ball sized hail. So tennis ball sized hail is very significant and heavy rain. So they are calling for even larger hail within this storm. If we're getting into tennis balls, that starts to get as far as catastrophic hail, meaning it could kill livestock. It's definitely very damaging. If you take a hit by a tennis ball falling from the sky in the head, I mean, that definitely could be very dangerous. So take that with, obviously be very cautious with that if you are around the Brandon area at this point. Still have a bit of hail embedded in this line here to the west of ebb and flow, stretching back to the southwest and kind of heading off northeast from there. But just directly west of ebb and flow would be some hail in there. Again, probably grapes, maybe a bit larger than that based on this signature here. So that's kind of what's happening right now. We're just monitoring these areas for the hail. As you can see, the yellow boxes are being put out as that hail is moving northward, and it'll continue to go that way as well. So we will track it with you guys and keep you guys up to date. So yeah, worldwide weather is going bonkers. Severe weather in southern Manitoba and Saskatchewan the past couple of weeks. And yes, we've had anything from tornadoes to very large hail to crazy amounts of precipitation, 150 millimeters. So a half a foot of water. So it's definitely not fun for the locals, and why we're trying to get that information out to the locals. So they just, I think, expanded this thunderstorm warning here. So still the same thing, just updated they're saying now loony to ping pong ball sized hail. So they've downgraded it from what was tennis balls. I'm just seeing if they've got a different, so they've taken the tennis ball thing away from it, which I thought was a little bit enthusiastic. But again, you want to be more on the cautious side than missing things. So I'd rather say that than, miss it and then people are getting hit by very large hail. But tucked in just over the Trans-Canada Highway north of Brandon, and anybody that's in Brandon, may be able to comment what kind of hail came through there. I'm just monitoring a few of our pages here, just checking with a couple of things, make sure I'm not missing anything. Okay, perfect. What else have we got? Jenny asking, is this heading to Winnipeg? So this currently is not heading to Winnipeg. This is moving all northward. What is going to head into Winnipeg later this evening are the storms coming from the North Dakota side. So you can see this current first wave on the southwest corner is just almost moving due north at this point. And there's going to be a ton of precipitation in that, with obviously some sizable hail. But what we're watching for on the Winnipeg side are these storms that are currently in North Dakota and marching northeast at this point. So they will be there later. Again, we were talking about 10 p.m. to midnight, but we will track it to see where that intensity is. There's definitely some rain out ahead of it, but that is just very minor, mild rain, nothing too intense at this point. So we will update as this again continues moving along there. So just going to take a look if there's anything else. There is a severe warning all the way up here that I missed, and I apologize. This is by Swan River. There was no thunderstorm watch out here, so but there is hail in the storm, and that's why they're warning it again to the southwest of Swan River. Probably talking, grapes in this at this point in time. So again, moving northward. I'm just going to double check that that's the case. And yes, you can. That's actually moving northeast. It's kind of doing its own little thing. One storm is taking off to the left. You can see there, and the other one decided, nope, I'm going the other way. So that is heading kind of towards Swan River. So we'll have to monitor that. I know we do have people watching here from Swan River at times, so we will keep an eye on it and let you guys know what's going on there. So what else? Okay, let me jump back in some comments here. Okay, so thanks, Tom, for all your hard work. What is the most intense storm you have ever seen? I actually chased, I believe it was 2023, I chased a storm in New Mexico out by, we called it Camp Clovis because we spent probably a week in New Mexico. And when I say we, all the storm chasers were basically home basing in Clovis and chasing storms in New Mexico. That storm that I chased, I can't remember what day it was, but the storm I chased in New Mexico, that thing was an absolute monster. It was like a vacuum cleaner. It was Mother Nature's vacuum cleaner. Just looking what they're doing here. Just seeing this tornado watch. Okay. So they've got it. This is on the Ontario side. They've just updated it. Expires in 7 hours, and it's just talking about the thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes are expected to develop this evening, and it is in the Kenora area in south, which is obviously quite a bit of lakes out there. So, but yes, in New Mexico, I chased a supercell that had to be. I can't remember the size of it. I want to say it was close to probably 70 kilometers across, but it was Mother Nature's vacuum cleaner would be the easiest way for me to describe it. It was inhaling everything in front of it, pulling in dirt, dust, and it had tornadoes under it at times. So that definitely was one of those storms you didn't want to get caught up in. And I had an armored truck, or I do have an armored truck for some of this stuff. Even in that, I didn't want to play with it because, it will smash out glass fairly easily. So what else? Okay, so we're caught up on comments right now. Again, starting out a little bit slower, but we're going to walk through this with everybody. Here is our latest update for the hail that's kind of northwest of Brandon. You can see the bigger cluster here is north of Highway 1. And again, in that, I would expect loony-sized hail, maybe slightly bigger than that. Down here by the Trans-Canada, we're probably talking grapes or smaller at this point because it's kind of reducing down there as far as the hail core is concerned. A little bit of a pocket of hail here. This would be right near the 468, but northeast of Forest. Louise, thank you very much for subscribing to the Sunshine Club. Really appreciate that. Helps us out, goes a long way. So thank you again from Connor and myself. I've got a picture here from Veronica. It's got the storm on the horizon, ebb and flow cam to the east. Okay, so let's take a look here. I'll see if I can pull that up. Thank you, Veronica. One of my moderators, just so if, people are wondering. Let's turn that on, and that'll be this camera up here. Nope, that's not the camera I was thinking about. You've got a different view. Oh, right here maybe. There we go. Yes. Okay, so this is, I'll bring this up on the full screen, and we'll actually bring up the radar to the full screen thing and just zoom that out. So this is looking back west, and you can see that line of storms on the horizon there. Obviously, this is still outside of the rain, but if you look at the very top of the image, you're seeing that storm, and this is at 5:10 p.m. from the Narrows camera. Again, just kind of where this blue camera dot is near Lake Manitoba and to the northeast of ebb and flow. So we're literally looking at that line of storms up there. So let me zoom back out, take a look. We'll see if the hail is persisting up here by Swan River. It has shrunk down a little bit, so not as much in there. Again, I would say pea-sized hail to maybe grapes at most, but I would think around the pea-sized hails would be most is there. So okay, our Toronto, good to see you in the chat, Tony. Thank you very much for your email today. We're definitely going to do something with that. And we'll save that as a surprise for our Facebook page and then put it out in a live stream as well. It's chasing as a storm chaser. It's definitely a tough go. You're on the road for a vast majority of the year because you have to go where the weather is. So you're living out of hotels, living out of your car, whatever the case may be. And you're competing with hundreds of other people. Not only that, you're competing against what the news of the day is. If there's a bunch of stuff happening politically or globally, you lose out to that because people, they want to run with whatever story is going to get the most attention. So it's a tough grind. There's obviously a number of them that do it, but social media helps with that because it's now giving them more avenues to be able to monetize their content. But it's definitely a tough game as far as that's concerned. But for myself, it's always just been it's my hobby. That's literally my vacation and my hobby, and that's what I do with it. Other than last year and this year, obviously, this is now my new gig. And eventually I'd like to get back out in the field once we establish this platform. But yeah, definitely what we're after. So what else have we got here? Expired PCP saying most chasers are amateurs and do it out of their own expense for the thrill or passion for weather. And what else is here? Yeah, so it's definitely, again, it's a tough grind to be a storm chaser. Not necessarily the life I would choose if I had to, because again, you're on the road a lot. You get tired of being in hotels. Okay, I'm just looking at this hail northwest of Brandon right now. I've just got a comment from one of my moderators, Veronica. I'll check that out in a second, but this is very large hail. We are now getting into purples. So this is directly north of the Trans-Canada Highway. They've, I think, just updated this warning. They're calling for loony to ping pong ball sized hail and heavy rain. Where you see these purple pixels, you are seeing very large hail in there. So again, ping pong ball, maybe golf ball sized hail even. And it's continuing to move northwest. So this came through Brandon and it's heading up to Rivers at this point. So if that changes track, we will notify you guys about that. What else have we got here? Yeah, so I'm going to swing back up here to Swan River. There's a bit of hail up there. We are far from that radar. Let's just take a look here. I'm just looking at velocities as well. We're about 9,000 feet, which is just shy of, that's almost 2 miles. Let's say 3 kilometers, just shy of 3 kilometers up. So where we're reading this information. And again, this is slowly making its way northeast at this point. So something to pay attention to on that. So thanks, Veronica, for reminding me. And let's take a look at this line by ebb and flow. Looks like most of the hail has made its way out of this line. We have only about 5 pixels scattered of pink throughout the entire line. So if there was hail in this would be pea-sized or smaller would be my take on it. So Jenny, you're welcome. Definitely some long hours involved here, but what makes my day is when, it helps people to understand what's coming at them and allows them to take the appropriate actions, whether that's, taking shelter or getting out of the way of the storm. That's what makes my day. Okay, let's swing back down here to the southwest corner. Just a river of rain basically through this red back to the southwest, and then kind of pooling around the Manitoba border. That is an area that has heavy precipitation at this point, and obviously this large hail signature hail core right northwest of Brandon, that is our biggest area right now. That's going to start damaging vehicles at this point with the purples showing up in there. Hopefully it didn't drop very large hail over the Trans-Canada, but we will keep our fingers crossed for that. So we can now see the line. It's very evident, stretching all the way from up here with a few gaps in it, and essentially stretching down like that. So this is all these storms are firing off of this line right here, and it's slowly but surely filling that in. So let me double check a couple things here. We do have some chasers out today. So let me take a look who I've got. So we may have some live streams that we bring and pull up here, just depending on what happens with the weather. But right now it's very evident where we're seeing our very intense precipitation. It's essentially in a line, and it is just drifting kind of northwest slightly. So if you are north of that line, you're going to get impacted by it over the next, depending how far you are, a few hours for sure. So. And then we'll continue to monitor what is coming out of North Dakota, because again, that will probably head into Winnipeg at some point. So we will update folks as that heads into the Winnipeg area. We do know that we were live streaming the last time some big storms went through Winnipeg, and that was what I would call organized chaos, unfortunately. Tornado warnings all throughout, and repeated tornado warnings for people, which unfortunately you get to the point where it's the boy who cried wolf and people started ignoring their phones and just disregarding the warnings. But that was a very windy, very strong severe weather event went through there. Luckily no tornadoes touched down in Winnipeg that we're aware of, and just a lot of water, a lot of flooding, a lot of hail, obviously causing a lot of damage. So we'll update folks if this starts to head into the Winnipeg area. So what else? Deloraine, Manitoba has flooded intersections. So that is back here within, let me take a look here. I know I'm going to find it. There it is, right here to the west of Boissevain. So it's been in that heavy precipitation for quite some time since these storms have come through. There's right now no end in sight. So that is going to continue to be a problem. And again, that's why, this river, basically, it is literally almost like a river. You can see it all the way into North Dakota, stretching straight up, and then arcing kind of northeast and going the rest of the way from there. So just this long line all the way down to just east of Minot. We've got a ton of precipitation just continuing to march northward. I am watching these storms on the North Dakota border. There are some that show a little bit of hail in them, so we will keep an eye on those as they start to cross and come northward. Right now, they're still on the North Dakota side, so nothing is severe warned over here. However, Environment Canada may throw out a severe warning out ahead if there's significant hail that's showing, or consistent hail showing in those storms. They may throw that severe warning out ahead of it. So this is our woodlands radar. So a little bit further away, but we do show some hail tucked in just on the North Dakota side. So again, we're just going to walk you folks through it, keep you up to date, and let you know whether you guys have anything to worry about depending where you're located. So okay, so Bill asking about the next 72 hours in Ottawa area or Eastern Ontario. And that is a tough one to answer. I'll be straight and honest with you. Right now, this dynamic system that is moving here, this is coming to Eastern Ontario tomorrow. So depending how this unfolds, it will change what is happening for Eastern Ontario. We are gearing up for severe weather in kind of northern Ontario, when you get North Bay area, even up to Cochrane, because this is just going to move straight across at this point. I'm just going to zoom. It's going to kind of come across here to the north of Lake Superior, and then somewhere around Cochrane, we're expecting it to kind of turn down and follow the Ottawa River Valley. That's what some of the models are showing. We're not sure whether that's going to be on the western Quebec side or the eastern Ontario side. So that's why I can't give you a precise thing as far as even tomorrow is concerned, let alone 72 hours. But we do have severe weather coming to Ottawa area more than likely tomorrow afternoon, evening. So you're going to have to stay tuned, to our channel, and we will be able to update you. I do appreciate the question. I just wish I could give you a more concise answer, but this system is actually what's going to end up impacting us tomorrow night. So very dynamic system moving through. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, Connor does put out a forecast as well. He'll put it out on his page and our page. I know he was working on something earlier before he jumps on stream here. So he's been looking at models in that area. I've been concentrating on Manitoba and Northwest Ontario, just understanding what's going to unfold this evening, so I can walk you through you folks through it. Okay. V-Baller Lefty went down for some coffee, overhearing CTV News getting all dramatic over the weather. So there are some potential for severe weather in Ottawa. Again, the parameters and the models will show that. It's basically, that the conditions might be there, but whether that triggers off or not, that's the question. So it's one of those things that we will have to see how this unfolds. Again, I'm expecting this to roll into Thunder Bay and through Winnipeg. So we've got a lot ahead of us still to cover. So question from Chris, can you tell rotation or shelf? I think that's shelf clouds in there. Yes, you can always tell where rotation is based on your wind velocities when we're looking at storms. So if you have rotation there, shelf clouds totally different than tornadic circulation. So it's pretty obvious when you're looking at circulations on radar what's kind of going on if you have to be concerned about it. So what else? Do I have to worry? Vern Bros, you're up in Dauphin right now. There's storms heading up that way. Some of them are intense. The severe watch is to your south, but there is definitely some heavy precipitation in this. Again, tornadoes. The tornado watch is to the south. So again, just staying weather aware is the biggest thing you can do. Just making sure to watch it. If there's anything heading for an area that is of higher concern, severe wise, we point it out. So I'm going to, speaking of which, zoom into the Brandon one here and just make sure we're on the right radar. The hail core has gone down a little bit on the storm northwest of Brandon. So in here, we're talking maybe pea-sized hail to grapes roughly. And again, this is walking sort of northwest, going to come close to going into rivers if that hail core does sustain. Let's just take a look back here. So down here in the southern west portion of Manitoba, that's going to start having flooding issues for sure. We've already had reports of some streets flooding. So in Deloraine, I believe. So it's happening at this point, and these dark reds are very high-end precipitation values. So even if you're not dealing with hail, you're dealing with a possibility of flooding. The storm by ebb and flow definitely is weakening somewhat in terms of the hail. There's no more pink in it. We just have some really dark reds and oranges. So just heavy precip embedded in that. And then I'm going to take a look at the Swan River storm. I wish I had a closer radar. We are very far from the radar here, but about to start raining, or probably raining in Swan River, but the kind of precipitation core to the southwest is kind of just moving eastward at this point. It doesn't even look like it's moving north. It just looks like it's sidestepping at this point based on the last number of scans. So it's one of those things that And there's our latest scan. So the hail has gone down on this storm by Swan River. It looks like there's only 1 pixel of pink, so that's a good sign. The hail is definitely going down on that. Okay, we've got another severe warning that was just put out by Environment Canada. This is through Minnedosa along that 16 highway. So let's click on that and see what it says. Environment Canada meteorologists are tracking a severe thunderstorm capable of producing damaging wind gusts, quarter-size hail, and heavy rain. So we are seeing that things are falling apart in terms of the hail northwest of Brandon. We're now down to just 3 pixels of pink. So that is very good news for anybody northwest of this. We have got obviously very heavy precipitation in that, but we are down to pea-sized hail or smaller in that. So what else have we got here? Just checking the chat here. Our Toronto saying there's no question that there will be a severe thunderstorm in southern Ontario over the coming days. The only question is when. Yes, the parameters again. We have a lot of heat that we're dealing with down in Ontario area. Which obviously with those higher temps, you can run into capping issues. That's another problem. So we'll see where that's at. But again, we're unfolding today. We're going to watch what happens here. And then we'll be able to speak more accurately about stuff that's going to happen tomorrow and the day after. But we are expecting to be on the live stream tomorrow. Also for Wednesday for Canada Day, Thursday and Friday. So like I said, this is our mini marathon. We're on day 3 of it. And we could potentially be up to 9 days total across Canada covering severe weather. So we'll see how that unfolds and we'll go from there. My feelings won't get hurt if a day doesn't work out because it'll give me a break. So what else are we going here? Okay, we just got a severe update here. This is probably going to be for flooding if I had to guess. They're just saying tracking severe thunderstorm, producing damaging wind gusts, loony to ping pong ball size hail and heavy rain. And then below they're highlighting heavy rain may cause flash flooding and significant reduction to visibility. So at this point, that is the biggest concern in the southwest corner of Manitoba. You can see all this precipitation hanging out here. So yes, flooding will be an issue, that's for sure. They've just re-updated this severe warning. So they've put some information in there. So we're saying the thunderstorm is located near Minnedosa, moving north at 30 kilometers an hour. Maximum hazards that they have in this is 110 kilometer wind gust, 2.5 centimeter hail, so just under 1 inch, and up to 50 millimeters of rain. Locations in the path are Minnedosa and Basswood. So they're talking about driving being very difficult in heavy rain. So obviously, yes, if you're in heavy rain, slow down and take your time. Hydroplaning is another issue that could be a problem for those traveling when they're driving through this heavy rain. And you can see there's a ton of it in that southwest corner. So what else? Yeah, so again, a few other comments about Ottawa. We're going to look at that later on, and we'll be posting our report for tomorrow morning, but there is severe weather expected for that area. How it's going to break down, we won't know till today is much further from, or much closer to being over, I should say. Just getting some comments that it's lightly raining in Winnipeg. And yes, you can see here the greens and blues and the yellows. Those are just regular rain showers. They are slowly moving up there. Our eye is on what's here around the North Dakota border. As this marches northward, that's what we're watching there. So what else? Okay, so we may get a live stream here shortly. I'm just being updated on that. Excuse me. My voice is definitely struggling after being on a live stream for the last 2 or 3 days and 10 hours or 8 hours. It definitely starts to get to you. So anyways, this is the progress of the system right now based on radar scans from Woodlands. It is marching up towards Winnipeg, but again, we're not expecting that more severe stuff to be there for quite some time yet. And we'll see if that severe maintains or whether it, loses some of the intensity and there's less to worry about. That's what I love reporting on, when it's less to worry about. Deals with folks with their anxiety and that kind of stuff. So, okay. In Belmont, we have the rain. Looks like more storm to come. And yes, there's definitely multiple rounds here. That's the problem. Is again, there's going to be several rounds of storms here, and depending where things are going. So, friendly Manitoban, I've been flooded. My garage has become a pool. Oh man, that's unfortunate. I'm sorry to hear that. We've definitely been seeing a lot of precipitation at this point, so not a lot of fun. Again, sorry to hear that, but we have had a ton of rain throughout Saskatchewan, Manitoba, even Ontario and Quebec. So, what else? Savannah, I believe this is your question here. I can only assume that you're talking about in Manitoba. So you can see the red box that is below here. That's the tornado watch that is out. The parameters or conditions could possibly exist for tornadoes. It's a lower threat than yesterday, but that does not mean that suddenly you have one tornado that takes off and it can do a lot of damage. But the overall threat is lower than it was yesterday, if that helps. So, and that's on the Manitoba side. We're still watching Northwest Ontario as well for a tornado threat later on. So it's a very dynamic system, like I said. So we're going to have to watch that and see how this all, unfolds over the next several hours. So, but yeah, that's where we're at right now. We'll switch back over here to Foxwarren and see our lovely river of water basically coming from North Dakota straight up. Boissevain, I wouldn't be surprised if there's flooding starting to happen there. There's been heavy rain parked over Boissevain for quite some time. And still coming through Deloraine. There's still a ton of water dropping from the sky there as it comes through from North Dakota. Obviously, a lot of precipitation. There is some wind associated with some of these storms. Nothing right now is rotating that I would, call out at this point. And so we're going to monitor that to see if that's the case. Obviously, with a tornado watch out, we have to watch for rotation, but currently none of the storms have the look or shape of something that I would be concerned about. And then I'm not seeing anything on those velocity scans. So what we've been primarily looking at here is what we call reflectivity, and this just tells you how dense the precipitation is within the atmosphere wherever it's scanning. So within the storms, if you see or darker oranges, reds, and then pinks and purples, that's on the high end of the precipitation scale. You're also going to see that associated with lightning. That's a little trick. And then the yellows down to green and blue, that's on the lower end of the scale. So this is what we're watching here. The other scan that I flip back and forth to is what we call velocities. And that is basically how fast a particle is moving and what direction it's moving in. So green is moving towards radar, red is moving away, and the brighter those colors, the higher the speed of it. So when you start getting bright reds and bright greens next to each other, that's where you start to have to pay attention. There's a look to it. Again, reading radar for over a decade, I can spot it fairly quickly as far as where there's rotation that needs to be paid attention to. And we did cut the stream last night at, I think it was 2 a.m. my time, so 1 a.m. Manitoba time. For whatever reason, Environment Canada extended the tornado watch till 3:30 a.m. Manitoba time. I was baffled by that. I didn't understand why they would have done it. And I went back and looked at radar based on my assessment of the environment and what was going on. And it turned out all those storms basically started dying out. Obviously still thunder and lightning and rain and that kind of stuff, but overall the intensity went down overnight, and the severe component did not escalate, which is great news. So I always want to try and learn. So we will make mistakes. I will make mistakes. Connor will make them. So it's just what we do with that mistake when we learn from it and how we adjust for it. So I always look back at what my thoughts were and try and adjust from there. So Just gonna see here. I'm just going to check. I think we have one of our live streamers on. There we go. We've got Shannon out here. It looks like she's near Winkler, Manitoba. So we've got that live stream feeding from there. Shannon yesterday caught that tornado by where was it? Now my brain is shutting down. Rossburn, Manitoba, straight in front of her on the live stream. So today we've got her streaming again. She's heading out to look at this stuff. So it tells you where she is based in that bottom left corner. So near Winkler, it's not an exact location, and then it's showing that it's about 24 degrees Celsius out there. So we'll keep up with Shannon there, and we'll if there's anything that gets exciting, we'll pull her into the stream. And again, we may have another chaser as well, possibly on the stream. So we'll keep updating you folks as that adjusts. So again, if anything gets really crazy, we'll hopefully get you some live pictures of it and keep you guys, up to date what you need to worry about. So what else? Okay. Okay, so Savannah just saying she wasn't here yesterday. Yeah, again, so yesterday the tornado threat was much higher. Today it is much lower. That's basically a synopsis of it. So it is definitely on the lower end of the scale. And when you see this stuff kind of line out like this, those are not storms that typically can rotate because they're in a line. They will interfere with each other. If you do get an isolated storm, meaning a storm by itself that can mature and grow upscale in terms of size, and intensity, that's the type of storm that will be able to rotate on its own, not be interfered with anything, and that is more likely to produce a tornado. So you can have circulations that are embedded in lines and stuff like that without getting too technical, but overall, if you're looking at a tornado threat, it's from an independent storm that's on its own, like happened yesterday, popped, and the storm was heading just due north towards Rossburn, and it was very evident that that was going to be tornado warned. We actually called out that storm was one to watch out for because it popped off a boundary that was sitting out there, and that's where we come into play. We can tell you guys ahead of time, even before something gets tornado warned, that hey, you need to pay attention to this storm if you're north of it. In yesterday's case, just because it's starting to exhibit signs that we recognize as far as severe weather is concerned. So right now we do have some storms here by Winkler, obviously quite a bit of precipitation into them. Just seeing 1 pixel of pink here right now, so nothing to be concerned about on the hail side of thing. And then just directly on the North Dakota border, east of Emerson, you've got a couple of pixels of pink in there, so we'll see if that continues to intensify as well. Again, we are moving mostly northward at this point, but that will shift kind of further eastward throughout this event. What else? Cloud's asking, how is Eli, Manitoba tonight? Eli is right now just got rain basically to the west of it. Where is it? I know exactly where it is just because it's the home of the strongest tornado in Canadian history. We just actually 19 years ago this year that Eli had an F5 tornado on the west side of town. And right now, again, you've got storms coming up that way. So you're near the tornado watch. The severe potential is there. So you are sitting in a severe thunderstorm watch and you have a tornado watch to your south. So you need to be weather aware today and just make sure that, that you get any warnings when they're put out. Again, we only have so much lead time. It's not like we can tell you 2 hours from now there's going to be a tornado. That's not possible. The science isn't there. It's not something that we can predict. We can usually give you 15 minutes heads up, unless it's something that, spins up really quickly. But your window to tell you where a tornado is happening or going to happen, that window of time is not very big, depending on what the parameters are and stuff like that. So what else? So yeah, so at this point, again, storms are going to go through Eli. How bad they're going to be, we'll have to walk you through it. To the west right now, there's obviously a heavy amount of precipitation in there, and we had, some hail go through Brandon and kind of northwest of there. So there was some sizable hail that ended up going through there. What else is going on here? Jessica asking, I'm camping at West Hawk Lake, Manitoba. Should I pack up and head home to Winnipeg tonight? So let me take a look where that is. Hopefully I can, Lake, West Hawk Lake near Whiteshell. It looks like Falcon Beach. You're in the tornado watch. Severe storms. You're right on the Manitoba Ontario border. I know you where you are. I'm just kind of voicing it for the live stream here. There are going to be storms. We did see models showing some more severe storms heading there late. So after dark was what models were showing. Again, I guess it depends what you're camping in, but there is going to be severe weather heading that way. If you are not comfortable with severe weather, especially, if you're camping in a tent, you might want to err on the side of caution, but that is a call only you can make. Your comfort factor with weather is what's going to decide that, but there are severe storms headed for there later today and throughout the evening. So yeah, that's best I can do. Hopefully that helps you as far as understanding what is coming, but there are storms headed that way later today. Terry asking, it's been pouring heavy rain for the last 25 minutes. How much longer? Terry, I need to know where you are. I'm just looking back in the comments to see. I can't remember where everybody is, folks. So you got to help me out when you're asking the questions so I can update for you as far as where the location is, so I can tell you what's kind of coming or what's going on. So I'll wait to see if you throw that in the comments, and we'll jump in and help you out if we can. Raining like mad in Oak Lake, some intense lightning coming from Sherry, and yeah, Oak Lake would be up here by 16. It's funny, I'm starting to learn where everything is, even though I'm in Ontario. I've chased a lot out in Manitoba and Saskatchewan over the years. So I was off by a little bit. So there's, yeah, you're on the very edge of the river of rain, I'm calling it. So you can see that stretching back to the southwest. Oak Lake had some tornado warnings last night to the north of it, very late on the stream. But you can see how this rain is kind of moving through your area. Still going to be quite some time before that rain moves out. Again, flooding is very likely here on the western side of Manitoba, just with all that precipitation coming down. So you're in for a ride with the rain, unfortunately. So getting a question about Morden. So let me just pinpoint that. And so right now, Morden is in a tornado watch. You are right around that Winkler area. These storms are moving up. Currently, there are no tornado warnings. Currently, there's no velocities that are concerning at this point. Again, storms are not isolated enough, which is a good thing as far as tornado genesis is concerned. It will limit things. It doesn't mean it can't happen. It just means it's going to limit it. But you've got a storm walking its way up there with very heavy precipitation at this point. Obviously, a bit of wind as well associated in that storm, and lightning. But just a strong thunderstorm. It isn't severe warned yet, so that's a good sign because we haven't hit the thresholds for that severe component. So it's still what we consider a non-severe or sub-severe type thunderstorm. So Gwennis asking, so yeah, there's again, sorry, let me jump to this severe warning that they're updating before. Okay, they've expired this severe warning. As the line has moved out now, it's just heavy rain. So this line passed through that severe thunderstorm warning, as you can see. And it was for the hail here. I'm backing up the radar and moving it forward. Now that it's moved out, that severe thunderstorm warning has been dropped. And the line for the most part is just very heavy rain, surrounded by moderate rain, where you're seeing all that yellow and orange on a very large scale. And then in the southwest corner, just a ton of rain as well. So bear with me for a second here. I'm looking for, where was it? I'm trying to find it without looking it up because I want to train myself to know where these towns all are. There it is. I knew I was going to find it right here. And I can't pronounce this one for the life of me. Everybody's put it in there different ways. Wasagaming. Anyways, we all know where it is. I'm butchering it, yes, but right now you have that line of storms coming up that way. Lots of lightning and lots of rain. Nothing rotating at this point, and you are in that very heavy rainfall warning. Again, they are calling for a minimum of 35 millimeters for anybody that's in this green box that stretches all the way to the north, up to 90 millimeters of rain. And if there's repetitive rounds, you could see up to 150 millimeters of rain. So flooding is going to be an issue around the Riding Mountain National Park. I know we had Country Fest there yesterday. We had to warn on that because storms were getting very close to it. So what else is going on here? Terry just saying around Boissevain. So yeah, you've got a lot of rain parked over you near Boissevain. That's what's going on right now, and those storms are marching from the North Dakota side. Hopefully there's a bit of relief coming soon because it has been raining for quite some time. But as you can see on the North Dakota side with those bright oranges, you're getting still a lot of rain coming for the Boissevain area. Again, roads are going to flood. There's definitely going to be some flooding as well. So Andrew, good to see you in the chat as always. I'm definitely having a great day. I do enjoy doing this. So it's always good when I can warn people and give the information out. Yeah, what sag ming. Perfect, thank you. And I'm gonna have to have like a little cheat sheet taped somewhere to all the names I've got to learn or remember to pronounce. So yeah, it's definitely it's fun. And Clear Lake is the same thing. So gotcha, Sleeman. Thank you very much for putting that up there. What's got Ming? Yeah. Okay, perfect. Thank you guys. Appreciate all the help. What else? Okay, so we still have a ton of rain moving into Manitoba. Like I said, you can see that from the U.S. radar moving in from North Dakota. So still that southwest corner, going to see a ton of rain. I would not be surprised if they leave some of these severe warnings here just for that excess of 50 millimeters of rain, because we don't have flood watches or flood warnings here in Canada. We use severe thunderstorm warnings. So in the U.S., they have flood warnings whenever a storm parks itself and kind of trains over a specific area, and flooding is a concern. So just looking at the storms on the North Dakota-Manitoba border right now, just heavy rainmakers with quite a bit of lightning involved in that. And just so people understand, if you haven't been here before, what I call the Christmas confetti, that is noise in the radar data that is put out by the radar. It's unfortunate, but it's what we call corrupted data. So those reds and greens are not actually there in terms of the values. It's just what we call radar noise. Your radar should look like this, where it's just red with different brightness of pixels, or green depending which side of the radar you are on. I am going to highlight some wind here. I'm just going to see what Fox Warren is seeing here as well. I'm switching between a couple of radars just to get an idea. So a little bit windy around Minnedosa, nothing rotating, but it is windy there based on, looking from Fox Warren and also from Woodlands radar. Lanark County Scanner, thank you very much for gifting 10 memberships. Holy cow, Rick. Really appreciate that. So a bunch of people are about to get Sunshine Club memberships. So thank you very much for that, Rick. So there is some wind around Minnedosa. This is straight line winds. Is not rotating, but obviously going to be a bit windy at this point. So as this line moves through and again marches kind of northwest from there. So yeah, that's what's taking place at this time. And let me just click a couple buttons here. I just got to make sure I've got my audio right. Okay. So again, right now we are kind of starting out slow and steady. Going to go back up here to Swan River. I haven't been there for a while. It looks like that thunderstorm warning has now been marked as expiring. You can see that the storm is shrinking here to the south of Swan River. So that is just moving eastward, and I was a little surprised to see the hail up there on that storm because it's so far away from that severe thunderstorm watch. So anyways, all the dings going on. That's Rick handing out some Sunshine Club memberships, which is our membership for the channel. I can kind of show you guys what that means while we're waiting for things. And it's very, very, very affordable. If you become a member of the channel, you basically get a custom badge with your name as you are. The longer you are there, the more you get into those rarer colors. You have access to those custom emojis as well, which we've got a happy tornado, an excited lightning bolt, sad rain cloud. We've got cold hailstone, angry red barn, a snowball, and then our logo as well that's in there. It costs $1.49 for that for the month, and again, it helps us out. So we appreciate anybody who's a member of that as well. So it just goes towards being able to support all this stuff. I do need to message someone here, so bear with me for a second. And let's get that. Perfect. Okay, so far this is unfolding a lot less intense, which is good. We are only at 6 p.m. Manitoba time. Our concern would be, for example, when things move later on, if there are some isolated storms that get out ahead by themselves, those are the ones that you have to pay attention to. Again, when we're talking about the tornado threat, that's the usually the biggest concern is when you have an isolated storm all by itself and it's in those good parameters. Then you definitely need to pay attention to it because it could do something. So I'm just going to switch here to see Shannon is, well, there's some flooding on her video there. That field looks like a pool. So let me switch over here. So this is a live shot near Winkler, and you can see that the crops in that field are starting to float, unfortunately. So not good for the farmers. And we know we've heard a lot of stuff from lots of people on the live stream for many areas throughout Manitoba and Saskatchewan, just with that amount of rain that's been coming through. So still an issue at this point, and there's no relief in sight right now with how much rain is being dumped out of this system on the west side of Manitoba at this point. So what else? Families in Stonewall, Stony Mountain too, so I'll be keeping an eye for them. Awesome. We had a lot of people on yesterday doing the exact same thing, so appreciate that you do that, and I'm glad we can help people out to get that information out as well. So what else have we got here? Yes, I've got a question here. It says, does it affect London? But I'm assuming we're talking about London, Ontario. This will be tomorrow, that weather coming in from this system. There is potential for severe weather in Ontario tomorrow. We will update folks on that once things start, getting to the end of this system. And again, this will move into Eastern Ontario, possibly Western Quebec. So, oh, wow. Mark saying here, I'm going to switch over just while Shannon's waiting on storms. Obviously not super exciting. We call that the hurry up and wait game. You drive to your destination and then you sit there possibly for 15 minutes or 10 hours, whatever the case may be. Supposedly the CN line is washed out between Roblin and Togo. That was back up to the north. There were definitely some very strong storms moving through there, dumping a lot of rain. So not super surprised to hear that. Roblin would be where, just a sec here. I want to again try and find it without looking it up. There's Valley River, Roblin. There you go. I knew I was going to find it. My memory's not bad. So again, unfortunately, more rain expected for that area today. And that is what you're seeing here, marching up again, 35 to 90 millimeters expected within those green boxes, both on Saskatchewan and Manitoba side, with the possibility of 150 millimeters if there's multiple rounds. So lots of rain, unfortunately, still headed for up that way. So what else? Okay, so oh, or saying too high of a water table for the trains to move safely. And again, not surprised to hear that, because obviously when you get that much saturation in the soil and you're trying to move something very heavy over it, things tend to come a little bit apart, unfortunately. So getting a question here from Kathy. Just saying, do you think it'll come into Winnipeg and surrounding areas? And yes, we are expecting storms to make their way into Winnipeg, just to the west right now, where you're seeing all this yellow and green. That is just regular rain showers. That's on the low end of the precipitation scale. What's moving up towards Winnipeg are these storms that are south of in Manitoba near the North Dakota border, and those will march up into Winnipeg. Right now, they are not even considered severe. So that is good news for Winnipeg. I know there's a lot of gun-shy people there from a couple weeks ago with all those tornado warnings that happened and those high-end winds, big hail. It caused a lot of damage. I believe that MPI broke the record or tied the record with the most amount of claims out of that event in Manitoba history, and there's still more claims coming in. So I can understand people were extremely stressed out with that storm system that moved through. Like I said, a couple weeks ago, we did live stream that. We even had one of our storm chasers driving through Winnipeg at that time, and Mark was there. So yeah, we're going to monitor it. We'll let you know if anything's to worry about. Right now, things are looking pretty decent as far as this is concerned. They just severe warned this one storm here on this side, so I'll highlight why. I'll tell you where it's headed, and we will go from there. So what they've done is they've highlighted these storms. There you can see those 3 or 4 pixels of pink. That is for the indicator of hail starting in those storms. So they're going to be severe warning them for that, would be my guess. Saying loony to ping pong ball sized hail. And heavy rain. So it could be, they're moving fairly quick, so I don't think the heavy rain is going to be an issue on these ones. It's more for the indication on radar of the pixelation where you get pink, and that's starting to be hail. I would suspect the exact same thing here for the cell that's to the right here. This severe thunderstorm warning at 6:01 p.m. Tracking a severe thunderstorm capable of producing damaging wind gusts, loony to ping pong ball sized hail, and heavy rain. So those are, again, working their way northward, and we'll monitor them if that hail core continues to expand or whether it's, starts to reduce in size. So that's the main question there. I'm just going to switch over to our Minot, North Dakota radar and just watch how this is all unfolding to the south of Manitoba. And you can kind of see a nice little axis there of where the storms are kind of firing and moving up. And again, the western side of Manitoba, there's going to be flooding. There's no question about it. Brandon down and south, they've just updated that severe warning at the border that's flashing here. They've expired it at this point. So there's the one that's around Boissevain. Did they just update the other one? Yes, they did over there. So I'll jump in on that. So this one is showing us expiring in the next hour. So that is, again, around Boissevain, Deloraine, in that area. Still a bunch of rain headed your way, as you can see on the radar. So not out of the rain yet. And they've updated the severe warning on this thunderstorm, saying the thunderstorm's location is over Gardenton, moving northeast at 40 kilometers an hour. Locations in the path are Gardenton and Stewartburn. And they're saying the max values for today are up to 110 kilometer an hour winds, 4.5 centimeter hail, which is 1.5 inches, and up to 50 millimeters of rain. And I'm just going to switch to our radar from there that's closest. Right now, again, what I would see on this, I'll take a look at some wind velocities. Nothing very windy in there. you're seeing a little bit of hail, and that's why they're warning these storms. So again, we'll wait for a couple more scans just to see if those that hail does stay in there. And then west of Minnedosa right now, there is a small pocket of hail, highlighting that right here. But again, this would be probably pea-sized to grape-sized hail based on that signature there. Excuse me. And so they've probably put the details in this severe warning where the storm is located and all of that. So let's pull it up. Yeah, so thunderstorm is located over Ridgeville, moving north at 40 kilometers an hour. Again, locations in the path are St. Malo and St. Malo Provincial Park and Grunthal. And again, the max values are up to 110 kilometer winds, 4.5 centimeter hail, and 50 millimeters of rain. Those were the max parameters for today. So it doesn't mean that all of that is in that particular box. They're just giving you what the max possibilities are. So what I see here is, again, mostly for the heavy precipitation and hail associated with that cell. So that, again, is just south of Steinbach and moving northward for the most part, maybe with a bit of a northwest path on it. So just looking through things, we've got our new scan here. So let me pull this up and delete that out. And so the hail has moved off a little bit more to the west. Again, small hail in here, southeast of Newdale or west of Minnedosa. We've got probably pea-sized hail to maybe grapes at most. And that is moving northwest. It's a very small pocket of it, which is a good thing, not compared to what was in Brandon earlier when we started the stream here. We've been going for about an hour and 40 minutes. So we'll take a look at our hail cores here. So this is why these got severe warned. Just on Highway 12 here, southwest of Woodridge, you're seeing quite a bit of hail packed into this. So this is going to be probably grape size or maybe slightly bigger than that. And we're just going to see which way that is moving. So let me back it up. So it is moving northeast. I was about to say they're going to have to throw another severe thunderstorm warning because this one's crossing outside of the box, and that's exactly what's happened here. They've put out another severe thunderstorm warning, just saying loony to ping pong ball sized hail and heavy rain. That will beep again, and they'll update it with more information. So I'll get back to that one. And they've extended, so they're just punching these forward. So they've added the box to the north. I'm curious. I know how to pronounce this one in French because I speak French, but I'm curious what the take is here. That would be La Broquerie, roughly. Hopefully that's close to how you guys pronounce it, but that severe thunderstorm warning was extended up there for this storm to the south, obviously indicating a little bit of hail in it. So those three are showing hail, and that's why they've been severe warned at this point. Going back to the west here to take a look at things. Just very heavy rain on that western side of Manitoba right now. Let's take a look here. It looks like it may have stopped raining. No, it is still raining in Deloraine. It has been raining for quite some time, but all this water moving into Boissevain as well at this point. So what else? We got some comments here. Yeah, Kathy saying the storms were pretty crazy 2 weeks ago. And it was that I was the most frustrated I've ever been. Sorry, and it's Kathleen. I couldn't see the name. It's really small in my chat window. Apologize about that. But yes, that was the most frustrated I was on a live stream because the warnings, just the way they were going out, what they were doing, it was creating more questions than answers, I would say. So anyways, what else? Okay. Perfect. So I think we've caught up on all the comments and questions. I'm just going to swing back here. Shannon is just driving through rain here, and we'll bring her up full screen just to see where she is. So she looks like she's somewhere around Winkler. This just looks like mild rain, nothing, obviously anything too crazy. The wind doesn't even look bad at this point. So just regular showers at this point while we wait for storms. And then we're updating that FAR warning. So I'll read that out. I'll switch to the local radar. So this is again along Highway 12 where we're seeing all that hail. The thunderstorm warning just got updated. It is located near sundown. Motion is moving north at 40 kilometers an hour. And locations in the path are Woodridge, Woodridge Provincial Park, and Marchand Provincial Park. Again, they're calling for your maximum values for today's outlook, which is 110 kilometer-hour winds, 4.5 centimeter hail, and 50 millimeters of rain. I know that this one is warned because of all that hail in there on Highway 12. So we'll continue to monitor this on the next scan. We are 5 minutes into our 8-minute cycle roughly, so it's still about 3 minutes till we get our next scan from the radar. What are they doing here? So this is another thunderstorm warning being put out. Just updated now. This is loony to ping pong ball size hail, heavy rain, and wind gusts. It probably is going to be for heavy rain here around the Brandon area, just to the north of the Trans-Canada, but I'll wait till they update it to see exactly what they're talking about. But my guess would be just for heavy rain because it's been essentially there for the last little while. This line is drifting a little bit westward and northwest, as you can see, but right now this is unfolding very well. We are 6:11 p.m. at this point, and so I'm not seeing isolated storms that are concerning, and that is a good thing for, especially since we have this tornado watch out, and since we had tornadoes yesterday, obviously people are somewhat anxious with those watches and warnings coming out for additional stuff. So what else have we got here? Yeah, up in Dauphin, there is rain coming your way. I'm just going to switch over to Foxwarren. You can go outside, but if you hang out too much outside, you're going to get rained on. Right now, this is just moderate to light rain until you get close to Sandy Lake. Then there's the heavier precipitation down there and some lightning. So you need to be careful with lightning because it can strike out far ahead of the storm. Even if you don't have, I've seen lightning strikes out without any clouds overhead. So just be careful of lightning. I don't, that's my biggest concern other than the rain coming eventually there. That's what you're dealing with there. So, what else? And then Kayla just asking about Dauphin as well. So hopefully that gives you an update. The storms and rain is moving from the south, so it is heading up there. It's about to rain in Dauphin, but you guys are expecting the biggest thing is heavy precipitation, 35 to 90 millimeters of rain for depending where you are in the region and where storms track. Your biggest issue is going to be that overland flooding type situation. So yeah, that's basically it. Oh, Rick just giving out some memberships. Unfortunately, you can't choose who gets them. But Chris saying that he steps away and Rick's giving out memberships and he didn't get the invite. So Chris is always on our chat as well. Just always been on the live stream. Always good to see you as well. It looks like you're like Nissan Titans based on your little avatar there. I think I recognize those as Nissan Titans. So, yeah, so Adriana, unfortunately, Indiana is not somewhere where we cover. We don't do the US, but if you check out Max Velocity, he's a phenomenal channel. If there's anything severe weather related, he's got the resources for it. So again, I would recommend checking out Max Velocity here on YouTube. He's on Facebook as well and other social medias, but a phenomenal platform. I watch his stuff when there's nothing going on here. So definitely recommend that if you want to get answers about Indiana. Sorry, we couldn't help you out with that. So what else? Oh, Dauphin was now upgraded from to 80 to 130 millimeters of rain. So let me just take a look here. So that's not good. They were saying up to 150 in some areas, but it sounds like we're getting Dauphin area up to 80 to 130 millimeters of rain. So that is roughly about 4 inches to about 6 inches of rain, roughly, which in that already saturated area, not good, unfortunately. So again, flooding is going to be the biggest issue that folks are going to be dealing with on the western side of Manitoba. So um, what else? Perfect. Okay. I think I'm good here. I'm just going to check where my sidekick Connor is. Uh, just trying to time when I can have some food because it is 7:15 p.m. here in Eastern Ontario, and my tummy is talking to me. So I want to let it know what it can expect. Anyways, okay, let's zoom in here. There's definitely still some hail down in this corner. North of Zoda, it looks like. On that Highway 12, we've got a cluster of hail here. This would be pea-sized to grape-sized hail, maybe slightly bigger than that. And the hail core that was over Highway 12 here just to the southwest of Woodridge is still continuing. Again, pea-sized to grape-sized hail roughly in that as well. And I'm just looking around the severe warning that they've already expired. The severe warning that is basically east of 75 through Dominion City over to Rosso River. That is basically now expiring. So they've killed that one off, and the only two we're watching are these hail cores, obviously along that Highway 12 corridor. Just some more sizable hail in there. That's why we've got it there. So what else? Can you check Elgin, Manitoba? So let me see where Elgin is. I recognize it. So let me see if it. There we go. You're in a thunderstorm watch. So Elgin right now just getting a ton of rain. That's what you're looking at right now coming out of North Dakota, and there's still stretches all the way back to North Dakota. So these storms are marching northward. So you're just looking at a bunch of rain, lightning, obviously some wind associated with it, but nothing severe at this time. Also, that severe warning has been expired by Environment Canada. So you're good down there in that region. So Monkey Bar is saying there's no thunder in these clouds. There's definitely a lot of lightning. Some areas don't have any lightning, and obviously there wouldn't be any thunder associated with it, but you can see those lightning flashes populating our software on the radar screen. There's a ton of lightning currently ongoing, depending where you are located, but like Portage La Prairie, that is just rain coming through there. Nothing exciting at this time. So what else? Alberta and Saskatchewan skies are bizarre. Yeah, it's severe weather, so uh okay, appreciate everybody tuning in here, and we'll continue to update. Again, this is unfolding much better than models were projecting, which again, for those that are in line with these storms, that's a good thing. I'm just going to switch over here. Shannon is just sitting in a bunch of rain at this point. And you'll notice her stream is a little more solid today. She's running Starlink today. So it's more what's the word? Reliable. That's the word I was looking for as far as maintaining that stream continuity. So we've got that. This is her first time running the Starlink. So far it seems to be doing very well. Again, Shannon, thank you very much for streaming that for us and have given us eyes on the ground. And I actually need to jump into one of our chats here. So let me turn that off. There we go. So we actually communicate behind the scenes on a voice channel so they can hear what I'm saying on the live stream whenever I'm doing it. I didn't have that turned on. So to quote Shannon, what a messy mess. Yes, this is definitely just at this point, I would say the tornado potential is definitely somewhat limited at this time. And again, we have nothing isolated right now. That doesn't mean that's not going to change till later on, but we will monitor it and walk folks through it as this progresses. But right now, this is a giant rainmaker on the west side of Manitoba, and obviously we do have some pockets of hail as storms are crossing through that North Dakota side. I'm going to show for Winnipeg here. You've got a bit of rain moving in there. So moderate rain in Winnipeg on that last scan, moderate to light. Again, yellows and greens, that's on the bottom end of the scale. And we'll just pause this up here so people can look. We've got moderate rain in Portage La Prairie, but not even any real lightning. The storms to the south of Winnipeg are making their way up there. However, they are not, for the most part, they are not severe warned. The only two severe warned storms currently would be these two just around the Highway 12 corridor. We're still showing northwest of Woodridge some hail in there, probably grapes, or maybe a little bit larger than that, and smaller here just to the north of Zoda. I would say that that's probably smaller than grapes, maybe between pea-sized and grape-sized hail, roughly, for those storms down there. So that's the only two that are severe warned because of those hail markers in their updrafts. So let me just take a look here. Okay, so Connor should be on here in about 15 minutes or so. And then I'll attempt to grab a bite to eat and kind of continue walking folks through this. So again, right now, definitely things are looking pretty good for those in the path of these storms as far as tornadoes are concerned, and the tornado watch and the higher end severe. Again, Brandon did see some bigger hail. I guarantee you there's some large hail that went through Brandon, but that so far has been the only real hotspot that we saw this afternoon and evening. So they've extended the severe thunderstorm warning for this storm just to the south here. This is again to the northwest of Woodridge, and moving north from there. So we'll just take a look at the last few scans. It's basically almost marching directly north, so that's going to go towards the Trans-Canada Highway. Right now, it is maintaining its hail core, and that's why they have extended that warning to the north. We will monitor on the next scan. We're about 5 minutes into our 8-minute cycle, so we'll see whether those two storms continue to throw hail around. So what else? Brittany asking if anything's going to be an update on for Rockland outside of Ottawa. If you check out on our Facebook page, I think Connor put up an outlook for it, and he is uploading some videos currently. That's why he's not on the stream. So he's doing that right now. So there'll be a video uploaded to our YouTube page for outlooks, forecasts, and then to our Facebook page as well. So that should be up any time. So you should be able to check it out within about, let's say, half an hour. It takes a while for it to upload, but that's what Connor is doing and what he's just updated me on. So Keegan asking, hello, how bad is Neelan? So hopefully I'm going to deliver better news other than, heavy rain. That's going to be the biggest issue. Neelan right now sitting in very light precipitation here. Still stuff moving up from North Dakota, but there is nothing severe warned or anything that's of concern for rotation at this time. So you are good. It's just at this point, lightning, thunder, and some rain. To your west, there is a pile of rain at this point, but we can see marching up through Rolla. There's going to be a couple of storms that will head up that way, and if they continue to maintain, you'll have some rain, but that's the most that you're dealing with right now. So Deloraine, Manitoba here, no hail, but a monstrous downpour coming from Magic Moon. Thank you very much for that update. And it has been raining there we've been on the stream for 2 hours. Deloraine would be right here. So it's been basically raining there for the last 2 hours, and at times very heavy. William, thank you very much for subscribing to the Sunshine Club. Really appreciate that. It goes a long way towards helping us. So welcome to the Canadian Weather Live family. What else have we got here? I like getting messages like this. Thanks, Brittany. Thanks so much. You guys are the best. We like that we can help people out. That's our primary goal here. So let's take a look again around Winnipeg, because I know I'm going to start getting answer or questions in that area just because storms are starting to move closer. We do have a little bit of rain on the north side of Winnipeg, but this is very light rain from the airport over to the east, extremely light rain. To the southwest, there are some storms with heavier precipitation embedded in them, but obviously some lightning as well, but not really strong winds. There's nothing crazy in terms of winds, and there's nothing rotating right now that jumps out at me. So that too as well. So what's the forecast for central Ontario in the next few days with these types of storms hit us? So this is actually moving across northern Ontario, and at some point it is going to turn south. Connor is just uploading some videos, as I was mentioning, so you can check out his outlook on our Facebook page and on this YouTube channel probably in about 20 minutes or half an hour. So that's what's going on right now. We're just multitasking here, trying to get everybody doing what we need to do to get information out, because this is definitely the biggest week. Jim, thank you very much again for subscribing to the Sunshine Club and becoming a member. Really appreciate that. This is the busiest stretch of severe weather I think I've ever seen in Canada. Again, we're on day 3 right now. We potentially have another 6 days across Canada where we will be live streaming. And day 9, hopefully day 10, I can just pass out like a zombie and not talk and not do a whole lot. So we'll see whether that's the case, but that's kind of where things are headed out. So again, you'll see a forecast coming out there shortly, both on the Facebook page and our YouTube channel as Connor is posting those. So Mags, good to see you as always in the chat. It was definitely a great stream last night. Thank you. Really appreciate the kind words. And Mags, you've been around for a very long time, so again, always good to see you in the chat. And we are growing this platform. You know, we've been streaming in Eastern Ontario for the last year. We've just passed our 1-year anniversary, but we are now obviously covering Western Canada and making our way west and covering as much as we can. But we're, you know, basically 2 people with a lot of help from moderators and others. So we do the best we can, but we're on a very limited workforce and budget at this point. So when people subscribe like that, that helps us, and it will allow us to grow the platform, be able to put out alerts. We have a platform we're working on for alerts as well. So that is in the works. We've been posting them on our Facebook page, but eventually we would like to get an app as well that we're working on. So, but that all costs money, and so we just need to take our time and do it properly. That's the other reason we don't want to put it out too early. So doors 1, 2, 3, definitely a lot of people saying the same thing. Nice, no rotation. And so on that word, I want to say there's again, we talk about different platforms. Rotation is normal in thunderstorms. Some rotation is normal. So, you know, it's when that rotation gets brighter in terms of the wind speed picks up and it gets much tighter, that's when you have to start paying attention to it. But when you just see rotation, that doesn't mean that anything's going to happen. Updrafts rotate in storms. That's perfectly normal. Again, I've been looking at radar for 12 plus years. You start to learn what's normal and what's not, but rotation is normal in thunderstorms. It's not something that you have to panic about if you see rotation. It's how tight that rotation is and how much velocity there is in that rotation. So what else have we got here? Hello from North Kildonan in Winnipeg. We are now getting rain. Absolutely, that is very mild rain right now on that northeast corner. We're waiting for another scan here. Should have it in about 2 minutes. Storms to the southwest are going to bring far more rain into there. Quite isolated pockets at this point, as compared to out west along Brandon, kind of west of Brandon. It is just absolutely prolific rain and lightning out that way. Brandon did experience some sizable hail coming through there. Hopefully no major damage, but it did have a signature that did look like some large hail in there. So what else? So I just recently moved to the Prairie Saskatoon area. Our storms normally this bad. I feel like there has been a lot. There's definitely been a lot of rain, and over the last month, we have been getting a lot of storms. It has been an active month for sure. Peak weather season for the prairies is basically June to August, depending on the year, obviously. Sometimes it ends earlier, sometimes it carries on longer. Same thing with the start. So right now, yes, it's an active month. We'll see what July and August bring, but we're just obviously getting into the start of summer, so that's the peak season for storms out on the prairies at this point. So uh, yeah, so Magic saying same thing. Some years are worse than other years, and a couple of big ones happen. And so, yes, it's again, we've had quite some active weather lately. And the thing I've noticed the most on the stream is the amount of rain we've been getting. Lots of areas in Saskatchewan, lots of areas in Manitoba and Alberta just getting tons of rain. Edmonton just broke the record for the month of June. It's the wettest June on record for Edmonton since record started. Montreal, also south of Montreal and around Montreal, a week ago got tons of rain as well. So it's definitely been the theme of these streams where we're seeing quite a bit of rain. So, okay, what else? Yeah, so I've got a question regarding Thunder Bay. We are watching that area for later tonight. We have nothing severe warned over there. I'm just going to take a look. There are some storms popping in Minnesota. And we are expecting storms later on in Thunder Bay. Some of the models were showing quite strong, but again, we're not sure as far as how this is going to unfold, whether it will follow what models are saying or not. I'll look at the radar right outside of Thunder Bay at this point. So just to answer your question, so there was some mild showers that ran through. We are expecting heavier showers to make their way through there later tonight. So we'll keep an eye on that, and we'll update as this all kind of shifts eastward at this point. So great question, and we will keep you up to date. So Aries saying it is hitting Wayway Sicapo currently. So thank you very much. Okay. Uh, um, wow. So from Miami, Florida, we have somebody in the chat. So we're making it an international flavor per se. And sorry, I'm just getting an update here for a severe thunderstorm warning. So let me just double check that. What is going on? I have a feeling, let me see here. They've just updated it. Still saying producing damaging wind gusts, loony to ping pong ball sized hail and heavy rain. I'm going to see if this one has expired as well. They haven't expired the two. So what I'm saying here is around Zoda. And then again, here, this giant one that's on the east side of Manitoba. That one has not expired, but these storms no longer show a hail core in them. So I'm going to back that up a couple of frames. You can see that pink. That's where you start getting in hail. And here you can see that there was clearly more of it. So it's dissipated as it's moving northward. At this point, I would think there is nothing in there in terms of hail. If it is, it's very, very tiny at this point. So again, those are not sustaining their intensity. And so far, not much is on the Manitoba side of things. So I'm just going to take a look here. What else? Aries asking, is there a tornado? There is no tornado, folks. Nothing is even, we have gotten nowhere close to that at this point. So there is no tornado, please. It's perfectly fine at this point. There is a tornado watch out. That just means the conditions are favorable for them. That does not mean that one will even form. Sorry, they're updating these rainfall warnings. So let me jump into that. Very heavy rain is expected. So they're updating that. So again, their top thresholds were 90 to 150 millimeters. And based on how this is unfolding right now, it's, like I said, the biggest issue is going to be that flooding. I'm going to check on the Saskatchewan side. Very heavy rain is expected as well. Same parameters there. They were saying 90 to 150 millimeters, depending on where the storms travel. So And I've got another beeping. We have a lot of stuff going on today. So there's in BC, there's a severe warning over there, but I don't want to bounce around too much because, again, we're trying to stick to the coverage here. But there are a couple of warnings out to the west there. Calgary Tech, thank you very much. I've really appreciate that. So I don't know. I've been told hail from thunderstorms is mighty cold. Love it. I even sang it a little. So anyways, Tracy saying, loving your coverage. Really appreciate that. That's why we're here. That's why we work so hard at this, getting the words out there. So Brianne asking, I believe that's Brianne, what's coming for Swan River, Minnetonka area, when and about, assuming about what time, but let's take a look up here. So this is all marching northward at this point. So it's to your south still, Swan River up on the Manitoba border where that severe warning is. You can see that this is marching up that way. And I'll give you a distance. It's still probably an hour or two out. Let's take a look at distance from Swan River. There's Swan River. So let me zoom out. Let me do a measurement. So from the doorstep of Swan River to the edge of the rain is about 110 kilometers. So it's probably a couple hours out. And if you see that yellow and green, that is kind of moderate to mild rain, so that's on the low end of the scale. When we get back to Sandy Lake, all of this red and orange, that is where that heavier precipitation is. I'm not sure if that will sustain all the way up to you, but there are rain storms headed your way, and they are calling for quite a bit of rain. Again, anywhere, max values 90 to 150 millimeters of rain at this point. So it's a lot of rain, so expect flooding as well. Mags, really appreciate you becoming a member of the Sunshine Club. Thank you so much for that. Sorry, so I'm jumping around here a little bit. What else? Oh yes, I was going to highlight some storms here. So around Edmonton, we do have some severe storms. I'm just going to quickly look at those. So east of Edmonton, we do have some hail indicated with these pink pixels along 16 and to the north of 15. So that's Mundare, I assume. So we've got hail in there. When you see that pink, that is moving. I'll give you a sense of direction. That is moving southwest. So those storms are kind of going back south to the west and may change trajectory there. Let's take a look, and there's a little bit of hail here. Very small amount, just kind of southeast of Viking. I'll see what that was like on a last scan here. Again, this is Alberta. I'm just jumping over there while we're waiting for another scan. So some minor severe thunderstorms around the Edmonton area. South of Calgary and along the foothills, there's a rainfall warning in there as well. They're calling for 50 to 100 millimeters in that area. So again, the theme of a lot of rain is what seems to be consistent on these severe weather streams that we've been doing as of late. I'm going to continue to monitor. There's a storm here just crossing into Ontario. Just taking a look at that here on that southeast corner. So we'll watch that storm. Where's my next radar here? Dryden. So I'm curious about these cells right here in Minnesota, just south of Fort Francis. So let me just take a look here. I'm going to move that, and they are moving north. So our storm motion here is to the north a little bit. So those will be coming into Fort Francis out of Minnesota. They aren't severe warned. I don't think they will be on that side unless they intensify before they get to the Ontario side. So starting to have some storms happening out in the Ontario side. So we will have to monitor several areas at this point. So let me just take a look here. Okay. Okie doke. Sorry, just bouncing around here trying to keep up with anybody. Environment Canada. Okay, yeah, Rick's just putting some comments in the chat about the BC stuff. Appreciate that very much. Ashley saying, I tune in even when there are no storms in my area. I leave it on background noise while working on something else. Awesome. I've become the background noise for people, which is great. I appreciate people tuning in. So definitely good to see people having us on. Okay, I've missed a couple of things here. I'm trying to catch up on questions. Chris McDonald from upstate New York, always good to see you. Thanks for tuning in as always. Big rainmaker right now in Manitoba, and we're watching what's going to happen in Northwest Ontario. Ali asking, are we good in Rennie, Manitoba? So I'm just going to take a look where that is. You're in the tornado watch. Right now, you have a severe thunderstorm warning for the storm to your southwest. It had some hail on it, but that has subsided in the storm. So far, nothing is rotating where we would pay attention to it. I'm just going to take a look at some velocities here. Obviously, with these storms, there is wind. That's normal with thunderstorms, but nothing too crazy. At the surface, I would expect 60-kilometer-hour winds would be kind of the maximum at this point. But yes, you are right now fine where you're at in Rennie, Manitoba. And there are some storms to the southwest, but they are mostly traveling north at this point, and they're borderline severe is the best way I can describe it at this point. So just checking if anything else is populating anywhere. So right now, Steinbach getting some rain, but that's basically it with obviously lightning. A little bit of hail tucked in here to the southeast of Steinbach, or almost southwest of La Brocquerie. That's the other one there. So only areas to kind of point out at this point. So let me just take a look. Connor's about to jump in. He's having technical issues. His computer's giving him a hard time. So he's going to reboot, and he'll be on the stream here shortly to entertain everybody. He's actually going to be doing some karaoke tonight. And you guys have to tell him that, because I'm not going to be the one to do it. So getting a question about Wayway Si Capo. Again, it's just mostly rain up there. Again, to the left here on the left side of Manitoba, it is just heavy rain with obviously some lightning and a bit of wind. There is no rotation. There's nothing high-end severe that I have to warn you about. The worst we saw was hail, large hail going through Brandon. That was kind of the highlight throughout the last 2 hours on the western side of Manitoba. They are dropped the box for that heavy rain all the way south of Brandon, just because of how much it's raining here. So again, lots of rain. Flooding, overland flooding is going to be the issue, anywhere from 90 to 150 millimeters of rain, folks. So that's a ton of rain, especially 150 millimeters. You're talking a half a foot of rain out of this. So not good in that regards. So what else is going on here? That's pretty funny. My my Nightbot was scolding Mags, unfortunately. So okay. Oh, Connor's now having issues getting into Discord. The struggle bus is real with Connor tonight. Hopefully he can figure it out and he can jump in here. So we'll see if he gets that sorted. But he's just updating me here as well. And you, Mags, you don't have to apologize to the Nightbot. It's just a piece of computer software. So, and we program it. So it had some issues the other day. I kind of fixed it up. So hopefully it's a little better. And we just try and keep nonsense out of the chat. That's basically what it is. So Tracy's saying, I'd love to have Connor serenade us. And I agree with that. We all should get Connor to serenade us. I can't, because I'll lose my voice. That's my excuse. So I have to conserve it for the next 6 days. So we are 6:44 p.m. Manitoba time. This again so far is unfolding really well. As far as chasers are concerned, not so good. Anybody who's out there, hoping for some, thunderstorms getting their act together. Right now, it does not look that way. It's just a big rainmaker at this point. So We'll see if that's the case there. So Shannon is still mobile out there. Just driving through rain at this point doesn't look very exciting, unfortunately. So we'll see if they get into anything. I would suspect they're heading towards the storm that is currently to the southeast or of St. Agath. I could be wrong on that. Let's just take a look at some velocity scans there. That's the only cell that is packing a bit of a punch. Or they could be coming over here to Pilot Mound. There's another storm there with a little pixel of pink I can see there. So we'll see if that's the case at this point. So again, unfolding very well for people in the line of these storms. We yesterday live streamed several damaging tornadoes, a couple in Saskatchewan, one in Manitoba, obviously impacting properties and injuries to people. So not what we like to see, but getting the word out will help people get out of the way or take shelter. So what else? Yeah, Connor's technical difficulties are because Tom is asking him to sing. That's probably what's going on, to be totally honest with you. Okay, well, yeah, maybe Rick can sing. I hear he's got a set of pipes on him, so maybe we can get Rick to sing today. Okay, let's switch back to the main channel here. I'll jump on Shannon's stream if there's anything exciting happening there. Michelle, thank you. I just noticed we got a donation there. That was about 5-6 minutes ago. So again, thank you to our Interac E-Transfer. So there's a couple ways you can support us if anybody's interested at all. You can obviously send us an E-Transfer. That's the easiest. There's coffee or Ko-fi as well. For credit cards, that kind of stuff. And then there's through YouTube becoming a member of the Sunshine Club or Super Chat and stickers. Those are great ways to support the platform if you're enjoying what we're doing. So I just wanted to highlight that while we have a bit of time here. So what else have we got? Still a bit of hail here. This is at 6:41 p.m. So I'm going to wait for the next scan here. We're about 6 minutes into that 8-minute cycle between data updates, and we'll see what's happening here. But right now, this just looks like a giant rainmaker for the most part. Again, which is mostly good in the sense that we're not seeing rotating thunderstorms, that are getting out of control. But flooding can cause as much damage as well. So that's what seems to be the biggest threat right now. And we'll see if that continues to be the case. So I'm watching Ontario right now, just seeing where these storms are going. And they're still south in Minnesota. There is a bit of hail on some of them, so we'll watch that as it progresses as well. They have just put out a severe warning for a storm here by a Winkler. So what have they done here? So that was the one with the little pixel of hail. Let's take a look at what the thunderstorm warning is here from Environment Canada. So tracking a severe thunderstorm capable of producing damaging wind gusts, loony to ping pong ball sized hail and heavy rain. I suspect it's for this area right here that is moving north. It might be moving a little bit northeast, so they've put this out around Manitou, but that's where your precipitation and precipitation would be. So what's going on here? Oh, Mag's saying we need a troublemaker emoji. So there we go. The hail has moved in. It actually moved over to the east, which is interesting. So let me just go from there. And then we've got a bit of hail right south of La Riviere or Manitou, southwest. And this would be pea-sized hail. I don't think much bigger than that. We've only got 5 pixels in that area. So that is the storm that is severe warned. There's a lot of noise in this radar. I'm going to switch radars just to see if it sees any rotation. It's got some noise in there as well. But right now, again, not seeing anything concerning at this point. Let's swing back over to the storms here. They've now updated near... there was hail on this storm to the north of La Brocquerie. They've canceled this thunderstorm warning, so it expires within an hour. That storm has moved north. They've just shrunk the severe thunderstorm warning to the east of that along the Trans-Canada, and it is expiring as well. So these severe thunderstorm warnings have expired. I believe this one as well. It will disappear. Let's see if I can get them to come off the board. Sometimes it takes a bit of time. I'm just going to do a refresh. They are still there on my radar software. So again, right now, looking at a ton of rain. The excitement level as far as some higher end severe looks to be toned down quite a bit. The storm to the south of Winnipeg looks to be heading up that way. Let's just take a look at that and see what's going on. So it's just going to skirt through the, looks like the east side of Winnipeg, unless it expands as it comes north. We do have some cameras up that way, so let me see if I'm, a bit of precipitation here, but nothing out of the ordinary. There's only one camera there, so I can't change views. And they have now updated the warning down here by Manitou. So let me pull that up and jump to that. Just saying, damaging wind gusts, loony to ping pong ball sized hail and heavy rain. So nothing new in that information with that update. And again, this is all heading up towards Winnipeg at this point. This is just a big rainmaker for now anyway. So what else is going on? Kathleen asking chance of this picking up around 8 or 9. So let me see here. Right now, I'm going to be honest with you. I think I'm skeptical of anything really getting going. This is just a giant rainmaker at this point. In the Manitoba side of things, we still aren't sure what's going to happen on the Ontario side. So I'm going to start addressing that as well. I've just got to get Connor here into the stream, so bear with me for a second. He's figured out his technical issues, I believe, so it'll take me just a short minute here, and we'll get Connor in. Okay, properties, let's go. Okay, let's see if Connor comes up on the screen. There we go. There's the man, the myth, the legend himself. He finally beat up his
everybody.
computer.
Oh my God.
I'm sure you've been running models and doing our forecast videos. So they're both up right now on our YouTube channel and on Facebook currently.
That is correct.
Awesome. So I've been telling people that they can go there soon. So those are up and running. So if you want to see some outlooks looking from today, Connor's put out the information. So what else is going on here? So anyways, have you watched what's unfolded here at all on the Manitoba side of things?
I have not, but it looks like a complete mess.
Yes, that's actually a really good way of putting it. I said a giant rainmaker, but it's just basically a whole pile of thunderstorms. I think the severe component is crashing and burning to a certain extent, which is, like I said, great for the people in front of this. The biggest problem we are going to be dealing with is flooding. Some areas are now expected to get 100, especially that western portion of Manitoba. We're talking 90 to 150 millimeters of rain. So overland flooding is going to be the issue there. I'm just looking at Shannon driving through rain at this point. Doesn't look like anything exciting there. I don't even know where she is. So let's take a look. She's still showing as being somewhere around Winkler. I'm trying to get a look at the road sign there, but I can't tell where she is. But according to that, I don't know if her thing is updating her position, the app that we use there. So let me just bring this back up.
She is in Winkler.
She is. Okay, perfect. Thank you for corroborating that for me. So it is updating accordingly. And we're just seeing a ton of rain at this point. So what else have we got? It's flooding in Rivers and Riverdale. I've never seen it rain here like this. Crazy. Enough to flood the streets and our yard. It's crazy. So that is coming from Tamara. So thank you very much. That's again in Rivers and Riverdale. And again, our biggest threat today is the heavy rain. Getting a question is today a bust? From the severe side of things, it's probably looking that way. So if you're a weather enthusiast and you want to see the higher end severe on the Manitoba side, unless something drastic changes here, I would say that yes, we're just going to be dealing with that flooding and heavy rain. Obviously, lightning associated with that, but there's not even much hail anymore. The storms seem to cross from North Dakota, and they'll hail for a little bit and then they move out of there. So, for example, this one here by Manitou, between La Riviere and Manitou, there is some hail in there. That would be kind of grapes or smaller. And it is moving northeast slightly. And we'll see if this sustains for more than 3 or 4 scans. But at this point, I'm skeptical of it. They have put out a severe warning for this entire area, kind of southeast of Winnipeg, and it's because of these 4 pixels of pink down here in the corner by Kleefeld. That is where we've got a little bit of hail showing up, so Environment Canada just warning that. Let me read that to you folks. Just saying, Environment Canada tracking a thunderstorm producing damaging wind, capable of producing damaging wind gusts, loony to ping pong ball size hail, and heavy rain. Those are the highest thresholds. Right now, I would say that you're in between pea-sized hail and maybe slightly bigger than that at this point. So, what else? Oh yeah, so I have a lot of videos and pictures. If you do want to share them, you can actually send them to us either through our Facebook page or canadianweatherlive@gmail.com. Connor is monitoring that stuff, so we can definitely share them on the live stream. If you have those that you're willing to share, that would be awesome. And anybody else, if you have weather-related stuff that you do want to share with us, you can always email it to us or share it to us on our Facebook page. So what else is going on here?
Did you
Okay,
see the $5 donation from Michelle via e-transfer?
I did. Yes, I mentioned it
Okay.
just a short while ago. I know you weren't on, so yes, that was at 6:40 p.m. Is my memory that good?
So, yes, there, yes, Manitoba time 6:40.
Yes. Yeah, yeah. Sorry, because that's my computer. I
Yeah.
apologize. I've set my time zone for Manitoba. I'm gonna, if you can, I don't know if you can. There's not much to chat about right now. Maybe give an update for. I know we do have some people here watching from Eastern Ontario and the Ontario area. Maybe take a look at what your thoughts are, how this is going to progress into tomorrow. I guess right now, obviously, this is different than what models were showing. So.
Yeah,
And I'm gonna
so
grab a bite
we're
to eat.
we are um I'll start with today still actually. So that one storm around Manitou, Manitoba, and that one around Steinbach, Manitoba, those are still modeled. Um
I hit the wrong button.
however,
I cut you off, Connor. Just so you know, for the last 5 seconds, I hit a button by accident.
oh, okay, that's all good. Where do you know where I was? Where did I leave off?
We're talking about that storm being modeled down by Manitou.
Okay. Yeah, so that the storm by Manitou and the storm by Steinbach, Manitoba, are both still modeled to sustain themselves and be severe up towards Winnipeg, and then further east of Winnipeg as well into the forest. So that's for Manitoba later on, and then as we get into Ontario, we obviously are starting to see those new storms develop just to the south um, of Fort Francis in northwestern Ontario. Kind of remains to be seen what's going to happen with those. The models, as Tom said just before I started talking there, that models were a little bit different than what is currently shown on radar right now. So that may throw a wrinkle into things as to what we're going to see unfold over the next few hours. But again, this system is going to progress through northern Ontario tonight. It is going then to latch onto a stationary front, is what we call it, and you probably can't pull that up on stream, Tom. I know that, but um, a stationary front. So there's a big area of very high pressure that is kind of centered, sitting over top of like Tennessee, Kentucky, Illinois, stuff like that. It's just sitting there. So storms are going above the the oh my gosh, I can't talk now. The the area of high pressure. They're
I
going
have the
above it
fronts on there.
and then swinging back down. And when they swing back down, that's where tomorrow's storms in Eastern Ontario come from. It's the same system. So that's going to give Eastern Ontario, Western Quebec some severe weather tomorrow. So that's the progression of the system. So what's in Manitoba right now and Northwestern Ontario tonight is what we're going to see in Eastern Ontario tomorrow afternoon and evening.
I'm muted. I was just saying I threw out some stationary fronts there just to kind of show them on. They don't update as quickly, unfortunately, so they're not always super accurate. But overall, big picture, that's why I was trying to show it there. I'm just going to zoom in here. So we do have a tiny bit of hail by Kleefeld. Still at that point, that's 6:53. So we should have a new scan here. We're about 8 minutes in, so I'm just waiting for that to jump up. Sorry. Um, Trying not to talk with my mouth full. St. Leon or
No, no,
St.
all
Leon,
good.
we have some hail to the south of there. Again, this would be just at this point, grapes are smaller. That would be one area highlighted for some hail. And just zooming in here to northwest or just west of Steinbach, we do have the same type of hail there. Basically, I would say between grapes and pea-sized hail. That would be the most of it. And they've updated the box for this storm. They've expanded it out. So that is to do with the hail. Let me just click on it. And they're just saying capable of producing damaging wind gusts, loony ping pong ball size hail, and heavy rain. I think they've changed people on the Met desk because before we were getting the location of the storm, the direction, and the places that were in the path of it, and that seems to have stopped coming out. And it is 7 p.m., so I'm assuming there's some kind of shift change that's happened, possibly for the night crew. But definitely a difference in the warnings coming out, not having the information as to the location of the storm, the direction of it, and the speed of it. And I always say that's the only three pieces of information you need for any kind of warning to figure out whether you're in trouble or not. Knowing where you're located is the other part. But storms are just moving into Winnipeg right now. Just want to highlight that. So moderate rain coming into the south side of Winnipeg, but that's all it is at this point. Nothing too crazy at this point coming into Winnipeg. It's just going to be moderate rain. Even to the south of it, there's not a whole lot right now on that last scan. Maybe they heard me. Watch this. They're putting it in. Nope. I thought they updated the warning. And it's just to do with heavy rain, loony to ping pong ball sized hail. So maybe they watch us. Anyways, okay, and then there's now a severe thunderstorm warning here issued 1 minute ago. This is on the very east side of Manitoba. This is north of Moose Lake Provincial Park along the 308, and they are severe warning it for this hail that is in here. Again, you've got about 6 pixels of that pink, so probably pea-sized hail, maybe slightly bigger than that, and I believe that's heading northeast, but oh no, that's just dragging straight north. It kind of came over the water and may have picked up a little bit of moisture over the lake down there as it came into Canada out of Minnesota. And now it's dumping that hail onto land, so that sometimes will happen. So we'll monitor that to see if it's continues to move northward with that hail. So 3 areas here to the east, one by northwest of Steinbach or north of Kleefeld. And obviously, we have this storm here north of Manitou. Those are our 3 areas of just small hail. Let's see if they've updated this warning. It says it's located north of Moose Lake and is moving to the north. So we are getting some information on that severe warning. But the rest of it, again, this is just a giant rainmaker at this point. So flooding, folks, is your biggest thing that you have to deal with if you are on the left side. So kind of Portage La Prairie and to the west. That's where you're seeing all that rain just packed into that corner. And we'll have to keep monitoring that. But yeah, I was going to reply here. Sorry, I was trying to reply to a chat as well at the same time. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to grab another bite to eat. Is anything happening in Ontario, Northwest Ontario, Connor?
Not yet. No, those storms are still kind of just riding the border south of Fort Francis there. Let me see here. Actually, I never even played the radar loop for these ones to see. Those ones are moving towards Fort Francis, so I would expect that those are going to probably get severe warned here in the next few minutes as those come towards the border. Um, Obviously, that severe warning is going to be for um, Fort Francis and along Highway 11 there in Ontario. There's definitely some hail cores showing up on radar there from the Dryden radar. So I would expect uh, soon that these are going to give us a new severe thunderstorm warning for Fort Francis area.
Yeah, yeah, agreed. And I find that Environment Canada and Ontario gives them a little more leeway too. So we'll see what their threshold is for these. But I agree that they're probably going to get these warned here shortly as these drift north. Obviously, a lot of lake country up that way north of the border through Fort Francis and up towards 17. But people out there need to get warnings if they can get them. I assume cell coverage is not very good in that area at this point. So, um, yeah, that's the only thing we're seeing on the Ontario side. I'm curious when this is going to shift eastward. When did this transition? Was it kind of like 10 o'clock somewhere Manitoba time, 9:10 p.m., where we start to see things shifting, moving more eastward?
You can actually already kind of see it on the North Dakota radar.
Oh, okay.
Um, Let me see here. The stuff if you play back the radar loop slightly, you can definitely see that there's a more east component there to the west of the radar site there in North Dakota, south of Grand Forks.
I think I'm on that one. KMVX.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, they're definitely kind of sidestepping to the east. So, but I think there's a drastic turn there in a couple of hours where it really starts to move eastward. So we'll keep monitoring that. Again, we're right now so far everything is pretty good in the Manitoba side of things. Only time we're seeing anything severe warned is when there's a little bit of hail west of Portage La Prairie, kind of using that as the dividing line. Tons of rain. That is the best way to put it for you folks. And you're going to have overland flooding. I'm just going to see if Shannon's still running around there. She's out of the rain, but not looking super exciting for her, unfortunately. So she's in the bottom center of our stream there. So we'll switch back there and see if there's anything that does get exciting. What else is here? Whatever rain we get in Dauphin is in trouble. Ground soil is not taking in rainfall, pooling already, and it just started. And yeah, that's as a result over the last month of rain that's consistently been up in that area. And then obviously storms yesterday dumped a deluge of rain. And there's some heavy rain on the doorstep here in Dauphin. There's some orange and reds coming in there very shortly. They're probably actually already there because this is 4 minutes ago on the scan. And there's a pile of rain packed in behind it. So that's unfortunate because there's not any relief at this point in that. So hearing a rumble of thunder in Winnipeg, so there may be a lightning bolt that struck nearby there. Sparky in Winnipeg saying that's your stomach. Mine was talking to me earlier, so yeah, definitely.
Yeah, mine is too, if I'm being honest.
Well, you should be eating.
There is not even any really reports going on social media for anything in Ontario or Manitoba at this point. Pretty quiet out there. We're still waiting for these storms to cross the Ontario Minnesota border, I should say, at International Falls and Fort Francis. As I said before, still kind of expecting those storms to get their own severe warning on the Ontario side, mostly due to the hail cores that are still present on radar. Although the
Here, just a
radar
sec.
is
I'm gonna cut in. Sorry, there's a question about rotation on those Fort Francis storms. I don't know where you would have got. Where did you get that warning on your phone? Environment Canada. I'm just curious who would have, because that. Let me see here. There's nothing that's rotating on those. Let me just see from our the other radar. So we also on the US radars have a software that will pick up rotation to highlight it for us, even if we're not looking for it. It's not detecting anything, and I'm not seeing anything in the velocity scan. So just wanted to address that. Sorry, that was from Tracy Werner. Just got a notification of rotation warning on my phone, so I'm really curious where that's from because I don't even know who to be sending that out. Either Environment Canada or the National Weather Service. Neither one of them, I don't think, have anything out in regards to these storms. Nothing that I see, and I don't see rotation in them at all. So there is a bit of radar noise, but that's basically it. So I just wanted to address that there's nothing to worry if you're from Fort Francis or in anywhere along that Minnesota-Ontario border. There is no rotation, nothing to worry about at this point. So like I said, really curious where that's coming from. I would probably, figure out where that's coming from and maybe not, follow wherever that is from because that's not accurate, unfortunately. So, or fortunately, I should say, these are just regular storms at this point with some hail in them. Sorry. So, Connor, I
they're
just wanted
also
to,
Yeah, they're
yeah,
also not even. Oh, speaking of, I was going to say
there
they're
it
not
is.
even also also not severe warned on the U.S. side anyway. So, but there's your severe thunderstorm warning there at Fort
Yeah.
Francis.
Yeah, exactly. So, I was before we switched over to this, I highlighted the one lightning bolt that was just to the northeast of Winnipeg that D. Schmid was talking about that they heard. So let's pull up this thunderstorm warning for Ontario now. Uh, Environment Canada tracking a severe thunderstorm capable of producing damaging wind gusts, loony to ping pong ball sized hail, and heavy rain. These are just on the Minnesota side. The hail is still there. This is coming through Fort Francis and Emo, and they are moving northward. So right now, those are the only two storms where we see some pink in them. And again, I would say that you're talking, small pea-sized hail or maybe slightly larger up to grapes, but that would be pushing it, I think, at this point. So that's our latest severe warning. And then I'm just going to switch back to Winnipeg. The lightning bolt is gone. It's off the map now. I had highlighted. Anyways, we were having a little fun with that. So let me move that out. But in Winnipeg, we're just getting very mild rain. There is some larger hail here, actually. I want to highlight this. Southeast of Winnipeg, just south of the Trans-Canada Highway by St. Anne. Dufresne is to the north. We've got a solid cluster of hail right here. This would be probably grapes to loony-sized hail. That is heading up to the north, so that's an area that we need to take attention to if you are over there. So I'm just going to show you. It is moving northeast. It's swung north a little bit, it looks like, so it's going to cross that Trans-Canada Highway, and unfortunately there's going to be quite a bit of hail in there. And then Kleefeld, southeast of you, you've got a little pocket of hail as well, so those severe warnings are going to stay out there. And then I'm just going to take a look at some velocities. There's a lot of noise in here. Up by Gladstone, there's some strong winds. Let's just take a look at this. It's been arching forward. So right now on Highway 16, you can disregard the green that is down there. That is not, that's just radar noise. But along 16 right now, we've got 112 kilometers an hour, registering straight line winds here by Gladstone. So that's between Neepawa and Gladstone, and it is moving westward with the storm. This flesh tone colors, you're starting to get onto some serious winds. This is 4,000 feet off the ground, so you're maybe 800 meters, but then you are... again, at the surface, you're probably talking 80, 90 kilometer hour winds on that Highway 16, and this is moving westward. So I did want to highlight that because that jumped out at me on those velocity scans as being a bright area of wind. So again, Highway 16 on the Manitoba side, within that cluster of storms there. So what else
Tom,
is going? Yeah.
there is a tornado warning. It is right just south of the Manitoba border on the North Dakota side.
Okay, well, that's good to know. Thank you. Let's pull it up. So they've tornado warned this here in that rotating circle. That's what our software picks up on the U.S. radars. We have to be looking at the U.S. radars. So this is tornado warned based on radar, or has it been observed?
Just radar.
Okay, so let's take a look at what direction this is moving. So we do have some rotation. I'm just looking here. So this is moving northeast right now. Let's take a look at this and we'll address it. So rotation right in this couplet right here. This is moving in a northeast direction at this point. Let's switch over. I'm going to see what it looks like from our Canadian radar, whether that picking up. It is picking up some rotation, but it's very noisy. So we're going to have to monitor this storm right now. It is on the North Dakota side currently. You can see that, but it is basically to the southwest of Snowflake or way up in the corners Manitou. This is marching northeast again. So if you are in front of this rotation, take it seriously. It again is still south of the border on the North Dakota side, but we'll monitor it to see if that velocity scan maintains. We should be seeing a new scan here just very shortly. So I'm going to leave it here on our velocity scans. You can see red and green next to each other. Thank you, Connor, for pointing that out. And we'll watch this. So I'm going to stick with this for now. That is picking up in the rotation speed. I'm going to see what height we are at. We're about 6,500 feet off the ground. So that is a little over 1.6. That's about just under 2 kilometers. So not necessarily that this rotation is getting down to the surface, but it is obviously an area of rotation that we need to pay attention to. So again, still on the North Dakota side of things, slowly moving northeast, heading up in that general direction of that arrow. As it gets closer, if you are anywhere on the Manitoba side, I would suggest taking shelter at this point out of an abundance of caution. And we'll see whether that maintains or not. And they're updating a whole bunch of severe stuff here on the opposite side. What have they put out? just heavy rain is basically what this is severe warned for, but we'll worry about that later. Right now, we are watching this area of rotation where we do have these bright flesh tone, some 99, 108 kilometers an hour, opposite to about 40 kilometers an hour. So that's a decent couplet, which is what we call when that rotation is like that. Again, you can see the colors are very tight and close to each other. So that is what a couplet will look like. And we'll wait for our next scan. They update every 3 minutes off the US radar, so it's much quicker. We should have a new scan here in about a minute, and we're going to watch that one going across. So this is what rotation looks like wherever we were looking there by Fort Francis. Whatever app was telling you was rotation over there was sorely incorrect, would be the way I would put it. So we're going to just keep an eye on this, and I will update you as this advances forward. And we'll see if this continues to sustain. Do we have any chasers in that area, Connor, on the US side by chance?
Not that I can see.
Okay.
Believe Shannon is going to head in that direction.
Okay.
She has just left from where she is sitting. She was sitting north of Morden, and she looks to be heading in that general direction. Additionally, there is very strong wind shear right in front of this thing, so
That's not
there's
good. Okay.
definitely going to be a chance.
Okay, it's picking up. So the rotation is still within this area. It's still maintaining that bright signature. Again, 108 kilometers in there roughly. This is, it hasn't updated yet. I'm waiting for a new update. We're 4 minutes in, so I'm seeing the same parameters. I thought that was an update there. Must have been my eyes.
Reflectivity updated.
And velocity. There we go. There's velocity.
Yeah.
So let me do that. So we are still maintaining some couplet here. Maybe a little broader at this point, but again, we are quite off the surface here. That would be in this area. We are still on the North Dakota side, some 111 kilometer hour winds in there, opposite to, 40 or 50. But again, the couplet isn't as tight as it was earlier. So this is again moving northeast towards that Manitoba border. And we are heading up in this general direction roughly. So if you are on the Manitoba side, anywhere in line with this, I would, out of an abundance of caution, take shelter, be in a basement. If you don't have the option of a basement, I would get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Bathroom, interior room is your best bet into a bathtub. They're metal, so they'll take a bit of abuse. They'll protect you better. So right now we don't have anything confirmed whether there's anything on the ground at this point, but that is obviously a couplet and rotation showing here on radar. So we're going to stick with this. And again, out of an abundance of caution with the parameters that are around today and what happened yesterday, you do want to take these storms seriously. So hopefully everybody is okay in the path of this. And again, right now on the North Dakota side, but heading towards Canada, we'll watch to see if this continues to maintain velocities as this moves northeast at this point. So I'm just going to stick with that. We're not going to jump around in terms of questions or anything like that. We'll cover stuff when we can get back into the chat and let people know. So right now, that is our serious point as far as that's concerned. And let me actually, no, I'm going to leave that alone. Okay, so we're just going to stick with this. Hopefully another update here very shortly in the next minute or two. We should see something for velocity scan. What else? Okay.
I would assume maybe the next scan. This is probably going to get tornado warned on the Canadian side.
Yeah, they definitely need to put something out ahead of it because this is indicative of rotation. So this is what we look for when we are looking through those velocity scans, whether it's on the Canadian side or the US side. This is, again, obvious I'm curious what the circle thinks. It's 80% because it's got its confidence meter that this is a strong rotation, and it's obvious that this is strong rotation. Again, on this scan, the couplet looked a little wider. So again, storm could be cycling, it could be doing all sorts of different things. So right now, this is our area of concern. This is on the North Dakota side. This is southwest of Manitou. And there is our latest scan. So let me delete out my old image there. And that circle is sticking down there, but our couplet is kind of right up in this area right here. There are some strong winds feeding into this. That's quite obvious based on this. So again, still maintaining 100 plus kilometers an hour, 110. And opposite to it, we have about 73 kilometers an hour. So that is a strong rotational couplet. And that right now, I'll tell you how far that is off the ground. That's about 7,000 feet off the ground. So you're about 2 kilometers off the surface. So we don't know how far this is drilling down into the storm and whether it's actually making it right to the surface at this point. So I'm just going to zoom back out and take a look. Let me see here.
I'm just going to answer a question really quick.
Yeah, absolutely.
Rach Wall on Facebook is asking, is Morden in danger? Morden is to the northeast of this tornado warned storm. That is likely going to get tornado warned on the Canadian side. It hasn't crossed the North Dakota border yet. As I said, Morden to the northeast of this. I believe if this were to keep going on the same trajectory, it would miss Morden to the west. However, there is still more to the south of the tornado warned portion, more to the line that is going to come up towards Morden. So definitely still looking at the very least, probably a severe thunderstorm for Morden in the next probably hour or less.
Yeah, I just did a measurement. It's 71 kilometers away from Morden at this point. So there's a lot of people between there and where the rotation currently is. So again, Snowflake, this is south of Crystal City. It is getting close to that North Dakota border. And so again, if you were down here southwest of Morden, I'm just trying to see Pilot Mound is to the north. You are in the path of this. If you are near Snowflake, you want to be taking shelter with this storm headed your way. Again, moving at a reasonable pace. You don't want to wait till the last second to take shelter. Basement is ideal. And if you don't have that option, find an interior room with as many walls between you as possible and the outside. And bathroom in a bathtub is always a good option as well. So right now, that's where our couplet is. I'm trying to zoom in as much as I can. Manitou is kind of to the northeast of this, but further northeast, depends how this go. What else? Getting a comment that we may have a camera down there. I don't show a camera here, so...
It's on the US side, that's why.
Oh, North Dakota. Yeah, okay. Here's our next scan. Uh-oh, this couplet is picking up. Is that 726? Yeah, that just got fed in here. So give me a sec. Let me switch this over. Let's pull up the drawing and kill that. So we are starting to see some strong winds happening here. This couplet is getting more and more intense. We are seeing bright pinks wrapping around in here with obviously these greens around the other side. So definitely indicative of a circulation. Again, just tucked in on the North Dakota side, heading towards the border in this general direction. It is heading towards Snowflake at this point. There's no other name here on the map, so Snowflake is the easiest reference at this point. If you are anywhere between that circulation on the Manitoba side, heading towards Snowflake, you need to take shelter. This looks to be picking up intensity, and the stronger these winds get, the more they're going to drill down into that storm. So this is what we are watching right now. It is the only area of concern because this is life safety at this point. And right now, this is the only area that we've had anything serious happening. The most we saw earlier was hail. Obviously, quite a different category, and especially since yesterday we did have some, tornadoes impact properties and lives. So again, parameters are there. The possibility of this, getting into a better environment is there, according to Connor. So we do need to take this seriously. Take your shelter, get into the basement. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. In a bathroom would be ideal if you don't have an option in the basement. And get into a bathtub and put something over top of you, like a bed or something like that, to protect you in case the worst case scenario happens. So we'll take a look at this. Just trying to see here. And it looks like it would be rain wrapped. Unfortunately, that's the other thing. I'm just looking at the camera that Veronica sent us. One of our moderators from the North Dakota side found a camera, and it looks like there's a ton of precipitation in this. So yeah, there's all your rain in there. So you won't even see this tornado if it is on the ground till it's on top of you. So this is your warning to take this seriously, get into shelter, and get out of the path of this if you can. Again, if you can't, get into a basement. So that's what we're going to be focusing on. We're not looking at anything else on the map at this point. Right on the North Dakota-Manitoba border right now, to the southwest of Manitou, is where this is currently sitting. So what time is it? 7:26. We should have another scan here right momentarily, hopefully, with the winds subsiding, but I don't like the way those velocities look in there. So seeing a little too much of that in the last 24 hours. So again, if you, yeah, there's our tornado warning on the Canadian side. So Environment Canada putting out a tornado warning, and this is right over the border right now on 34. Let me switch over here. If it's not a tornado in progress, it's trying really hard to do so. Let me highlight this. So we have our couplet right in this area here, tucked into the border. Still, again, on the North Dakota side. Oh, crap, I didn't mean to delete that. Sorry, folks. So this is our couplet right in here, roughly. And we are reading some very strong winds in here now, 153 kilometers an hour in here. So it is intensifying as it's continuing to move. So online right now to kind of go near Snowflake on the Manitoba side. We don't have any other names on that. Obviously fairly rural here, but this is about to cross 34 at the Manitoba North Dakota border. That's where our location is. And again, Snowflake to the northeast, you're kind of in line with it. So around that 242 and 201, it is headed that way. So even if you're obviously if you're on the U.S. side watching this, you need to take shelter. This is moving very slowly northeast. So let me just take a look what the Environment Canada warning is. I'm going to back out here so we can see that. Tornado warning here. Tornado is location. It's saying possibly producing a tornado. They're saying a near Snowflake, but this is back to the southwest, moving northeast at 40 kilometers an hour, and the location in the path is Snowflake, like we've been calling out for the last little while. The wind velocities on this are indicative of something trying to rotate. So I don't know. Do you have a location on Shannon whether she's getting close to this? But I don't think she'll even see it, even if she gets close.
She is just near Miami, Manitoba.
Okay, yeah, further to the northeast. So
Yeah.
again, velocity scans are picking up on this. You're seeing all those bright colors, both sides, green and pink. Definitely not good as this is approaching the border here. So the situation has escalated a little bit. I'm going to switch over to Canadian radar just to look at something here at Woodlands. And Fox Warren, sorry, I'm just taking a look at a couple of radars here. Just making sure we're not missing anything else on the Canadian side. I'm looking CFB Shiloh. There's some rotation on U.S. radar. I don't see it on the Canadian side from either one, so I think that should be okay. We're going to stick with the U.S. radar for this storm that's right on the North Dakota border. I'm going to zoom out to see if anything's going here. So again, right on the border, it is in North Dakota right now currently. Let's see if that cam has anything new. Where are we? I'm just looking Can you click on that? I can't
Yeah, I'll bring it up.
navigate. Yeah, see if, oh, there we go. Now it's moved forward. Let's take a look here, and whoops, our circulation would be right over top of that border, essentially. This is definitely showing a couplet still. It might be breaking down a little bit, but again, out of an abundance of caution for the parameters that are out in front of this, if you are on the Manitoba side, again, near Snowflake or anywhere between there, please get into your shelter, get to the basement. If you don't have that option, find as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And then bathroom interior is a good idea with a bathtub, and throw a blanket, or not a blanket, a bed or anything over top of you to protect you in the worst case scenario. So yes, we are watching this cross the border at this point, and we'll continue to monitor that as things progress here. Again, we are not going to be answering any questions in the chat, just concentrating on this to get the information out so you can see where it currently sits on that 34 and moving northeast towards Snowflake at this point. And that's what the warning on the Canadian side from Environment Canada states as well. So things kind of ramped up here pretty quickly all of a sudden. So, and this is why, we hesitate to say the word bust on storm systems while they're still ongoing, because you never know what's going to happen. And Mother Nature does what she wants. We're along for the ride at the end of the day. So, okay, so we're getting updates that most of this is farmland out here, but there are some houses and farmhouses in the path of this, so definitely take shelter. Again, get to a basement if you can. This is a very strong circulation. We're reading some very strong winds into that. So this is 7:33 p.m. Manitoba time. We should have a new update scan here for velocity very shortly, and we will walk you through it as this is moving northeast. So it's crossing the border right now. Excuse me. Getting a question here that I can answer from Lisa, saying weather will be on for tomorrow. We definitely are going to be live streaming for tomorrow. We are looking at Southern Ontario and Eastern Ontario as well. So we'll monitor things. We will put some updates on our Facebook page, but we will be live again tomorrow more than likely, as well as Canada Day as well. Wednesday, we're going to be covering severe weather on the channel as well. So it looks like we have another 5 or 6 days roughly of severe weather coverage. Just waiting for this to update. We're about 4 minutes in, so I'm hoping this is coming very soon so I can see where this circulation is. It definitely looks broader on this scan here, which could be a good thing as that circulation widens out. That obviously means that your tornado, unless the tornado is just growing upscale in size, and we don't have a confirmation of a tornado here. And this is our next scan, and it definitely looks very broken up, or whatever the case is that I'm trying to say here. I don't see an obvious couplet here on this rotation anymore. So let me just look for woodlands. Definitely hard to spot anything on woodlands at this point. Let me switch back to the US radar. If there was anything, it would be kind of up in this area right here, based on those wind velocities, just on the Canadian side of the border. So again, moving northeast. We are right now, let me take a look how far off the ground. We're still probably we're 7,700 feet, so we're another almost 1,000 feet higher than we were back to the southwest when this originally took off. So we are reading higher up in the storm as this gets further away from radar. We are reaching higher up into the storm, so that will affect what we're seeing in terms of the velocity scans that come up on the screen. So So if your parents are directly in the path of this, they need to be in the basement at this point. They definitely, if they do not have a basement, again, get into an interior room, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Bathtub is metal usually, so you can get shelter in that. In the, if that's your only option. So definitely, with what's possible today for parameters, you want to be in your shelter at this point. So. Uh, Okay, so we're just going to continue to monitor this. There's still some strong winds associated with this. As I zoom out, you can definitely see some strong inflow rotating around this storm as it's moving northeast. So we're now on the Canadian side. Let me switch over to reflectivity. There's a ton of rain buried in this thing. So if there was anything on the ground, again, visibility, seeing this, you will not see it till it's on top of you. So we're seeing Curtis just commenting that the tops on this storm are around 50,000 feet, which is very strong. Yesterday we had tornadoes with 40,000 feet tops. So the higher that storm goes, the stronger that updraft is. So that's indicative of a strong storm as well. So again, right now we're telling people in the line of this to be in shelter. It is heading somewhat towards snowflake, but if you are anywhere to the northeast of this, take your shelter and do it now. Now is the time, not later. So again, moving roughly in this general direction, it can deviate somewhat. So that is just a general idea of where the line is. And again, it's getting harder to see it on the couplet because we are getting higher up into the storm for that radar data. So should have a new scan here coming in. We'll hopefully see that it's breaking apart. But right now, it still looks like it's possible that something's going on. Um, Definitely looks a little more broken up here, Connor. I think we still have strong rotation in there, but again, we are getting far from the radar, so it's harder to pinpoint exactly where that couplet is. It may broaden up here at 8,000 feet, but down by the surface, it could be much tighter. I'm just going to see if we had anybody on there as a storm chaser from the U.S. side, but I don't see anything. Yeah, I
Yeah,
can't
there
see it.
was nobody around.
Yeah. So again, that's where our couplet is. We're talking about up in this area roughly. But again, if you are in snowflake, you need to take shelter because this can deviate. But it looks like at this point that circulation might miss to the north. Uh, do you have a photo of that camera at the border by chance? That
I do. I can pull it back up.
Yeah, if you can just share it so we can put it up in the stream. That way I can um, show folks. It looks like it might be in the rain here at this point, but we'll keep an eye on it. So again, we're talking about a storm that has a very strong circulation on it. We have the tornado warning on the Canadian side. This is back to the southwest of Manitou. So let me bring up, this is a camera that looks like it's at 34. Wow, there's a ton of, I'm just looking here. So this is the before. Let me share it with you folks. This is right at 34 where this came through. These are only still images, so let me bring it up here. Obviously, I'll zoom that in. You can see all the water in the field, but back to the left, to the top of the screen, you can see that storm approaching and all that blue or gray area, that's all precipitation. So if there was a tornado in there, it would be rain wrapped, and this is what you would get run over by, and you have no idea if there's anything in it. Because by the time you see the tornado, it is too late. So that's why we're telling folks to take your shelter. So thanks for pulling that up, Connor, so I could share that with the viewers. Let's take a look here. So 7:39. We're about 4 minutes ago on this scan, so we should see another scan here any moment. And again, just seeing those very strong winds opposing each other, pink and green. Indicative of rotation and some of it strong. So just kind of waiting to see here what's going on.
There's definitely not much population wise between Snowflake and Manitou. It's really just fields.
Okay,
and dirt
there we
roads.
go. There's our, sorry, give me a sec here, wrong button. We still got strong winds, obviously green and red. I'm seeing less of a couplet here, but it is still a couplet at this point. So again, moving sort of north of Snowflake at this point. So if heading up to the south of Manitou at this point, this rotation and these strong winds. So we'll keep monitoring that and go from there. Uh, uh, what is this? Key Sauce got a tornado warning for my coverage area near Carberry. Carberry, and any chance when available, I could see the map over that area. I think Carberry is somewhere out here. Give me a sec. Let me do a search. It's easier. I know roughly where it is, but no, it's no. You've got a warning for up there for a tornado warning. I have no idea where that would be from. Environment Canada did not put out a tornado warning. There is a watch up there, but there is nothing warned currently.
It probably came over their phone because the alert ready is a bit broken.
Yeah, I was going to say that's the only thing is if alert ready is off by 50 or 60 kilometers or maybe more. But our current rotation is down here by the border. I'm going to switch to our US radar where it's obvious where that rotation is. Again, Carberry, you have nothing to worry about. Um, Right now, the pilot mount is to the north. There's definitely some strong winds, but the rotation or circulation is southeast of Crystal City at this point. So pilot mound is close, but from the rotation, you're about 15, 16 kilometers at this point. So, and it is moving northeast. It's not coming north at this point. So we're going to continue to monitor that and we'll see whether things go from there. So, uh, what else?
Keegan saying I got a warning near Nealon. That's the same problem for you, Keegan. You're probably getting that over your phone from Alert Ready, but you're
Okay.
not inside the tornado warning.
Yeah, that's unfortunate because, again, this is just a very isolated area down by the border. Again, my circle is getting bigger, which is, again, indicative of that circulation and broadening out, which is good thing for the most part, which hopefully means this is weakening. And again, the amount of rain that is in this storm, you are not going to see this tornado if there is a tornado till it's running you over. And so obviously you need to take shelter. Let's continue to march this forward here. Let's delete that up. And then there's our circulation would be kind of right in this area again, heading up towards Manitou at this point. Looks like it's turned a little bit more north, but we'll continue to monitor that. I don't think we have anybody, in the area that can confirm whether this is on the ground or not. Again, even if we have a chaser on it, just with that rain being in there, if it's rain wrapped, you're not going to see it till it's too late. So this kind of situation where there's no visibility and we're working just with radar, I would be in shelter in a basement. If not, if you don't have a basement, you want to have an interior room, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Ideally into a bathtub in a bathroom, and throw something over top of you like a mattress to protect you in the worst case scenario. Again, it was just yesterday that we had tornadoes in Saskatchewan and Manitoba. So with the parameters that are out front of this, it's more than possible that something is ongoing. But we do not have any confirmation from anywhere currently. And we are monitoring social media to see if anybody's posting anything while this is ongoing. So just some strong winds, obviously, to the south of it, which, indicates some strong rotational winds feeding into it. So, uh, okay. I'm just going to stick with this for now until we, see this kind of subside or die down. And again, let's see. I don't think we have anything on the Manitoba side here for cameras. Nothing close by anyway. So I can't even. Sometimes we can use traffic cameras to pick up things like we were using from the North Dakota side. But right now we don't really have access to much. So we've got another minute or so and we should have a new scan here. And then I can update you folks on this one.
I'll be right back really quick.
Okay. So again, if you're just jumping into the stream here, we have circulation that has moved from North Dakota across the border. It is moving northeast, heading up towards Manitou. It is currently south of Pilot Mound. To the northwest of Snowflake at this point. We can see those greens and reds together. That is indicative of rotation. We are farther away from the radar, so we're about 8,000 feet off the ground, so we're about 1.5 miles, so 2.5 kilometers up. But if this rotation is strong enough, it can drill down to the surface. We do not have anybody there, but again, we're starting to see stronger couplets showing again here right in this area. So we have those greens and reds opposing. And this is going to be rain wrapped. If there is anything in there, this has a ton of precipitation around it. And the fact that we have this kind of area in the middle that has lighter precipitation, that sometimes can indicate that you have strong circulation, because that rain is being kind of pushed to the outside of that circulation. Tornadoes will have a gap between the rain and themselves just because of that strong rotation. But usually when you're in that gap, you're too close. Let's put it that way. So again, this does indicate a very strong circulation. It is over a mostly rural area, but there are still places out there. This is east of Crystal City, southeast of Pilot Mound, and it is heading up towards Manitou, La Riviere, and heading in that general direction. So we're just keeping an eye on things, and this is the current scan. This came in at 7:48 p.m. Manitoba time 2 minutes ago. That's probably wrong. Let me just delete that. So let's redo the couplet, and then it's moving probably in this general direction, and this is just an estimate based on what the storm has been doing. So if you are anywhere northeast of this storm and to the north of it, I would suggest getting into shelter. Sometimes when tornadoes die, they will spin off to the north. So if you are north of this circulation and northeast of it, you want to be in shelter at this point, be in your basement. If you don't have one, get into an interior room, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. A bathroom in a bathtub is a very good location. Those bathtubs are metal. They'll protect you, and throw something on top of you like a mattress to protect you in that worst case scenario. So, okay. Okay, so yeah, I'm just gonna stick with this. I'm just checking if there's anything on my chats or comments. Just trying to figure stuff out. So go from there. Okay, so let's see if there's a new scan here. We should have one in about a minute roughly. So uh, just curious what it's thinking. This is a piece of software that runs there, thinking whether there's a actual rotation there. Uh, oof, those winds are picking up to the south of it. So let me see here. This is our latest scan. We are looking at 7:51 p.m. Right in this area here would be roughly where that couplet is located. Again, moving northeast for the most part. Actually, I'm going to double check it, because I think it may have before I confirm on this one. So bear with me for a second, folks. So you can see how this circulation started down south by the border, and I'm just trying to walk it through here. Almost looks like it's trying to occlude north a little bit. So if you're in Pilot Mound, you probably want to be in shelter at this point. It is getting pretty close to there, these reds and greens. So if you are in the Pilot Mound area, this may be a tornado that's trying to die, and they do swing north when they occlude. So I would recommend, out of an abundance of caution, if you are in Pilot Mound or anywhere there, please get into your shelter. It looks like it's getting awfully close to that area. Again, we have this, and it does look like it is moving a little bit northward again. So out of an abundance of caution, be in your shelter. Pilot Mound area, and anywhere north of this and northeast of it, you want to be in that shelter, please. So what else have we got going on here? Okay, so I'm just gonna wait for the next scan. It almost looks like Connor. I don't know if you want to run the cycle and see on radar whether you agree, but I think it just spun north based on that last scan or the last two scans. It almost looks like it's trying to move north. I was looking on reflectivity, and there's also much less rain in the center of that. So I was, if there is a tornado that's ongoing, it will separate that rain from itself somewhat and, throw it to the outside.
I definitely agree that it looks like it has started its occlusion process.
Okay.
However, I do think there may be a little bit of inflow going on just along the literally right on top of the border.
Yeah, I've
Maybe
seen
it
those.
could be handing off to the south.
Yeah, there's the bright skin tone colors, and that's what had me concerned because those are very strong down there. So we'll continue to monitor it. And again, this is in the rain. You're not going to see this till it's too late. So we're just going to continue, monitoring this. This is near Pilot Mound. Uh, what is going on there? Uh, is it wrapping back into itself here? Uh, Let me see from a different radar. Bear with us, folks, for 1 second. Let me see. I'll switch over to Foxwarn. I can't. There's so much radar noise in Foxwarn, or sorry, Woodlands, I should say, not Foxwarn. And I don't have any other radar that I can look at it from. Um, let's see if on the edge of Foxwarn, it's hard to tell right now. So let me switch back to our US radar. That's the only one that's any good down in this area, which is frustrating for, our Canadian radar should be able to read things before, to the edge of where our country is. But um, it looks really broad, this circulation. That's why I'm struggling, folks. It almost looks like, it's wrapping in like this. But that's a very big couplet for that. So I'm just not sure. Let's see on reflectivity here. Um,
Just so you know, Shannon is going to be in front of this storm.
okay. See if I've got her video feed coming up here. Let me refresh her. Okay, so we do have a view from there. She's about to get in front of it. So we'll pull that up in a second here. So again, if you are anywhere in near that orange circle to the northeast of it, you want to be in your shelter. We're getting a view here from Shannon. I'm going to pull that up. So she's coming down a road here. Again, I suspect that we won't see a whole lot just from the sheer fact that it could be rain wrapped at this point, but we'll see if that. I'm looking on that right hand side, just trying to see a view into the storm. It's going to be buried in behind that rain, I suspect, if that's the storm that we're looking at. So I'll still keep it up here on the screen. But right now, again, going to go back to my radar. If you are anywhere around Pilot Mound, you definitely need to be in shelter. This is a strong circulation. So anywhere in this area, right now it's really hard to read on the radar signature. So anywhere close to this proximity, you want to be in shelter regardless of direction. So that's the storm right there in the center of the screen. And again, it's going to be buried in rain. You can't really see anything back in there. Where is Shannon currently, Connor? Oh, that's funny. I don't have your audio. Give me a sec. I'm going to switch it back. I'm just watching her stream before I switch back, Connor. I'll get back to you in a second. Okay, let me switch back. Let me go to this. Um, yeah, so she's sitting where right now?
She is just to the south of Manitou on looks like County Road 244.
Okay, so she is. She's sitting right in front of it, right here between these two number threes, roughly. She's just around that Manitou area, actually just to the south of that. So she's literally out front of this storm. And as you can see, we have no real view at this point as to what's going on there. I'm just going to switch back to her full view here. If there's anything, it's in that rain in the back there. I would think on the right-hand side of the image, but again, not seeing anything obvious on here in terms of some strong rotation at the surface, but it could be quite buried in that rain. So again, tornado warned at this point, and they're just going to reposition here. So I'll switch back to us and we'll bring that up and hopefully her stream will come back here. So we do have this rotation. It definitely broadened out quite a bit compared to how it was earlier. I'm hoping that's a good sign. I'll show you where this rotation came from back to the south. You can follow it just south of that North Dakota border, and you can see how that's moved up. But now it's almost like it's cycling or something like that, or it's trying to hand off. Would be my guess, but we'll keep an eye on Shannon's stream there if anything jumps up. She definitely got onto the tornado yesterday by Rossburn, so very experienced storm chaser, and we'll see if we can get some more images there for you folks at this point. We are 7:57 p.m., so we should see another scan here. And let's take a look how high this last scan. We're 8,500 feet, roughly almost 9,000 feet. So that's the problem, is we're starting to get high up in the storm, and the circulation that high in the storm will be less organized at this point. So again, we'll just monitor it. Lake Time, good to see you. I don't think it's anticyclonic at this point, unless I'm missing something. I still think this is still a cyclonic tornado.
Yep.
Nothing. Yeah. Okay. Now, this is interesting. So, this latest scan, let me pull that up. We'll delete this out. We'll switch to reflectivity. I definitely think it's kind of gusting out at this point on that southern end, and that green is just kind of dropping down from the storm above it. Might be the RFD, but give me a sec here. I don't see an obvious couplet at this point. Connor, what do you think?
I would agree that there's not an obvious thing there. If anything, it would be at Snowflake again, but I'm not seeing anything that's too obvious.
Yeah, it's definitely broken up. There are some strong winds here, so associated with this storm. So let me just read that for you folks on the leading edge here. 108 kilometers, but this is almost 10,000 feet off the ground. So we're talking, close to 3 kilometers at this point. So very high up in the storm. If there was anything as far as a couplet was concerned, I would think it's right in this area, right in here. But the problem with this is that that tornadic circulation doesn't always just drill straight down. It can be on an angle, that kind of thing. So again, 10,000 feet up, we're several kilometers ahead. So it's not as obvious on these last few scans. So I'm hoping that's because the circulation is breaking down and maybe gusting out. So we still have Shannon on it. The view there at the bottom of your screen. But we don't have any confirmation anywhere of anything, I don't think. So I'm just going to refresh here and see if I've got anything. No, I don't.
Yeah, there's nothing. There's no other chasers around there other than her at this point, I believe.
Okay, yeah, most of them probably gave up because this was just a giant rain-making event. But again, just for folks that are jumping in on the stream or looking for an update, I will back up the radar for you. We'll go back to the beginning here. And if you back this up, I'm going to go much more satellite view from this. You can see those red and greens were much tighter as it was over the border. And this is what kind of triggered it right here. You could see that bright pink with green next to it, and it just slowly moving northeast across the border. And then you can see that the colors are much broader, in terms of the couplet itself. So again, I suspect there's nothing here at this point on the surface. And this is a circulation that is breaking down. and you can just see how that's marching forward there. So this is 8:02 p.m. So we just got that last scan, and again, I would suspect that there's not a whole lot, but out of an abundance of caution, I would say be in shelter just to be sure. Again, with the amount of rain that's involved in this, it will be buried in there and you won't see it till it's too late. And I'm just going to look at the overall strength of the storm. So here, I just want you folks to notice how red the precipitation is. So how much red there is, how much orange. And as this is breaking down, you're starting to see yellow showing up in there, which means that precipitation is going down. Signs of a storm weakening. So that is also a good thing in that regards. There is wind in here definitely at this level, whether it's getting to the surface or not, not sure, but southwest of Manitou, there are some strong winds way up there. So I'm just going to pull up Shannon's stream here. She looks like she's out in front of it. It does look a little bit shelfy in areas, but I'm going to take a look, wait till we get a bit of a better picture here. And it's only 20 degrees Celsius in Manitou, so that's another good indicator. If you are out in temperatures of 20 degrees, it's harder for tornadoes to form. So let's swing back here. Sorry, I'll pull this one up and we'll just keep an eye on that.
The tornado warning was canceled, just FYI.
Okay, on the Canadian side.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll just do a thank you. So that's good news. So the warning has been dropped at this point. Again, it did look like this circulation was falling apart. And now Environment Canada has dropped that tornado warning. So obviously gave everybody a bit of a scare, but we're in a much better place at this point. Let me switch over to Woodlands radar, and then we can look at what is happening here. So storm to the east. Sorry,
big shelf on her stream.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just put up the radar and I heard wow, so I thought what was going on there, but yeah, that's why I said it looks very shelfy on that right-hand side as she was approaching it. So let me see if I can get her stream to refresh here. Let's see if we can get that back. Nope. Starlink doesn't work everywhere. So anyways, right now we just have a ton of rain. So let's get back into the comments and questions. We're going to update everybody what's going on now that tornado warning storm is over with. You can see that things are moving northward. Back on the west side of Manitoba, Brandon is kind of the cutoff point. To the north of there, there's still a bunch of rain and it's pushing up that way. We have a storm to the east side of Winnipeg. Definitely very intense rainfall there. So we'll go take a look at that. And then I'm going to look at the Ontario side and just update everybody what's going on in the northwest side of Ontario. So let's take a look here. This is near east of Beausejour and kind of southwest of Pinawa. Let's see if there's any velocities in here. There aren't anything that's jumping up and down at me. This is just very heavy precipitation drifting northward, heading up to Lac du Bonnet and kind of continuing north from there. So that is a very intense precipitation core. These storms back to the west of Winnipeg are just going through Oakville. Heavy rain, some moderate rain into Portage la Prairie, but this is all moving its way upwards in terms of a northeast trajectory. So that is going to jump up into Oakville, come through Carman, and this will be on the west side of Winnipeg. We'll see whether it will get into Winnipeg, but right now, for the most part, this is just a heavy rainmaker. We obviously had that circulation there, but that has been dropped in terms of the warning for that tornado warning at the south near the Manitoba, North Dakota border. Let's just take a look here from Dryden radar. So let's see. So this is on the Ontario side, northwest Ontario. What are they doing? Dropping the severe warning over there? Oh, God, that just got a whole pile of hail on. No, I'm looking at the different radar. Sorry. My apologies. So north of Fort Francis, along that Highway 11, we do have some storms that have some hail in them. This is how they've progressed across the border. Anywhere you're seeing that pink, you would have small hail in there, pea-sized, maybe up to grape size, but these are basically marching north at this point with a maybe, yeah, no, they're moving basically north. I thought maybe a bit of a rotation to the east, but we'll monitor that if that's the case. So right now, that's the only thing happening there. I'm just going to look from the Thunder Bay radar. And nothing in that area as of yet. So let's go back to Manitoba from Woodlands radar, and we'll keep an eye on things. So, what else is going on here? I saw a rotation on a storm earlier on my radar near Coulter, and now I see it southwest of Pipestone, Manitoba. Can you please check on this? I have family there. That is a question. Let me see here. You were saying near Coulter. Okay.
There
Again,
is one minor rain shower there. There's nothing going on at Pipestone at all.
Okay. Oh there's absolutely nothing down there as far as any kind of rotation. There's not. It's barely raining there right now. If we're talking in the southwest corner of Coulter, which Pipestone would be just to the north of it. So yeah, there's nothing to worry about there. Our only areas of concern are where you're seeing these bright reds and oranges. Those are heavy rainmakers. That's the only area that can potentially have anything happen, like we just saw as things were moving up from North Dakota. So that's just again a good way of knowing where to look on radar for any severe type weather moving through the area. So east of Winnipeg, very large storm and rainmaker over there by Beausejour to the east of it. Might be a little bit of hail in that when it gets to the surface, so something to look for. So okay, yeah, we're good at this point. So again, just that's the most excitement we've seen on the stream in the last almost 4 hours was just the rotation coming through from North Dakota. I'm going to take a look at that North Dakota radar and just see if anything is going to continue coming up with anything that we need to pay attention to. There are some storms firing in the North Dakota side. They are very elongated. Basically, they are very skinny, long storms instead of being round. And that is usually pretty good in the sense that they will have more difficulty trying to rotate or produce anything. So again, they're probably just going to be severe storms at the most, and that's basically it here at this time. So and you can see in Minnesota here, so this is going to be the stuff going towards Thunder Bay, starting to get itself organized here. Let me see where our local radar is. Fargo. There's a storm over Fargo that's a more roundish storm that if that was to develop and continue, that would be the type of storm I would pay attention to because it will get that shape to it, and that's kind of indicative of a storm. It's by itself. Remember, we were talking about the isolated storm, so I'm looking at velocities in there just to see if anything's already rotating. It isn't so far, but if this storm stays isolated and grows in size and strength, that would be one I would definitely pay attention to as it's moving northeast. And then we have these other storms forming in Minnesota that will probably head towards Thunder Bay roughly, but those storms down there are the ones I'm going to keep an eye on for the Ontario side of things more than the Manitoba side of things. So let's just take a look here.
Brett, thank you very much for the 5 gifted memberships. We really appreciate it.
Oh, I missed that. Oh, it's because we've got it on the. I haven't fixed. Sorry. Yes, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Rossburn, Manitoba, Corinne asking about that. So right now, Rossburn is just a bunch of rain. There's nothing of any significance, especially compared to yesterday. Unfortunately, a tornado impacting that area that we did live stream here on the channel. So that is, where are we? Rossburn. I like finding them without trying to type the name in there. So Highway 16, it went across. It's got to be somewhere right here. There's Oakburn, Shoal Lake. Oh, there it is. I knew I was going to find it eventually. Um, so yeah, there's
Believed
just a
in you.
bunch of, yeah, there's a bunch of rain in there at this point, so nothing to be concerned about. You're good to go on that front. So it's today it's just a bunch of rain, and I don't see anything on that western side that would be an issue. So Shannon's back underway here, and I'm actually going to change something in the settings here rather than that. Let's go that way. Very shelfy in front of her, that's for sure. If you look at her stream, yeah, big giant shelf just pushing through, and some birds. But yeah, this is just very smooth laminar structure in that storm, and does look very shelfy in that regard. So we'll keep an eye on that and jump back to it. So what else? What direction is it predict? Okay, so we've got a question here. The storm that's over top of the Winkler area, it's moving northeast right now, so that's heading to the west side of Winnipeg. There are some storms firing in front of it now, so those may go right into Winnipeg. Let's take a look at that. You can see that over the last few scans, there's a bunch of little scattered storms that have popped in front of this. This is marching northeast, so it will catch that portion of Winnipeg right now. Just heavy rain, obviously some lightning. Let's take a look at our wind velocities in there. Nothing super bright heading for Winnipeg yet, but we'll monitor that as it moves northeast. We did have models showing storms, like I said, when we started the stream, around 10 p.m. to midnight roughly was where it was. So it's kind of unfolding in that regards. The severe portion has definitely been on the low end, and we've only had one moment that had our attention here just a short while ago, with that storm coming from North Dakota into Canada or into Manitoba, and it did have rotation on it. So hopefully nothing happened with that, and there was no tornado that was on the ground. We didn't have any confirmation of that, and hopefully everybody's okay there. So what else? Is Shannon's truck gray? No, she doesn't drive a gray one. It is white in color. It's actually white and black, and it's called the Stormtrooper. So anybody who's a Star Wars aficionado, her truck is a Stormtrooper. So I'm gonna try and eat some of my sandwich again now that things have calmed down.
Shannon is currently driving down a dirt road with a speed limit of 90 kilometers an hour. If you can see her stream on there, like, why on earth would you ever go 90 on there? It's literally just cake batter going across the screen here.
That's Manitoba roads. What are you talking about? That's nothing. That's nothing abnormal. Oh, yeah. Well, that's why she has a forerunner. Yep, those are cake batter roads. That is rural Manitoba for you.
They still have a very, very strong wind shear ahead of this line here, so we'll see if it wants to
Try and
pick
do
up
something.
steam again. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I would not be surprised if the leading edge tried something. The back corner, I don't. It's definitely weakened on that back southwest side. So Oakville right now getting into a ton of rain just to the east of Portage La Prairie as well. Maybe a little bit of hail in that as well. So yeah, we'll continue to monitor this. Is moving northeast. We have a question here. What does a Swan River area look like? Unfortunately, the Swan River area is going to be a lot of rain. Again, way to the north, we start to get out of range here, but that should be Swan River. All of this rain, this is all rain in there pushing north. And they were talking 90 to 150 millimeters of rain would be kind of the maximum, depending where you are. But this is a big rainmaker at this point. So lots of rain for Swan River. Unfortunately, I know that is not what you want to hear. So Shannon is her stream is right now on. She's near Winkler. No, actually, no, she wouldn't be near Winkler. She's near Manitou, maybe.
She is in between Manitou and Winkler. Or sorry, called
So
Darlingford. She's right
I
by.
Yeah, I cut you off because I switched to Shannon's stream, unfortunately, because I only have her set up on that one. But there's definitely some motion on this above her where she's at. If you look at her stream, I'll bring it up here. Uh, it's definitely on that top left corner. You can see it bowing out, but it just looks like, a line at this point, just a lot of storm, not very organized. And I bet you on the other side of this, it's somewhat shelfy like, possibly, but um, doesn't look super organized at this point. So we'll continue to monitor that. So again, we talked about Swan River. Unfortunately, a lot more water headed that way. Rach Wall, thank you for what you do. Our pleasure. Uh, Curtis saying, I meant to type the stormtrooper is Shan's baby. Yes, that forerunner has been really good to her. So, what else have we got here? John from Calgary is saying, tell Saskatchewan to take its smoke back. We're at a high of 11 here in Calgary. That is cool for sure. Here in Eastern Ontario today, it hit 30 degrees at my house. That's where that air conditioning system is working its butt off to try and keep everything cool. So they just updated the severe thunderstorm warning and they've expired it. So this whole thunderstorm warning here around Morden, Winkler, Miami, Manitou, Carmen, that is now expired. And again, things have moved to the north. Oakville right now might have a little bit of hail just to the south of it. That's the only really bright spot that I'm seeing in that area. And then back to the east and northeast of Winnipeg, we do have a bit of hail on Highway 11, it looks like, south of Lac du Bonnet. That is the other area of intense precipitation, but this is very small hail. This is going to be pea-sized hail, more than likely. So not a whole lot of hail within this, and our temperatures are pretty cool. Again, I think Shannon was showing somewhere around 20 degrees where she's located now down near Manitou area. So Heather saying that lots of rain right now, a couple miles north of Morden. And yes, you guys are going to have rain throughout this evening, but the severe component is definitely diminishing as time walks on. And let's just scream into here. So down there, you have to your southwest, there's a bunch of rain coming in from the North Dakota side. So you're going to see rain probably for a little bit here around the Morden area. And for the next hour or so, if that does continue, they have extended the thunderstorm warning here to the north. They've kept the south in there for some reason, but tracking a severe thunderstorm at 8:20 p.m., capable of producing damaging wind, loony to ping pong ball sized hail, and heavy rain. Those are kind of the maximum components, but we would say that our hail is tucked in here right near the Winnipeg River, it looks like, and south of Lac du Bonnet. So 8:17 p.m., that's 5 minutes ago on that scan. We get our updates every 8 minutes. So we're still waiting for another one to come in here. And you can see how this has unfolded over the last few hours. Storms on the west side are just moving north. Lots of rain on the west side with that yellow, green, and lighter oranges. The areas with dark orange and red, you can see to the east of Winnipeg or northeast of Winnipeg, and then back to the southwest of Winnipeg at this point. So Want to point out this is a classic whale's mouth um, type formation on a storm that you can see here from the right side. It kind of curves and hangs over to the left. That's what we refer to as a whale's mouth, and that's usually a storm that has converted into being outflow dominant.
Uh, Rach Wall was asking if Morden has a tornado watch. Is that accurate? Rach, yes, that is accurate. Morden is still inside the tornado watch technically. However, this severe weather threat, you're well past it at this point. There's nothing much else going on for Morden as this line passes. So yeah, even though you're in the tornado watch, I wouldn't worry too much at this point there, Rach.
Just seeing a comment here from Veronica saying that comment about Darlingford. Where do you see that? I'm trying to find it just so I can bring it up here.
It was just to the east southeast of Manitou, just above County Road 3.
Okay, let me
You gotta
stop the
you gotta
radar.
zoom in a fair bit to see it.
Yeah, yeah. Just looking at velocities, but they're going to be polluted here with that radar noise, unfortunately. I'm just trying to find the comment about that. Where do you? I'm just.
I believe it was retracted.
Oh, okay.
Corinne asking about how about Rossburn? Rossburn's fine, Corinne. Just a whole bunch of rain going on there. Nothing crazy going on after last night, that's for sure.
Yes, and that's a statement we can apply to most people. Again, the tornado watch is out, and I want to make sure that people understand tornado watch just means the conditions are possible for tornadoes. When you have a warning like we did for the storm coming from North Dakota, that means that there's possibly a tornado ongoing. So, watch always will precede the warning 99% of the time because you're getting told, hey, keep your head on a swivel. There's conditions that may be favorable for tornadoes. And then when you get a warning, there's possibly a tornado near you, developing or trying to develop. So let's swing back to the Ontario side and just see what's happening there from the Dryden radar. Uh, the hail seems to be subsiding on these storms that are drifting north from Fort Francis along that Highway 11, kind of drifting up towards Dryden and Highway 17. The pinks and purples have definitely gone out of that compared to what was there earlier. If I zoom in on this, you'll see there were some plenty of pixels of pink, but they are mostly disappearing at this point as they move northward. So that's always a good sign for that. So the only thing we're seeing on the Ontario side, I'm going to look here from our radar just near Thunder Bay. And then into Minnesota, I'm just going to keep an eye on some things because there are storms down there that may end up in the Ontario side of things later tonight. So let's just take a look here. The Fargo storm looks like it's trying to split and it's rotating. Is that tornado warned by Fargo?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so this is what we call rotation on a storm. That's why as soon as I saw this, I know we're looking at a possible tornado ongoing. This is in Fargo, North Dakota, and you can see the this signature on radar, the way this storm looks, and that's the one I was highlighting that if anything could rotate, it would be this storm that's isolated by itself. This is what's going on there. So we will watch it. Obviously, we don't monitor the U.S. side, but if it continues to stay isolated and moves towards Canada, obviously it's still quite a distance away. There's a lot of time before this gets anywhere in play. But if I go from the border, roughly, it's 260 kilometers away. So right now, no issue as far as anything impactful for Canada, but this is a signature of a strong couplet. That is another signature of a strong couplet here. So possibly a tornado ongoing on the southeast side of Fargo, North Dakota. Do we have, is there anybody chasing that out of curiosity?
Yeah, there's a bunch of them. Like Brandon Kopic is down there, and Freddie McKinney
Gotcha.
is down there too.
Well, if they're there, there's probably a chance that that's a tornado because those guys get to tornadoes. So we'll switch back here to Manitoba, and we're just going to watch those storms develop because those, again, could come into play later on for the Ontario side. And that's why we're it's an early warning for us to pay attention to those storms because they potentially are producing tornadoes right now. So northeast of Winnipeg, we still have some hail, small pea-sized hail around Lac du Bonnet. And that would be one area. And then again, back to the west here, I'm going to see there doesn't seem to be any hail, but just heavy rain through Oakville at this point, south through Highway 2, down to Miami, and then down to the border. But it is mostly orange in there. The reds are disappearing slowly, which is also a good sign, meaning that the precipitation is subsiding on it, because you can see here in their line there's much more red, and then breaking down for yellow and green and a little bit of orange in there. So that's a good sign. As well as this approaches Winnipeg, there are some showers around the Winnipeg area. That's all they are. There's even maybe one lightning bolt to the north, but right now those are the only storms moving through Winnipeg, and they are very regular rain showers at this point. So just heavy precip associated with it because they are into that orange color, but nothing to be concerned about. So
Amanda is asking, I just saw wind on the radar at 107 kilometers an hour just south of Morden. Is that actually right? Amanda, so the wind that you're seeing on radar south of Morden, while it does show multiple spots there are 100 kilometers an hour plus, you also have to keep in mind that Morden is quite far from the radar. So that radar reading is still 5,000 feet off the ground. So it's quite unlikely that 100 kilometers an hour is reaching the surface at this point, Amanda. But still, strong gusty winds like 70 to 80 kilometers an hour is still probably ongoing at this point.
I'm going to bring up Shannon's stream here. Just as I do, it freezes or something. Oh, there we go. We're going over some railroad tracks. It's got an interesting look to it. Hopefully, we'll see it on the other side of the trees here. So I'll swing back to it in a moment. Um, just looking down by Morden. Switch over to the velocity scans. So on the U.S., was it? What's it showing on the U? Well, yeah, there's some stronger winds in there from the U.S. radar. I'm just going to see how close we are to that. That's even higher up in the storm, and it's reading 90 kilometers an hour, but that's at 12,000 feet. So um, this bright blue kind of throws me off just because of how it's located in reference to the storm. It's I'm just flipping back and forth, just trying to see here. Um, like Connor was saying, I don't think there's anything at the surface that's remotely close to that. And there's Shannon Storm right there. Uh, so this is near Manitou. I'm going to take a look here. Let me just see where she's at. She's actually west of Morden, looking into this storm. Just watching what's unfolding here. So hang tight here. We're going to watch radar as well. But I'm going to leave Shannon's stream on here. Obviously, quite the structure to this storm right now. Going into a dip there. It's a very pretty storm,
Sure
but
is.
um, too many other storms around it, and it has lined out. If that was on its own, I would definitely be paying attention to that one for sure. Um, Northeast of Winnipeg again, 8:29 p.m. This is 4 minutes ago. We still have some hail here. Again, pea-sized hail, maybe slightly larger up to grapes, but that would be the most of it there. And then again, back to the west of Winnipeg or southwest of Winnipeg, it is mostly just rain, heavy precipitation in that moderate to moderate heavy rain. And by the airport, we have some showers moving into the west side of Winnipeg, but nothing too crazy at this point. That's just rain with maybe one or two lightning strikes. And let's keep an eye on the Canadian or the Ontario side as well into northwest Ontario. Just that line marching northward at this point. So that's all that's happening over there. So definitely a different tone to the stream today. We're not as high end in terms of the events that took place compared to yesterday, which is obviously a good thing for those in the path of it. And sorry, just going to click that to straighten it out. And just looking at storms again back into Minnesota and then by Fargo. Obviously, we've got that storm that's trying to produce a tornado. I'm just going to see. It's definitely still looks like it's trying to produce a tornado to the east side of Fargo. Has there been anything on social media that you've seen down there, Connor, out of curiosity?
Nope.
Okay. So yeah, that's where we're at right now. Just all these storms that are, around here, but mostly rain. And again, back to the west side of Manitoba, we are talking. You can see the size of this thing. This is just a ton of rain that is just continuing to make its way through the western portion on the north side, heading up towards Dauphin and through that area there. So along that Manitoba Saskatchewan border is what's going on. So
We had somebody ask about Sandy Bay, Manitoba. Sandy Bay is right along Lake Manitoba to the north. It's just pouring rain there. There's nothing going on other than just really, really heavy rain. So nothing to worry about there in Sandy Bay.
okay, perfect. Did your cat make an appearance?
Did she?
I don't know. I said somebody says I see a kitty, so I'm like, well, that could only be your cat. That's what else? So you can see how this is rotating through the area of Manitoba. And again, this is to the west of Winnipeg. There are some storms with lightning to the west coming up. They will come into Winnipeg as well, but nothing on this end is of any severe capability right now. To the east or northeast of Winnipeg, we have that one storm that you can see here down northeast of Beauséjour or Lac du Bonnet. There's a bunch of precipitation in there, lightning. Let's take a look at our velocities. Let me just see what's going on here. Just going. Oh, that's like underneath it. That's interesting. It's sticking in the same area. Anyways, that is not rotation at this point, I don't believe. Just based on that. But heavy precipitation in there with some smaller hail. You're looking probably pea-sized to grapes roughly in this. And that's our latest scan that just updated. So the hail core has subsided and we're only tucked in here just to the southeast of Lac du Bonnet. And that storm just continues to be a very heavy rainmaker at this point. So a little bit of a storm on the Ontario-Manitoba border. We'll take a look at that one if it continues to pick up intensity. And the line to the west basically stretches from, where are we here? This is kind of north of Oakville, but I'm just trying to find Saint Laurent to the south, through Oakville all the way down to the North Dakota border. There's just a solid rain line of rain as it's moving northeast towards Winnipeg. So again, that southern portion will get in there at this point. So what else?
Daryl was at it was has a question in the chat. He says, "Hi, gentlemen. Don't know if you've already discussed, but do you expect an MCS tomorrow in Ottawa?" Yes, I know you are covering out west. Um, Daryl, there's a good chance for some pretty significant severe weather in Ottawa area tomorrow. Um, where it's still up in the air whether it's going to be a big line or if it's going to be just discrete storms by themselves. So still a work in progress with models and seeing what they can come up with and what the forecast is going to truly be in the morning. But yes, there is a pretty good chance for some severe weather in Ottawa tomorrow. Um, And if anybody else has any questions in the chat that you want to put up, you absolutely can. That's what we're here for, to answer all your questions that you might have. So, um,
As long as they're weather
again,
related.
yeah, as long as they're weather related. We're still watching this. The line looks to be dying off a little bit, thinning out around the Winkler area there. Um, Definitely losing the heaviness of its precip and really shrinking in width. So that one might be dying off, but it still has a pretty good environment ahead of it. So we'll see what it does in the future there in the next few scans. And then if we go over to Ontario, that is also just a complete mess. Numerous hail cores across the board there, north of Fort Francis in the forests. But again, that's just a big mess in Ontario. That might be the word of the day. It's just a mess with these storms today. Still also seeing some hail just to the east of Lac du Bonnet in Manitoba. That is still severe warned as well. But um, we did get a radar scan about 4 minutes ago. So we're just kind of chilling and waiting for the next one to come in. But let me see. Let me pull up velocity beside me here. And I don't know if you see that, Tom, the Lac du Bonnet thing. I'm pretty sure that's just a lot of radar noise going on up there. Um, but it is
Yes.
still pretty windy down there in Winkler at the same time. As we said, we had a question earlier from Amanda talking about the strength of the wind on radar. But if you hover over that, it's still multiple thousands of feet off the ground. So very very strong. 100 kilometers an hour is probably not making it to the surface at this point around the Winkler area. But that is still short-lived but definitely windy storm that's severe warned at Winkler, and we'll have to see if they rewarn that. They might not though, because part of that line is already out of the severe warning north of Winkler. So we'll have to see if they want to
That
re-up that
severe
severe
warning
warning.
is it's actually expired.
Oh, well.
Yeah. So there's the only severe warning we have left in Manitoba right now is for that Lac du Bonnet area that they just extended north as we're looking at it right here flashing. And they've also updated the severe thunderstorm watch. I just don't know what they've done. They've let it go for another 12 hours. What? Till tomorrow morning. So they've extended the thunderstorm watch for, uh, and it's weird. The wording is about driving conditions. What? That may be a mistake. We'll go back to that one in a minute when they update that because there's definitely some wording missing out of that. And I think okay, the tornado watch area just got shrunk back, did it? On the Manitoba side? Yes, it's only uh, a small box here now east of Boissevain and west of Winkler. That's the only area that's left for tornado watch, and they've expired that as well. So Environment Canada has dropped all tornado watches right now. I'm just going to do a refresh here. So this is all expired as far as the tornado watch is concerned. The severe warning down to the south here by Carmen and Morden and Winkler, that's expired. And then the only one left currently active right now is for the storm. And that hail just picked up significantly here to the northeast. So right near Pinawa, north of there. We would have probably a grape-sized hail or maybe slightly larger, and this is moving north-northeast around that Lac du Bonnet area or Bird River. So that is heading north. The rest of it back to the west here. This is just for now a non-severe line of storms essentially. So quite a bit of rain in there, some wind obviously, and lots of lightning, but I don't see any hail in any of this line that stretches again from the north of Oakville back down across the Trans-Canada, across to through Carmen, and then Morden and Winkler area. So again, just heavy precipitation heading towards. Again, it'll get into Winnipeg a little bit, but that's all we're seeing at this point. And then back to the west side of Manitoba, a mountain of rain. That's basically what we're talking about, and that is drifting north. So Brandon seems to be out of the weather at this point, and all of this is just going northward and a bit into Saskatchewan as well. But you can see how that is just kind of morphing its way to the north from here. So what else? So just getting a comment that somebody's in Winkler here. The name is too long, so I can't. Let me switch back here. I'll bring it up. I'm in Winkler, and it says there's no rain there, but give me a sec. It's about to rain in Winkler. There's a lot of clouds coming here, but you are about to get hit by some rain. You can see this back to your west. This is 8:41, 3 minutes ago, so there's about to be a bunch of rain in Winkler. So definitely rain on your doorstep, but it's not going to be long lived because this is not a very wide band of rain and moving northeast at this point. So again, we'll get into the edge of Winnipeg and we'll see whether that continues to march into Winnipeg. But again, did they just severe warn it? Yes, they just severed this portion here, 8:42 p.m. Tracking a severe thunderstorm capable of producing damaging wind gusts, quarter-size hail, and heavy rain. This is for north of Carmen, and I'm just seeing they've overlapped this corner. So let me draw it out. So we've got some overlapping ones. Just gonna highlight that in orange. So this severe warning was just put out. The other line is for the box below, and they're updating it here again. So I'll read that for you folks. So we'll delete that. It's flashing. Let's take a look. They're saying thunderstorm location is at Carmen, 15 kilometers, bracket 13 kilometers northwest of Culross. Moving east at 20 kilometers an hour, and then locations in the path are Carmen, Elm Creek, Homewood, and Sperling. And I would suspect that's for heavy precipitation and possibly overland flooding. I don't see any hail within that line of storms, so not what I would expect as far as the hail side of things, just more precipitation for that heavy rain, especially over a saturated area that is, doesn't have anywhere else to put the water at this point. So let's just take a look here. Winnipeg, there's storms around there or showers around there, but only one that has lightning, it looks like, is somewhere on the west side or the northwest side, and that's more than likely originating from the line of storms rather than the little ones that are around the city. So yeah, this is definitely unfolding differently. This is so far off what the models were saying. It's kind of funny.
There's a big shift, like differently in Eastern Ontario tomorrow too. Everything looks a little bit further west, but very very potent storm around like noon coming down from Northern Ontario, and then potential supercells later on in Southern Ontario. But Eastern Ontario looks a little bit rainy.
That's not making you happy.
No, definitely not. I'm pretty bummed at this point from a chasing perspective.
Yeah, understand. So this thunderstorm warning for the storm near Lac du Bonnet saying, just getting updated here by Environment Canada. Meteorologists are tracking a severe thunderstorm capable of producing damaging wind, loony to ping pong ball sized hail, and heavy rain. And that is just to the north of Pinawa. We're waiting for an update here. That is our last scan that we had there earlier. So that's obviously to do with all this hail. That's why they've severe warned it. So we should have a new scan here within about 1 minute or less, hopefully. So we'll keep an eye on that and go from there. Something else just got updated. Where is that? No, it's not in any of our area right here. So that's probably somewhere else in Canada. Um,
Where was oh, there's oh my gosh, there's a bunch of severe warnings in Alberta.
yeah, there
A whole
there
bunch.
was us.
Eh,
Yeah, between Edmonton and Red Deer, I see those. Yeah,
yeah.
anything exciting over there? Because
Yeah,
it's
there's
not
a
exciting and
there's a good hailer south of Edmonton, just north of, Wetaskiwin.
oh yeah, okay. Spell that for me without looking at it.
Wetaskawin. Did I do it?
I don't know. I didn't see it, so I couldn't tell you. So we're still waiting for a scan here. We should see it any second, hopefully. Just waiting for this update on the hail. There it is. So again, still quite a bit of hail in this storm, just to the southwest of Bird River. As you can see it on your screen there, right around that Lac du Bonnet area near Lee River. So that is continuing again, probably grape size hail, roughly in that at this point. Lots of lightning on it, and it continues to make its way. The storm here by west of Winnipeg, let's see what that's doing. Um, it's getting really close to that radar. That's the other thing. It's near Woodlands radar. Down here to the south, this is the only severe warned portion. Let's take a look at velocities on that. I don't see anything at all on velocity at this point that would jump out at me. Let's see the winds up to the north to see if they're pushing out of this, whether it's gone outflow dominant. And it hasn't, so there's not a lot there going on. Questions. We've got a question from Janet asking about does the app show the strength of winds for Manitoba tomorrow? Local TV station said strong winds. 70 kilometers an hour for tomorrow near the Minnedosa area. So the app will, if we look at models, we would have to look at several models to get an assessment. That's what we use. Obviously not, doesn't make sense right now during the live stream is what I'm trying to spit out. But again, if some of the models 70-kilometer winds is kind of a possibility would based on what weather has been moving through the area. So I would not be at all shocked about that, Janet, at this point. So Joy saying I have a flood. That's unfortunate. I'm sorry to hear that. We were hearing people getting obviously lots of rain in many areas of Manitoba and Saskatchewan. Always hate to hear that when people are being impacted by the weather in that way. So Gamer Mom saying hi everyone, love you, love from Milton, Ontario. You guys always do an amazing job. Thank you very much for the kind words. Really appreciate that. Good to see you in the chat as always. We may be on for tomorrow as well. So let's take a look here. I've got some storms firing here near Kenora to the north. So there is some hail within these storms. That's why this severe warning just went out on the Ontario side. So let me just populate that. Just tracking a severe thunderstorm capable of producing strong wind gusts, quarter-size hail, and heavy rain. Our hail would be here, and this is, I'm going to struggle to pronounce it, Wabasimung. Independent nations, there's definitely some hail up that way. I would say grape size or smaller at this point from those storms up there. So that's why they've been severe warned. That is going to move north. You can see how that's just popped over in that area. And then let's take a look at our line of storms moving up towards Dryden at this point. So there is some hail back here just north of Highway 11, back to the west of Atikokan or Atikokan, one of the two, hopefully. Anyways, there's a little bit of hail just traveling to the north of Highway 11. Again, grape size hail or smaller would be my take on that one there. So that is a bit of a mess in there as well. And I'm just going to see what's going on south of the border, just if there's anything exciting happening. A bunch of funnel clouds. This is all by tornado 3 minutes ago. This is all by Fargo. So that storm is definitely trying to get its act together and getting lots of reports on it. Wall cloud, tornado, funnel cloud. So this is all on the North Dakota side. So there's definitely some activity going on that storm. It is moving. Looks like it's just moving northeast at a very snail's pace would be the best way to do it. But again, heading towards Canada, so we'll have to keep an eye on it. It's still a very long way from anything getting remotely into Canada. So for now, we will continue to monitor the Manitoba side of things and then watch what's going on. So right now, one severe warning near north of Pinawa. Again, for that hail, we should have a new scan here very shortly on that one. And then we have the line of storms that only one portion of it is considered severe and more than likely for heavy rain for overland flooding. The rest of it is non-severe at this point, just lots of rain and lightning involved in that. Obviously some winds, but that's basically all that we have going on right now. So they're just updating this severe on the Ontario side. Let me go take a look at that. Still just tracking a thunderstorm capable of producing damaging wind gusts, quarter-size hail, and heavy rain. So no update there.
Funky Monkey was had a thing in the chat here. It says there was a tornado in Rossburn, Manitoba yesterday. If you search tornado near Rossburn destroys family home on YouTube, there's a video of the house in the yard. Yes. So Funky Monkey, we actually had our storm chaser Shannon Bolesky was there on that storm yesterday, and we watched that tornado form pretty well almost from start to finish on our stream yesterday. So if you go back and rewatch our stream from yesterday, I believe it was at about I want to say like 7:30 Manitoba time. It was about 3 hours and 30 minutes into the stream, somewhere in there.
Yeah, it's too bad Shannon didn't have her Starlink yesterday. It would
No
have
kidding.
it would have given better data, but we still got great footage of that tornado forming over the highway and just planting right next to it. And it was a very solid cone wedge type tornado. And unfortunately, it did impact a bunch of properties. They did search and rescue. There's, if you're Funky Monkey, if you were looking at a two-story brick home, that's more than likely what you saw because that's circulating a lot on social media. That was the home that they did the search and rescue at yesterday when they saw that home being impacted by the tornado. So 8:47, we're 9 minutes into an 8-minute cycle, so I'm hoping that we're not having some data issues again. We should every 8 minutes get an update here, so just a bit delayed at this point. That was Woodlands yesterday gave us, or was that Foxwarren that gave us a problem yesterday? It was Foxwarren,
It
wasn't
was
Woodlands.
Foxhorn, yeah.
Yeah, so we'll wait to see what a new scan here is, but nothing, you can tell we're pretty calm. There's nothing, dangerous at this point. The biggest area of concern is this hail core that's north of Pinawa. That's the only thing that on this map when we're looking at it that would be of any kind of concern, other than obviously the flooding that is ongoing, which that's rain impacting, and unfortunately it's still going to continue for that western portion of Manitoba, especially north of that Highway 16, all the way up to Swan River and even further north of there. So I can just kind of flip over. You can see this huge mass of precipitation that's still there. We've been on stream for 4.5 hours, and that rain on that western portion of Manitoba has just been kind of parked there, just dumping rain. So still 8:47 on our last update, so don't have anything new. They are updating these warnings. So still getting a warning for severe thunderstorm warning on this one here. They've just re-updated it. I don't think they changed it. This was near Carmen, south of Oakville, so that one is still being warned. I would again assume that's for precipitation. And until we get a new radar scan here, I can't say for sure. And then the thunderstorm warning for this area to the right, I will read that in a moment. Just tracking a severe thunderstorm capable of producing damaging wind, loony to ping pong ball sized hail, and heavy rain. And that is Pinawa north of there. But that is a 9-10 minute old scan at this point. So that is a little out of date at this point. So um, Verbros Dauphin, I believe, is just rain at this point, and you're going to have rain for several hours at this. There's not, there's a bit of lightning to the southeast, but it's going to continue raining there for quite some time. You can see Dauphin at the very top of it, so you've got at least another hour or two um, uh, before that rain is subsided at this point. So still several hours of rain, unfortunately, for that area as it continues to progress through the storm system right now. So I'm going to try and get this thing to give me an update. No, still 8:47. We are 12 minutes into that 8-minute cycle. So lots of thunder and lightning near Portage, and that would be this line right here to your east. And towards Oakville, there are definitely some good solid lightning strikes. And then the Woodlands radar is just to the north here. That's where we're reading all our data from, although we're not reading it currently because there's no data coming out. So, uh, I think Stroll definitely not a tornado in Tisdale, Saskatchewan at this point. There's nothing over that way, folks. Um, there's barely any storms here, so not sure where that's coming from, but that would not be accurate at this point on the Saskatchewan side. We barely have showers that would qualify as showers at this point. So um, let me swing back over to Manitoba.
Uh, Big Galno says, I live in Fanny-Stell, Manitoba, and I have a weather station in my backyard right now, and I'm getting a rainfall of 1 inch per hour. Wow, very heavy rain.
Holy cow, 1 inch an
Yeah.
hour. Yes. So that's just, where is that?
Fanny-Stell, Manitoba. Let's find out. I'm curious too.
Yeah. Well, I'm just going to look up where, there it is. It's in the severe thunderstorm. Oh, so it's right on the leading edge of the line at this point. So as it's moving in, that where that severe thunderstorm warning is, remember I said I think that's warned for precipitation. That's exactly why, because it is the sky has opened up essentially on this storm here, where we've got the box for severe warning here, Carmen, Elm Creek, and right on the leading edge. But again, we don't have an update from the radar right now. We're flying a little bit blind. Let me see if I have an alternative. Foxwarren will see it, but it's way far. Yeah, so it's moved off. There's some red there, but we're getting to the edge of where Foxwarren can even read radar as well. So we just need an update from Woodlands radar. Otherwise, it's going to make it really hard to update folks as what's going on. Yeah, Stroll saying there were funnels east of Tisdale not long ago. Now really haven't wind and rain in Tisdale. Was there a funnel cloud warning for today in Saskatchewan? I want to say there was something
Uh,
back there. But funnel clouds very
ooh.
rarely get to the surface, but there were, I believe, a funnel cloud warning out that way. Let me just pull up outlooks. And let me just take a look here. So just isolated storms, but that may have been actually the day before.
Yeah, it
Just
was yesterday for sure.
okay. So yeah, the funnel clouds was yesterday at this point, but again, nothing on the Saskatchewan side that's of any danger. Like I said, those are very minor storms, if you can even call them that at this point. So Amanda asking if there's anything going on at Thunder Bay. Right now, there isn't. I can show you what's going on from the Dryden radar. We have this line of storms drifting from Minnesota straight up north through Fort Francis. Around Thunder Bay, we'll take a look at that radar. There is absolutely nothing going on. We are watching storms that are near Minnesota, or in Minnesota, I should say, that could head that way later. Starting to be a little skeptical. It's 9 p.m. right now in terms of Manitoba time. And so Thunder Bay is still in the Eastern time zone. So it's 10 p.m. in Thunder Bay. That changeover is somewhere on 17. I remember just as you get out of Thunder Bay, the time changes somewhere west or northwest of there. And then we have these storms here by Fargo that are firing on a line here. You can clearly see there's a line that these are all triggering off of. This one had a tornado on it. Not sure if it still has one. That's in the center of the screen that you can see right here. This storm is packing a bit of a punch, but a long way from getting to Canada at this point. So not a concern at this time. We still don't have an update from Woodlands. I have a suspicion that Woodlands may have gone down.
Yes, Woodlands is down. Last velocity scan was at 941, and the last reflectivity was at 947. So there's definitely some problems going on with Woodlands.
Yeah, that's 8:47 and 8:41 Manitoba time, just for
Oh,
those.
yes.
Connor's in
Yeah.
Eastern Ontario just as I am, but
Yeah.
I cheat. I change my clocks so I don't make that mistake because we cover all sorts of places now. Oh my God, big Alno or A1 number one. I don't know. Darn, it's now 1.92 an hour. So 2 inches an hour of rain. So at least we're getting updates from weather stations within this line of storms. Cause right now Woodlands radar is not helping us out. I wonder if storms are just going over it. I wonder if there
Our
was
next
some kind of,
project, instead of weather cams, it'll be Canadian Weather Live weather stations. There you go, folks.
yes,
Start signing up.
yes, yes, that'll be our next project. Um, So Amanda just putting a comment here. I'll throw it up as well. Just saying thank you. I'm from Winnipeg, but visiting Thunder Bay right now. We had some crazy weather earlier. Appreciate it. Yes, early this morning or even early afternoon, there were a couple of storms that rolled through there that actually came from Minnesota. I was watching them as they came through. Luckily, they were mostly sub-severe. So, but anyways, oh, now up to 2.45 inches an hour in Fanny Stell. That's crazy.
Shannon just messaged me and said that she's got flooding in Carmen.
She got, do we have her live stream still working?
No, she cut it off. She's headed home at this point. She's
Okay.
just going
Yeah.
through going through Carmen on the way home, and she's saying there's some flooding going on in town.
Gotcha. Smart girl.
Yeah.
From a storm chasing perspective, there's not a whole lot going on at this point. So thanks, Shannon, for streaming. Appreciate it. Even though today didn't pan out on that front, which is, again, good for people in the line of these storms. We're a little stuck on Manitoba right now. I can look at Fox Warren radar and kind of give you guys an update what's going on there because it is still updating. So you can see the storms kind of coming close to Winnipeg. They are still marching that way as we can see here. We're just Woodlands radar is down, which is northwest of Winnipeg. So this is the cycle here. Getting a question: is there a tornado threat right now, and their original as Munich or whatever? It definitely the tornado threat has been eliminated. The watch actually was completely removed in Manitoba, other than the small box directly to the south. Right here, if I zoom in, that is expiring in 34 minutes. So it's expired. All the tornado watches have expired on the Manitoba side. Right now, there still is a tornado watch here in Ontario, it's good for another 5 hours at this point. So that would be 2 a.m. Manitoba time or 3 a.m. Depending where you are in that box, actually, because that box is transected by a time zone. So it would be overnight, kind of middle of the night type thing. So, oh boy. Okay, I'm going to share. This is a flooding picture. It looks like it's from Carmen. Let me bring
Yep.
this up here and I'll share this with you guys. So this is the flooding we were just talking about. So I'll zoom in there. Oh God, there's several feet of water there. Or not, there's probably a foot of water there. So this is just in Carmen. So obviously that heavy rainfall, nowhere for it to go, especially in these saturated areas that already have a ton of rain. So that is from Shannon. And again, that is from Carmen, Manitoba. Down here as this line is moving through. So I'm hoping we have an update. We do not from from Woodlands, I mean. No. So Woodlands radar right now is down, and I don't know if that's because it got hit by lightning, because there's a lot of lightning in that area, and as the storms came through that line, because Woodlands radar is sitting right here, and just as those storms were approaching, suddenly we have no more data coming out of them, or out of it. And that's our only radar in all of eastern Manitoba, so I can't even piggyback anything else at this point. Foxwarren is obviously on the western edge, and the next one would be Dryden, but again, it's so far away, it barely sees into Winnipeg, so our Manitoba side of things is kind of falling apart in terms of being able to report to you folks. And unfortunately, it's because that radar is no longer outputting data. So, we're up to
Original as
3 point.
Munich. Oh,
Yeah, sorry.
original as Munich says, "Is there any tornado threats right now?" And the short answer is absolutely, positively not. There
Yeah,
is nothing,
yeah,
nothing for that at all.
I answered that one just so you know.
Oh, okay.
While you were looking at stuff. Big Al saying 3.25 inches right now an hour. So the rain is just continually going up. That's crazy. Again, heavy precipitation in this line. I'd love to update you folks. So the line that I'm talking about is from the north of Oakville, straight down to the North Dakota border. This was moving. I'll show you the direction it was moving in before we lost that radar coverage, marching towards Winnipeg. Just a ton of heavy rain in that. And then lightning and some wind, obviously, but I can't give you guys any kind of update as far as what's going on because all the radar data has gone down on that. So that's not just us. That's anybody who's trying to reference that radar is going to have an issue at this point. So. Oh my. Braden's still chasing this storm that's up by Lac du Bonnet or whatever up near Bird River. And
Braden's there?
yes, he's watching. He just sent me a photo. So you can see, he said he ran out of road. Anyways, he's chasing this storm. So there's still hail. This is looking from the Dryden radar. So we do have some updates here for Bird River. There's a bunch of hail tucked in here. We are reading higher up into the storm because this is from the Dryden radar, but this is 14,000 feet of elevation. And as it falls down, it will melt somewhat because it's getting into warmer temperatures, obviously much further aloft, cooler temps. So still a bunch of hail here on the eastern side of Manitoba just before you get to the Ontario side of things. But that's pretty funny that Braden is still trying to chase things. He refuses to give up. Just writing to him to thank him. Okay, what else have we got here? Okay, we'll continue on here. Going to try and watch what's going on, but right now, the severe component on the Ontario side near Dryden, these storms are barely meeting the qualifications to be considered severe. The only part that is making it severe at this point are these hail cores, and there's only there's now only one of them on that last update that just came through. So around 622 here, this is Highway 622 northwest of Atikokan. And that's the only hail that we have present right now in these storms, and these are just marching northward. And then because we're still far from the radar, we are showing some more hail west of Grassy Narrows, and we're starting to run out of roads. I don't think there's many roads up here. English River has a bit of hail up there, and then Umfraville Lake, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, to the east. The 315 just kind of stops. Oh no, then it keeps going. It's probably a dirt road or something. But yeah, we do have some hail up here tucked into this storm as well. And then obviously over Bird River. So those are just all the hail cores that are going on at this point. But again, I don't think we have any information from Fox Warren yet. Fox Warren, man, I'm getting tired, folks. Sorry, it's been 3 days here. Woodlands radar still not coming online. So that's making it very difficult for anybody to update folks about what's going on with Winnipeg. But extrapolating from this, basically, we're looking at this line of storms just kind of to the west of Winnipeg and is marching into there. Let me see if we have any traffic cameras. That's going to be the way I'm going to look at this. We might have some cameras that we can look at. That will be the only indicator I can use to see if anything is going on. So let me zoom in here. We have one here on the Trans-Canada. That definitely looks like some rain happening at this point. This is Highway 1 and 332. You can see that's pretty rain-soaked. It doesn't tell me which direction this is pointed in, but I think it's pointed back towards Winnipeg, possibly based on this. And the reason I say that is that the cloud cover is moving over that way. You can see brighter skies to the back or over the horizon there. So again, I think that's looking back towards Winnipeg. We can look at a camera here near Portage. This is where is this? This is Highway 1 east of Portage La Prairie. Looks to be looking back at Portage La Prairie, which would make sense because this just got rain soaked. So the rains have moved through here. This is looking back west towards Portage La Prairie. So let's see if I've got another camera up here, Highway 6 and 236. Nope, no live feed for that. Let's look near the airport, west of Winnipeg. That's looking back into Winnipeg, I believe. So this is looking east. Maybe not actually. This is looking at the storms as it's approaching. So this is looking west out of Winnipeg. I sort of recognize this. Oh yeah, the truck stop is right there on the left-hand side. So this is definitely looking westward from on Highway 1, just west of Winnipeg after the 101. The truck stop's on the left-hand side. That's why I recognize it. Driven that road many times. So storms are not into Headingley yet, but I'm just going to go back to that image and see if I can figure out roughly where it is. It's getting close to Headingley at this point, I would say. And then here, yeah, so now it's pouring rain here at Highway 1 and 332. So the line of storms is between Dakota and then probably Headingley at this point, moving towards the Winnipeg area. And again, we don't have any updates on Woodlands radar at this time, and it may be down for a while here because it's been half an hour since we've had an update. I'm just going to see if they've turned it red. They haven't. I'm going to try and get it to come back here. Just sometimes you can manually get it if it suddenly comes online, but it's not. So we are simply using traffic cameras at this point to try and keep people up to date as to what's going on. This is a construction zone, Highway 75 and 100 South. Obviously, it has rained here, but not currently raining at the time of this image. Let's take a look at the Highway 100 east of 75. And again, it looks wet, but not raining there, or not raining very hard at this time. So no other cameras anywhere down. Oh, I lied. Morris has a camera here, so let's take a look at it. And it looks, it doesn't look like it's really raining there at Highway 75 and Morris. I know that's obviously quite far east of this line, but it's been half an hour since that thing updated for us. So let's take a look here. I'm going to see if I can get Dryden to see if there's any more hail here. And this is 9:11 p.m., so we should have another scan. I'm going to wait for that to come up. Thunder Bay, I'm going to take a look from there. Nothing happening in Thunder Bay. The only storms we have are back to the southwest through Minnesota at this point. I honestly thought big storms were going to go into Thunder Bay tonight, and it doesn't look like that's going to be the case at this point. Their storms may get there, but I don't know how severe they will be by the time they get there, especially because we are 10:20 p.m. Thunder Bay time. So probably dark at this point in Thunder Bay. I'm just going to look at a camera. It's basically dark in Thunder Bay at this point. Highway 11 at Dawson Road, but just wet at this point. Let's just look at this camera in Minnesota. Woof, foggy. That looks very foggy just at Grand Portage on the Minnesota side, right at the U.S.-Canada border. We're getting creative here to cover what's going on in Winnipeg because we don't have, we do not have information right now. So with storms,
Woodlands has the red pill now too.
oh God, that's not good. So that's down. That's the worst time. Mine doesn't show red. Are you special? I'm gonna mine shows red now.
Special.
Yeah, no,
Oh,
I just did a
special
refresh. Yeah, I feel better about myself now. Okay, anyways, so we are definitely getting some stuff there as far as trying to get some data out to you folks, but this is becoming a little bit difficult to update anything to do with Manitoba other than obviously the west side from Fox Warren. We're still getting tons of rain isolated basically north of Brandon at this point. And let me just switch that off and show you guys. So this is still marching up and storms are making their way. They're very close to being into Winnipeg at this point. And again, heavy rain with still lightning associated on it. They have dropped the severe warning, it looks like. Yes, so all severe warnings on the Manitoba side to the west of Winnipeg have dropped. The last severe warning in Manitoba would be on the east side for the storms here. In this, I'm just checking. This was, let me zoom in there. This was Bird River, I believe. Yes, so there's still a bunch of hail up there northeast of Bird River. And that is continuing to head north at this point, starting to get out of range of that Dryden radar. If it gets a little bit further north, it's going to struggle to see that. So those storms are moving north. So I'll show you from the Dryden radar what we're experiencing here. You can see those storms drifting north. South of Dryden, again, the only one in there that is severe warned is for this hail down here on 622. There is definitely some significant hail in that. So that would be probably loony-sized hail, maybe slightly larger than. And again, it is moving north. It's going to head up towards Ignace and 17. So that's what's transpiring there. Nothing in Thunder Bay right now. And we only have some storms firing on the Minnesota side, but they are still a long ways from Canada. So asking if there's any potential for tornadoes in Winnipeg. There is not. All the watches have been dropped for tornadoes. All the potential was very low this afternoon and evening because this was just a very messy rainmaker. We did have one storm try and rotate as it crossed from North Dakota into Manitoba. That was several hours ago. That was the only excitement really on the stream. Brandon, Manitoba had a bunch of hail go through it, I'm sure, early on in our stream. But that's basically all that's going on at this point. So, uh, yeah, the thunderstorms in Thunder Bay are much bigger and intense than anything we experience in southern Ontario from our Toronto. Are we getting more storms overnight in Morden and Winkler area? Actually, if you could run a model just to see what they're thinking, because they extended that severe watch for 12 hours. So I don't know if the latest run on models 18Z or 0Z should be out at this point, right?
It sure is. I have looked at it many times, contemplating what I'm going to do
Oh,
tomorrow.
well, if you could do that for the Manitoba side, we have a question from, looks like Rach Wall. So just wondering if anything's going to happen in Morden Winkler area down by the border where these storms have moved through in terms of flooding. So let's hope that's not what's going on here.
You have absolutely nothing to worry about in the Morden Winkler area. It's all good. It's going to be pretty dry overnight tonight. Nothing really going on. Just a nice night.
Well,
And
um, it's
Weirzy
very
says,
wet there right now. They need to
yes,
dry
for
out
sure.
that area. So
Weirzy says, live in the west end of Winnipeg. Storm is just approaching. Yes, unfortunately, as we said, we can't really see properly what's going on
I
out
think that's an
there
update.
as a.
Sorry, I think that person's just updating us that that their storm is approaching the west side of Winnipeg, uh,
Oh,
just to let us know because we don't have access to radar right now.
yeah, yeah.
But let me see the cameras. I'm just going to pull it up here. It's getting close to that Highway 1 interchange with the ring road or whatever they call that. It's still not into town, but we had some other cameras here. Eli, near Eli, there's a camera as well. Oh, wow. Check out the view on that, Connor. Oh, Connor disappeared on me again.
No, I'm here. I'm still here. I'm just eating
He's
a little
he's
munchie.
he's trying to eat. We both are trying to eat our dinner from like 3 hours ago, trying to get this done. But you can see now the visibility has dropped. That looks like actually fog, possibly, as these storms have rolled through. Just all that moisture. Visibility is at a bit of a premium as these storms pass through. So this is Highway 1 and 332, obviously near Dakota. And let's just take a look if there's any other. I don't have any other cameras along there. Oakville was definitely in it earlier. This is the one that would be on the very edge of Winnipeg, but we still don't see it into Winnipeg. It's getting close. You can see it on the horizon there. These cameras update much more often. I actually really like them because they seem to update when you request an image from them rather than the Ontario ones that just update once every blue moon. So again, Woodlands radar is down. Um, Total rainfall amount since midnight, 2 inches, it looks like. Any additional storms for Rainy River and Fort Francis? Good question. We right now do have storms that are on the Minnesota side. So let me swing back to a radar that have fired. And these are moving extremely slowly towards Canada and Ontario. And we have a bunch of them firing here. So I'll pull down these cameras just so it doesn't make the image as busy. And I'll show you what they're doing. So these storms, in theory, will reach the border. Connor, can you confirm that the modeling shows that as well? That the Minnesota storms are going to make it into that Northwest Ontario pocket?
It's probably honestly going to be more leaning towards uh, like Thunder Bay or even south of Thunder Bay on across the water at this point.
Really?
Yeah,
Hmm.
the HRRR has those Minnesota storms perfectly modeled right at this point. So
I'm just looking at
even
a message. Sorry.
even even the 0Z Nam has Nothing going towards northwestern Ontario other than a few minor showers in the middle of the night. Everything else turns towards the southeast, away from everything.
So does the model have this line of storms near Fargo modeled out and moving uh, towards Ontario? Is that modeled anywhere?
Yeah, the HRRR, it has them, it just breaks up and kind of goes towards Thunder Bay or just across the water south of Thunder Bay.
Okay. Okay. So it'll be
That's really late.
interesting.
That's like 3 AM probably.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. These are going to take forever to get there and probably weaken by the time they get there. So the threat has definitely dropped on most everything. I will be surprised if they sustain that tornado watch in northwest Ontario. And I'm going to actually look at our temperatures over there as well, just to see what that looks like. Oh God, 18 degrees, 14 degrees in Thunder Bay. Yeah, that is not going to spawn anything remotely close to being anything severe in 14-degree weather. It's actually 12 in Grand Marais, just on the water in Minnesota, just, obviously just close to the border, but that water is definitely cooling things on Lake Superior. So 18 degrees, it looks like on 17 here, Uppsala. So things are cooling off, and again, it's now 10:30 p.m. at night. So yeah, I'm not sure what else we what we can cover here. Things have kind of come unglued a little bit with the facts that Woodlands radar won't update for us. So um, let me
I
just
may
get a
have a
couple.
picture to show in a second. Just trying to find the intersection here.
Okay, we'll hang tight for a little
So,
bit.
hold on here, I'm gonna send it to you.
Max
This is
Conroy
gonna
just
be sorry.
sorry.
I of course, we talked at the same time when it was quiet.
Yeah, yeah.
This is
So it
gonna
goes.
gonna be, just to the west of Headingley, on Highway 1 at the intersection of Highway 1 and 424. This photo is from, um, why does that Barbara Svensson, west of Winnipeg, she says, but it is just west of Headingley.
Okay, so this is on Highway 1.
Yes, this was taken 30 minutes ago as it came into the Winnipeg area.
Huge shelf. Yeah, you can see 424 on that sign there. So let me bring this up. So this is what's approaching Winnipeg, that line of storms. And that roll that you see there, that's basically a shelf cloud as it's approaching or marching eastward. So again, this was about half an hour ago, but we're just getting that to put it up here and along that Trans-Canada Highway. So obviously they were driving west towards the storms as this was happening here. So, um, like, oh, we just got an update.
Did
Woodlands
we?
is back up and running. Yeah, I literally just
Oh
got an
my
update.
goodness.
I was looking at something. Okay, folks, we've got something we can talk about. Okay, so storms are now just on the edge of Winnipeg. We are seeing heavy precipitation in that. So stretching from the south, I would say around Morris. Up to Sanford, and then along the Trans Canada Highway at St. Francois Xavier, and then kind of Argyle to the north. So this is continuing to march north. I can't play the radar because there's only one frame here. On the south side of Winnipeg, we do have some rain working its way in. So this is going to come through Winnipeg. It's going to be windy, it's going to be rainy, and there's obviously going to be lightning, but it's short lived. It's not going to last super long. And behind it, there's nothing. So, for the Winnipeg area, for the most part, you guys are pretty good. Once this passes through, there are strong winds in this. So there's definitely going to be some wind associated with this on this last scan. It looks like, if I look at velocities, there's like 70, 80 km/h winds on this, only about 1,000 or 2,000 feet off the ground. So it is going to be windy in Winnipeg for a while as this line approaches. But that's our last scan at 9:29 p.m. So we are now getting a little bit of updates here. And Max Conroy was saying he can see the dark clouds rolling in on the south end just before we got this update. What else is going on here? Light show is starting on the Winnipeg side of things. And Carl Johnston asking, is the Winnipeg radar down? It was till literally about 1 minute ago. So this is our latest scan for that Woodlands radar northwest of Winnipeg. It was down from 8:47 to 9:29. So it's 42 minutes that was down at this point. And this is our latest scan. So we are back in business, people. So let me just shut that down. And again, good news is none of this is severe warned. There's no longer anything, other than just a bunch of rain and wind with this line as it's marching eastward, but it's not even meeting severe components at this point. Let's just take a look on that Ontario side. So again, the Dryden storms, there's a bunch of hail here north of 622 coming up to 17, and that's why we have the severe thunderstorm warning along 17 there. And they're updating a whole bunch of stuff here now that the radars come back online. Environment Canada looks to be throwing some stuff out here, so let's take a look at it. Thunderstorm warning at 9:32 p.m. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing damaging wind, quarter-size hail, and heavy rain. So they are warning the line basically for heavy precipitation. We've had people commenting about this as it's been moving over, that there's a ton of rain in it. We've seen the flooding in certain areas. So that is the biggest component of this, or danger, as far as that's concerned. So I'm just going to look to see what else they're updating. I don't see anything else here at this point. But yeah, that's it's good that the radar's back. So anyways, just heavy rain, lightning, and obviously some wind moving through Winnipeg, but this is all straight line winds at this point. So it will move through Winnipeg. Once that's done, most of it is over for the evening. I said storms would be in Winnipeg around 10 to midnight. I'm a little bit off. It's going to be there just before 10 p.m. But anyways, what else is going on here? Wind just kicked up right as you said that. So yes, it's pushing out in front. It's amazing how much information I can get you guys when it's presented to me so I can share it. So it's always good to have that radar data working. So Kat's trying to steal the show over there at the Connor household.
Yeah, she's made another cameo appearance.
Yeah. So yeah, this is moving again eastward, but the only thing that this will get severe warned is for heavy rain. Again, we have some storms on the North Dakota side. Just trying to see if anything is heading towards Canada. There's Grand Forks now has a few storms that kind of got going there. There's one going northeast, and then there's a couple others that popped up ahead of it. So we do have some action on the North Dakota side, or actually, sorry, that's the Minnesota side. And that is heading up towards us at this point. Let me just take a look here. And then into Minnesota, we do have some more storms, and nothing on that south end. So right now, where I'm looking or watching is on the Minnesota side, just to see what these storms are going to do. They are south of obviously Manitoba at this point. Some straight line winds in there, but I don't see anything rotating too tightly anymore. And we did have a bunch of reports off that Fargo storm, but that Fargo storm is now much further east at this point, and still within that Minnesota timeline. So let's take a look back up here at Woodlands radar and just take a look from there. So they've updated that. So thunderstorm location 15 kilometers southwest of Norris Lake Provincial Park to 15 kilometers south of Grosse Isle. Moving northeast at 40 kilometers an hour. Locations in the path: Warren, Grosse Isle, Norris Lake Provincial Park, Stonewall, Balmoral, Toulon, Stony Mountain, and Comarno. So that is just this big severe warning that got put up around the Stonewall area again for very heavy precipitation as this line moves through and comes into Winnipeg. Big pocket of moderate rain along the south side of Winnipeg at this point, being preceded before the line that is moving in from behind it. But again, not anything to be too concerned about, just heavy rain, lightning, and some stronger winds as this pushes through at this point. What else have we got here?
Gamer Mom said, "Hi there, just wondering how it looks like over the next few days in Milton, Ontario. We are getting some very hot weather coming starting tomorrow, and just wondering if there will be any storms. Yeah, storms like over just the heat warning stretch there, Gamer Mom. That's definitely something that is likely going to happen to a certain extent, whether it be just the regular summertime style storms or more severe weather type storms. But I would say that you're probably going to look at it or hear a thunderstorm over the next 3 or 4 days there in Milton. Let's see here. Max Conroy says Stonewall can't catch a break, and yeah, you're definitely right. They got absolutely hammered earlier this month by like I think I can't remember the exact number, but it was like somewhere around like 200.
150. No,
Yeah, 250 millimeters.
was it 250 or 150?
No, it was 250.
Oh, yes, it was. You're right. It was 250. That's crazy because it was almost a foot of water.
Yeah.
It's pouring in White Ridge, according to MB Guy 2025. So, yeah, this would be probably the line. Let me see if I can. Yep. Okay. Subdivision, White Ridge, or an area there. And that is near the Winnipeg side of things. And there's, believe it or not, there's more rain coming your way, and it's going to rain even harder in White Ridge when this line gets over that. So we, 4 minutes ago, we just got this scan. This is just west of Winnipeg. It's over Headingley now. East, kind of over Sanford at this point. So I suspect, let's take a look at this. I'm just going to see how far it's marching in one scan. This will be into Winnipeg on the west side in about 10 to 20 minutes. 10 to 15 minutes would be my guess, actually. And it'll come through. It's moving at a fairly quick pace at this point, which is good, but it's obviously packing some winds in there as well. So, what else is here?
If you go up north of Stonewall, you're starting to see some 85, 90, just above 90 kilometer an hour winds there, less than 1,000 feet off the ground.
Yes. So this is the same thing that happened the last time we were running this all the way to Selkirk. So 90-kilometer-hour winds embedded in this line here. You can see that. So definitely seeing some stuff in here as well. Oh, storms. I'm reading a comment from Braden actually here. Okay, so let's take a look here. So yeah, there's definitely some strong winds up, north of Argyle, as Connor was saying, northwest of Stonewall. So about to get very windy in spots, and also obviously a ton of precipitation as well on this line. Just taking a look at a couple things here, just as this. Oh well, yeah, it's going to jump forward. So I'm just looking at these storms out of North Dakota. Seeing these storms down, well, they're in Minnesota. I shouldn't say North Dakota. They're in Minnesota. I'm just watching what they're doing, and they're continuing to march northeast. and Thief River Falls near Grand Forks. Those storms have my attention just with the way they're getting themselves organized. And then there's another one in Manoman, something like that. So we're going to have to pay attention to those storms as they move northward at this point. So we'll switch back to the Quebec radar. Oh my God, to the Manitoba radar, just outside of Winnipeg, and we're waiting for our next scan here in about the next minute or so, and we'll wait till the next scan pops up here. So, oh, there we go. So that is our scan here. It is on the very edge of Winnipeg. Obviously, a lot of rain out front of it with this cell that popped. Heavy rain downtown Winnipeg. Moderate rain and moderate to heavy rain for the rest of it. And then the line is approaching. It's now at the 101 and 100 Ring Road. On the west side of Winnipeg. So this is about to get very windy, very rainy out that way as it comes through. But they are straight line winds for the most part. Also have quite a bit of lightning, and obviously that precipitation is very heavy. And the precipitation has moved into Stonewall as well. And I suspect, let's take a look at some velocities. Oof, there's a bit of isolated velocities up here. Let's just take a look at here. This is near Balmoral, 99-kilometer-hour winds. This is less than 1,000 feet off the ground because it's right near the radar. So you see that? I'm going to take a look if that's a bookend vortex on there. It almost looks like it. Do you see that rotation north of Stonewall? That really bright spot on the last scan, it almost looks like a bookend vortex.
Yeah, or something like an embedded supercell almost.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see the reflectivity. We don't have a lot of scans to work with because of the outage, but that it just that the line in front of it popped, and it's almost like it's ingesting it, and that looks like something happening there. You can see the kink in the
Little
line.
notch.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can see the kink in that line right there. So we're paying attention to this area right here. Very bright, obviously, signature for wind speed, 103 kilometers an hour. And again, that is north of Stonewall. So we're just watching that as it approaches that Highway 7. We'll have to wait for another scan here. Quite windy through Winnipeg. And as this line moves its way through here. So just going to switch out, take a look at anything else. The hail has disappeared off these storms. I'm going to take to the east from Dryden. It's much further away. That's why it looks like there's hail in there. But right now, that on the Manitoba Ontario border, that's just a heavy rainmaker with lots of lightning, and that's it. Again, watching these other storms down to the south, just trying to figure out what's happening with our radar scans here. So those are marching. Well, they disappear, but boom, boom, boom. Okay. Let me see velocities. Nothing rotating there. So let's switch it over. So again, line now just impacting into Winnipeg on the west side. This will jump, unfortunately, because we've got half an hour of data missing. So let me just do something here. Just sending some messages out. Okay, so this is kind of what's taking place. Big rain shower into Winnipeg, windy, and as this line moves through, once it's through city behind it, there's not a whole lot going on. So we'll keep an eye on it. So how much rain is expected for Stony Mountain? Still recovery from last major storm? Question from Ryan. Let me just pull this up. Sorry, Stony Mountain. There we go. Fortunately, you right now are in the line. There is going to be very, very heavy rain coming through. You're near that Stonewall area as well. And there is a ton of precipitation embedded in this line with those bright reds, just solid all the way through there, and also some winds as well. So you're on the doorstep of some very heavy rain. Also, some strong winds. We're watching this pocket of higher winds, basically to the north of Stonewall. At this point, we're waiting for another scan here. It is 9:47. We're 6 minutes into that 8-minute cycle, so hopefully we'll see what's going on there very shortly. So we're just seeing this stuff popping out front and it being absorbed into the line, which sometimes can be problematic. So we'll see whether that's the case or not. So we're going to stick with it and continue to go from there. So right now, raining heavy in Winnipeg and raining hard in North Kildonan. Get on your rubber boots from BNIC, and that's on the northeast side, I believe, of Winnipeg. I'm still remembering some of the names from when we last did this about a couple weeks ago, or almost, well, maybe it's 3 weeks ago at this point. Oh, the storm is here in LaSalle. A lot of rain, lightning, and wind. And here's our latest update. So let's take a look here. Oof. Yeah, there's some strong winds up here north of excuse me, north of Stonewall. Losing my voice a little bit, apparently. So as this line is marching eastward, lots of rain on the western portion of Winnipeg at the airport, and quite a bit of wind as well. Windy, rainy, and lots of lightning as this marches through. It won't take a long time for it to get through. I would say 20 minutes, half an hour, and it should be out of the Winnipeg area fairly quickly, and then continuing eastward there. They have put out a large severe warning for this, so I should update folks on it. That was 6 minutes ago, just talking about producing damaging wind gusts, quarter-size hail, and heavy rain. And that extends down to Morris. But after that, there's not a whole lot south of there. A few isolated showers and that kind of thing, but that's the last of it on the Manitoba Winnipeg side of things. So let me just take a look here. Obviously, the radar is going to jump a bit because we are missing 40 minutes of data, but that's what's transpired here over the last few hours, so we can zoom in on that. And again, just coming through Winnipeg now, just before 10 o'clock. So I was off by 10 minutes with this. So Clouds is my name, saying, how's Eli? Eli is fine. This has moved past there, and there's nothing basically back to the west at this point. So once the line moved through, anybody who's had this line move over them behind it, there's nothing at this point for precipitation. Everything is drifting north. Back to the southwest, there's nothing really going on. I can zoom out and give you guys a little bit better view. There may be small storms that make their way through the area, but nothing right now that would be severe at this point. Again, tornado watch has been completely dropped for today in Manitoba. We still have the one in the Ontario side of things. So
Amanda just had a quick question there in the chat about Headingley. Amanda, take it from me personally. I promise you have nothing to worry about in Headingley specifically.
let's take a look here. I'll just switch over to velocities. Yeah, there's absolutely nothing to worry about there. These are straight line winds. There's the only area that had our question. I will switch over to velocities and show you folks why we were paying attention to this. Where we had this strong area of winds to the northwest of Stonewall. So this is a cluster. Let me move this down. There's a cluster of very strong winds pushing out this line. The next frame, if we look at it, it kind of tightened up and you had this area right here. There's a storm or a storm out in front that's being ingested into it. So what our concern was that this was trying to wrap up, and that's why I was looking to see what the next frame did. And obviously that heavy rotation went away and broadened out, so nothing to worry about. But you have to watch how just rotation popping up on one scan is very rarely something that's happening. You have to pay attention to how it evolves, and just saying there's rotation that happens. There's better ways of doing it. Let's put it that way. Let me delete that out. Let me switch over. But at least we can answer your question there that yes, there's nothing in Headingley that you need to worry about as far as rotation is concerned. And right now, our biggest thing is just pile of rain moving through Winnipeg with those elevated straight line winds and, of course, a light show at this point. So lots of lightning embedded in this whole entire line. You can see all the lightning bolts across the screen there. We have 9:47 p.m. We should have another scan here, and I expect this line to kind of be halfway through Winnipeg or maybe even a little bit further than that because it is moving at a decent clip at this point. So we'll see what the next scan shows up there. Just zooming out to see what they're updating, and then we'll go from there. What time is it? It's 9:53 p.m. Manitoba time, 10:53 p.m. Eastern. And today unfolded definitely on the lower end of things. Very, very good for those people in line with this. Obviously, the flooding is a major issue. But in terms of any kind of tornadoes, we only had one area that really got a circulation going. So that was good for the day. And mostly big rainmaker at this point, still continuing for back to the northwest side of Manitoba at this point. So should have an update here in 1 minute. This is going to be coming into Lockport, Selkirk, and then the opposite side of Winnipeg. So to the east, Oakbank, and moving from there eastward, continuing that way. So Tanya saying strong winds in Toulon. I believe Toulon is somewhere up here. I still remember. Look at that. I found it. Yeah, there's definitely some strong winds there. Let me just take a look what's happening. Not seeing any really tight rotation, which is good, but obviously those straight line winds that we have been talking about and a ton of rain working its way through there. So again, storm is basically about halfway through Winnipeg at this point. Let's take a look at some velocities down here. Quite some strong straight line winds. I don't see anything rotating super tightly or anything like that that would jump out at me. So again, just straight line winds with the line as it navigates through Winnipeg, kind of north and south of there. So it's probably another 15 minutes or so, and this should be out of the Winnipeg area, and then moving on towards there. So just about to come into Selkirk as it's pushing through there. So what else? Clouds are so dark over Selkirk. Any threat of tornadoes in the area coming from hotter core? And no, again, right now it's just straight line winds that are strong. Lots of lightning associated with this storm system, but a pile of rain as well. So root beer saying, so I probably don't need to water my grass tomorrow. If you are in Winnipeg, no, this is going to dump a pile of rain in a very short period of time. And it has been doing that since this March, kind of from kind of Portage La Prairie area back to the west here. What was down here, Miami, and working its way up towards Winnipeg. So this is just marching through there and then drifting again a little bit north and northeast. But to the south, there isn't a whole lot that's happening at this point. So any hail warning in Winnipeg? No, right now we have not seen any indication of hail for quite some time. We did lose the radar was down, sorry, for Environment Canada for about 40 minutes, but did not see anything as far as hail is concerned. Headfella saying West Winnipeg torrential downpour, sorry, west of Winnipeg. Truly biblical light winds, fortunately, which is good. You are on that southern portion, so obviously that heavy rain is the main thing at this point. As you can see, this right now just sitting over Winnipeg and dumping all that rain, so, and continuing to do so. So 9:53 p.m. We've got about another 4 minutes before our next scan. Currently showing about 21 or 22 degrees in Winnipeg. I suspect that's going to cool off quite a bit once this moves through. If we follow this back to the southwest where it's coming from, temperatures are about 18 or 19 degrees. All the way through where this has tracked back down into North Dakota. So Braden is actually chasing this right now. Let me take a look here. He's interested in this line of storms, obviously packing a punch. I'm just watching velocities here. So Braden's going to go take a look at it. Has he posted anything on X in the last little while there, Connor, just out of curiosity?
Oh, let me double check here, but nope.
No, that means there's nothing exciting. If you don't see anything on Braden's page during a storm system or a storm event, he hasn't found anything exciting. That's basically what it boils down to. So, sorry, I was going to look on the North Dakota side just to see what's coming out of there. A bunch of more rain coming up from North Dakota. This definitely looks non-severe. It's very spread out, orange, just barely orange, mostly yellow in there. So those look good. It's the Minnesota side that I'm still concerned about. Thief River Falls storm. Let me just take a look at that. Not really rotating, but strong winds in it. So we may see a severe warning as that approaches Canada, but that will probably, it's going to be borderline where it catches Manitoba or Ontario, and I'm not 100% sure on that right now. And let's just take a look at this. So again, 6 minutes into the cycle, so we need another 2 minutes till we get, till we get our next scan coming in from Woodlands radar. So we are 5.5 hours into this broadcast. So everybody who's been on, thank you very much for sticking with us. Everybody who, subscribed, thank you for joining the channel and becoming part of the Canadian Weather Live family. We are a weather community. That's what we're driving our platform with, and just getting that word out to people. That's how we have been growing the channel. So again, appreciate anybody that's subscribed. Hopefully you hit that notification bell just so that you do know when we do go live. Again, we are expecting to be live tomorrow for Ontario, but we will post updates for that on our Facebook page as well. Anybody who joined our Sunshine Club membership, thank you again for that as well. It goes a long way towards helping us out. So, okay, we're just waiting for another scan here. What is Braden's X handle? Can we? You want to type it in there, or I can throw it in, or
I'll type it in.
okay. And what else have we got here? Okay, is this our latest scan? 9:59. Yes, this just came in. So very heavy rain through downtown Winnipeg right now. Just extending the rain to the 101 Ring Road. That's where it's ending right now. Let's take a look at velocities here. Just to see if anything's doing anything stupid. And right now we just have strong winds here to the north. Obviously in near Gunton, we have 80-kilometer-hour winds roughly off the surface, 85. So very windy up there as this moves past Toulon and is heading towards Highway 8 and 9 and down into Selkirk as well. But this would be the brighter pinks is where you're seeing those elevated wind speeds. and just looking into Winnipeg, whether there's anything there. Let me just take a look at this. No, that's just pushing with it, so that should be okay. So yeah, that's basically where we're at. It'll be on the next scan on the far side of Winnipeg, and it'll be on that eastern portion of the ring road once we get the next scan update there. So, um, okay, what else have we got here? Uh, Max Conroy saying leading edge of that Winnipeg storm was intense, but it chilled out decently quick, which is I'm glad to hear that it's not long lasting and it is moving through fairly quick, but it is dumping a lot of rain. So Clouds is asking, what does the red and green mean on the velocity mode? So red means velocity mode is how fast particles are moving and what direction they are moving in. Red is moving away from radar, green is moving towards radar. The brighter the pixels, the higher the speed of the particles within the storm, or the wind speeds in that storm. So they have just updated this severe warning, obviously, as this storm marches eastward. Just as tracking 10:01 p.m. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing damaging wind gusts, quarter-size hail, and heavy rain. That's just a cut and paste kind of thing. They've just extended the box out, so now it extends past Selkirk up to Broken Head. And I suspect it'll get pushed even further down on the south side. It's out onto Highway Trans-Canada 1 down by Dufresne and a little bit east from there. But as this again continues to march eastward, they will extend that severe warning out ahead of this. So yeah, we're we're seeing a very intense line move through, but again, lots of rain and some wind for the most part. So, oh, the hot perimeter. Yes, I remember now. Shannon would be upset with me. She lives out west of Winnipeg, and I keep I thought it was the now I know it's the perimeter, but I keep calling it the ring road. But yes, thank you. It's a rave outside right now in central Winnipeg with the lightning, and I'm not surprised to hear that because there are constant lightning bolts. I personally would love to be there because I would love to see that light show. Definitely, the only light show I see is from the ones in front of me in the studio, and they don't flash very much, so not as exciting for sure.
Yeah,
9:59
I'm a sucker for a good nocturnal light show.
Yeah, I can sit and watch a storm in the middle of nowhere, just throwing those lightning bolts. Take a lawn chair out and sit in it. Yeah, exactly. Okay, what else have we got going on? So sorry, I was gonna say 9:59. We're about 6 minutes into the 8 minute cycle, so we should be here shortly getting an update. So just looking at that. And let's see what's going on here. Okay. Okie dokie. Let's see, 9:59. We got about 2 more minutes. Transcona area in Winnipeg, very heavy rain. Thank you for that update from Tanya. Or no, that was not from Tanya. That was from Lovely Yoga. Heavy rain in Toulon starting, and as that line moves through, it should be Toulon up here. There should be less heavy rain over the next scan. You're almost out of it, but this is an older scan, currently about 6 minutes old. So the new one, this line should leap forward to the east, and again should be mostly through Winnipeg at that point. So
Definitely starting to see the southern part of the line um, kind of break apart a bit and lose its strength. However, the northern part, north of Stonewall and north west of Selkirk, definitely still fairly strong up there. Still seeing winds in excess of 80 kilometers an hour in multiple spots right along the leading edge of it. So definitely still a strong windy storm. And then obviously the next radar update there right along the leading edge. It's definitely some 90 plus showing up there on velocities.
Yeah. So still, like I said, this is just a very. Would you stop doing that? Sorry, I don't know how that happens. Okay, something's going on here. My radar, or something, my mouse or something is not. No, see, I don't want to be doing that. Oh my God. Sorry, folks. I don't know what's going on here. I either clicked on something. No, there we go. Okay, now it's moving. I don't know what's going on. Probably just me being tired, but anyways, apologize for that. So yes, this line is moving eastward, and will continue to march along. It does look like what Connor was saying. You can see those bright reds basically straight north out of Winnipeg. And to the south, there's far more orange and yellow involved in that. And they've put out a severe thunderstorm watch for warning, I should say, for this whole line to the north of through Winnipeg. And so it will update here in a moment. That was 10:05, so that actually just updated and I missed it. So let's take a look. This is now getting to the east side of Winnipeg. Lockport, there are some strong winds near the Winnipeg St. Andrews Airport. There'd be some 80, 90-kilometer winds in there. And then east of Teuton, there's still some strong winds blowing out there just to the southwest of Winnipeg Beach at this point. So let's switch over to reflectivity. So the ring road, or perimeter road, I keep doing that. But anyways, the perimeter 101 and 100 is the edge of where the rain is at this point. So it is now the western side of Winnipeg is going to be out of it shortly, and this will continue eastward towards Oakbank, Dugald, Lockport, and it's into Selkirk at this point. So I'm just going to look at some of these wind velocities. I don't see anything too concerning as far as when we're talking about rotation. So, and there's a train on radar here. We had fun. We did a little thing on our Facebook page, but these little pixels right here that are between Eli and Dakota, that's actually CN Rail freight train. We see them get picked up by the radar sometimes, and the only reason I know that is I know where the line for the CN Rail is. So you can see it's a train leaving Winnipeg right now. It just went through the storm, and the next scan, this will be somewhere near Eli or a little further than that. So just a little radar sometimes pick up the weirdest little things. So anyways, okay, so oh, there you go. Joey, just seeing your comment right now. Lots of lightning and area Grant Avenue in Winnipeg. And then I see turn your mouse off, turn it back on. It works on Bluetooth. Yeah, it just weird that it was doing a zoom feature instead of moving the thing. And I don't even know how it's doing that, but I'll have to play with it and figure it out because I need to be able to turn it back on and off. So what else? It seems to be letting up a bit now south of South Winnipeg. Hope wherever it goes, it isn't bad. That's from MB Guy 2025. And now it's a very torrential rain in North Kildonan in Winnipeg. Intense lightning and winds. Whoa. And go inside, folks. Yes, definitely do not want to be outside in this if you're caught in all this rain here. So, yeah. Okay, 9 p.m. temp dew point measured at the airport was 2120. So, yeah, pretty much maxed out 100%, in your dew points. So, asking if there's any big thunderstorms in Winnipeg. Right now, this big line is a thunderstorm essentially, or it's a line of thunderstorms, and it's just moving through Winnipeg at this point, but it's almost done at this point. And then, yeah, Tamara saying the train, I mean, very cool. Yeah, like I said, it's just this weird thing that we discovered. Again, you see them sometimes pick up airplanes. They pick up sometimes wind turbines. You just start learning what, when you look at radar as much as we do, you start learning what these weird little things are sometimes. So anyways, we'll see when our next scan is in here. We're about 6 minutes into the 8-minute cycle, so we should see this moving off to the east again. So moving fairly quickly at this point. So Parents live in Beausejour. Hope they are okay because on the landline, Joey's saying so they are moving that way. Still, rain hasn't made it, but it is coming that way, and it's just going to be quite windy and rainy for a short period of time. This is all moving to the east. So you'll see this. It's now kind of turned mostly eastward, still with a bit of a northern drift on it. So that's where the storm is at and where it's headed. So we're just going to wait for our next scan here. We should have it in about 1 minute roughly. So
I just played the radar loop back just because I was curious about how many trains it's picked up today. So many.
yeah, it's funny when you figure it out what it actually is. Then you're like, oh, I wonder. Yeah, the CN line is pretty busy out there, and so is CP. So is that it for Winnipeg for tonight? For the most part, yes. And what I'm saying with the severe side of it, that is more than likely the end of it. There are some storms to the southwest coming out of North Dakota. They could make their way, but they are very weak storms at this point. They are in 18-degree weather, 17-degree weather. They are going to be non-severe, so you still could see some rain and some lightning, but it's going to be far less than what you're seeing in this line in Winnipeg. So if you look at the storm here in North Dakota, you can see mostly yellow-green with some orange, whereas tightly packed into the storm that is currently over Winnipeg, it's now almost out of Winnipeg. You are seeing a ton of red tightly packed in there. And that's indicative of a strong line. So completely different to the southwest. So there may be some more storms that come in. There are no tornadoes. That threat is completely over. It's been over for a long time. So you have nothing to worry about as far as tornadoes are concerned. So if this is all going east, is it going to hit Rennie tonight? So let me just double check where. Oh, I thought my thing froze there for a moment. Yes, it's heading there. That line is anybody that's east of Winnipeg. It is coming that way. Whether it sustains that intensity is up for question at this point. But right now, it's currently sustaining it anywhere from kind of just around south of Winnipeg to the north. Far south of Winnipeg, the line is breaking up, but again, that could change, and there are some storms popping out in front of it. So, yes, definitely, Rennie, you are headed that way in terms of getting some precipitation and impact from this line as it sits now. So, Joey saying, yeah, on YouTube, I see storm chasers in North Dakota tonight. Yeah, there were some out there, and there were a bunch in Minnesota near Fargo. There was a tornado there earlier as well. So that's the storms that are to the south here. And some of them are getting actually close to the Canadian side here on the Minnesota. This storm here by Bagley, it looks like, that is a pretty intense storm. I'm just going to look at it on velocities. It has a bit of a rotation on it. And then these storms, or is this the one here? Let me just double check. Sorry, okay, that's Fargo. There's more storms firing to the south now in a line here. So definitely some more storms headed up, and they're probably going to get into the southern portion of Manitoba and then into Ontario. These definitely look intense as far as hail and heavy precip cores on those ones there. So we'll monitor it. We'll keep going with it. I lost my train. Well, it didn't get scanned on that last one. So boo. Anyways, just kidding. So we are just watching this line march eastward. So, okay. Ali's saying, great. Thanks. I'm in a camper. You should be fine. Again, the winds in this, let me just take a look here. There are a few areas that have higher winds. Around Selkirk, we do have some stronger winds isolated here. This is 96 kilometers an hour, but this is off the surface by about 2,000 feet. So down at the surface, that would probably be about 80 kilometers an hour. And then to the north, we've got just south of Winnipeg Beach or Dunatar. There's some 100-kilometer-hour winds up there, but those are 2,500 feet off the ground. So again, for the most part, probably 60 to a maximum of 80 kilometers an hour as far as the line is concerned at this time. It could decrease, it could increase as well. So we're just monitoring that as it moves eastward out of Winnipeg at this point. So what else?
Joy was asking, was there a tornado in Manitoba yesterday? The news was talking about it. Yes, there absolutely was a tornado in Manitoba yesterday. And if you're talking about the Rossburn tornado, it was streamed live on our channel by Shannon Bolesky, or one of our storm chasers. You can go to the yesterday stream and rewatch it. Actually, it was probably about, I want to say, about 3 hours and 30 minutes into the stream. It was like, I think it was like 7:30 p.m. When the tornado happened. So you can definitely find it on our stream and watch it from basically start to finish.
She also got interviewed by CTV News today, so that was on the
Yes, true
news
enough.
as
Yeah.
well. We haven't seen it because we've been on the stream, but she definitely did an interview today for CTV News. She's based west of Winnipeg and storm chaser, so they've put a squall warning out. Let me just take a look at this. So squalls with wind gusts up to 35 knots, frequent lightning, hail 1 to 2 centimeters, and poor to very poor visibility in showers. Heavy at times are expected or occurring in the area. So that is just from Winnipeg Beach, Gimli, and kind of northward from there up to almost Bloodvein. You can see this purple box. That's what that is. It's a squall watch over, obviously over the water. So let's take a look. Here's our latest scan. This is 10:17 p.m. Just got updated. East of Winnipeg, the bottom portion of the line, you're starting to see a lot more yellow in it, a lot less red, some orange. So the southern portion looks to be breaking up a little. The more intense precipitation is north from Lockport through Selkirk up to Winnipeg Beach, and then back kind of banking northwest up towards Rembrandt and up in that area. So still some heavy winds in there, I'm sure. So let's take a look at that. And yes, by Winnipeg Beach, getting very windy. You can see these flesh tone colors here. Dunatar, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Some strong winds in there. Those are approaching 100 kilometers an hour, but that is not on the surface. That is about 2,500 feet up, in case anybody's wondering. So it's not down at the bottom there towards the surface. And around Selkirk right now, we have some stronger winds there as well. So just to the north of Selkirk, it looks like 100-kilometer-hour winds, again, a couple thousand feet off the ground. So I expect surface to be about 80 kilometers an hour, maybe a little more than that. But the southern end of this is starting to break up, which is a good sign. So we'll continue to monitor that as it's moving through. What else have we got here? Allison asking, what is Gimli looking like? And I think Gimli's up to the north here. Bear with me, folks. I believe it's sitting right there. So you are just about to get into a whole bunch of rain as this is moving through. That's that bright red area, those dark oranges, heavy, heavy precipitation. And there are some winds in there as well. So it's going to be windy. This is going to pass fairly quickly. It's not long lasting. And behind it, there isn't really anything back there. We do have some storms in North Dakota making their way up into southern Manitoba, but these are non-severe storms at this point. And we're watching the rest of the storms here on the Minnesota side. There's a few of them crossing the border here, but again, non-severe at this point. And they are marching basically northeast. You can see what's happening here. Storms down by Bagley, Minnesota are going to end up crossing somewhere around Fort Francis, maybe to the west of that. Canadian Mama Bear, thank you very much for the donation. That goes a long way towards helping us, so I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for that. So what else have we? Okay, so we've got these storms marching towards Fort Francis. We'll have to pay attention to those a little bit. And let's just swing back over to the radar around Winnipeg. So still some storms moving through. Again, it's not going to be a quiet night, but the severe potential is definitely on the low end of things. And we're still wondering what's going to happen here in Northwest Ontario. We just have some basic thunderstorms in there. To be honest, nothing here is severe at any point anymore. Down to Thunder Bay again, still about 14 degrees out there, so not too warm. And we're watching storms in Minnesota. That's basically the game plan at this point. So I'll continue to walk you guys through this for now, and we'll see where it's at. We are now, what time is it? 11:20 my time, 10:20 Manitoba time. So what else? Yeah, so just a question about rotation near Headingley, but we definitely don't have any rotation there that's of any concern. Just again, straight line winds was the big issue there. So what else? Okay, Connor's answered a couple questions in there, so I want to make sure. Terrace Bay, Ontario, Lake Superior. Let me see here. Terrace Bay is back. I want to say
Terrace Bay is
there. I found it.
about
I've driven
yeah.
through there a million times. Let's see if there's anything happening. There's nothing on radar right now. There are storms. What are models showing? Are they still showing those cluster of storms overnight moving through there, through the north and then heading back towards eastern Ontario?
Yes, they will make it there. It might honestly be like light out in the morning by the time they make it there, though.
To Terrace Bay?
Yeah.
Okay. So things are delayed quite a bit.
Yes.
That's why Connor's so happy right now, because it changes the dynamic for tomorrow for Eastern Ontario. We've been dying to see storms here in Eastern Ontario, and it's been a extremely quiet spring and into summer, obviously. So our itch to chase is definitely not getting scratched, as they say. So, Mike, yes, Terrace Bay, you're looking at storms overnight and late. Or sorry, I would say early morning, so somewhere around sunrise or a little bit after that. So, and would you say they're going to be severe up that at that point, or
Yeah, to be determined.
borderline? Yeah.
Very borderline.
Okay. Okay, here's our next scan. So storms are basically on the east side of Winnipeg. The precipitation is there. So most of Winnipeg is clear at this point, and things are moving off to the east. Things look to be breaking up somewhat on the line. Still packing a decent punch here with those winds, especially around the Selkirk area northeast of there. There's some strong winds in that. Just where we see these tan colors, there's 107 kilometers an hour registered in there, but that's 2,500 feet off the ground. So again, about 80 on the surface would be my guess. And then some more strong winds to the east of Winnipeg Beach. And that's probably going over water at this point. Yes, that's going over water. So still heavy rain embedded in that. All the way back through Winnipeg Beach up to Gimli and north of there. So wherever you're seeing those bright reds and oranges, when you start to see the orange breaking up, less red and more yellow coming into it, that's a sign of things dying off at this point. So they just extended this severe warning Tetris looking thing at this point. Let's just take a look here. Tracking a severe thunderstorm capable of producing damaging wind gusts. So it's actually a line of thunderstorms moving eastward. And I wish I knew the speed of it, because we don't have access to that unless I sat here and tried to calculate it, which would obviously take away from what I'm trying to warn or get information out. But We will have the ability to track winds or storm speed here in the future with our WeatherWise app that we use. That is coming in the future, and I'll be very happy for that, since it will make my job a lot easier to be able to tell folks what exactly is coming, when, what, where, and how. Storms crossing from Minnesota into Manitoba, again, non-severe at this point. North Dakota just getting close to there. Again, non-severe storms. These are just rainmakers, and these look to be moving. Yeah, they're moving mostly northeast again. So that is going to come across at Manitoba. Unfortunately, we've seen flooding in Morden, Winkler, all of those areas. There's some more rain headed your way, which is unfortunate, but that's where things are at this point. They are not very large storms, but they aren't moving very quickly. And again, they are non-severe at this point with the way things are looking. So we're just going to monitor some more storms here in Minnesota. These ones, again, probably heading for Fort Francis, somewhere in there, maybe between Baudette and Fort Francis, roughly along that Ontario and Minnesota border. So let's just take a look at a Dryden as well. Just a bunch of popcorn storms around here. Nothing severe capable at this point. So again, the severe portion is sticking to the low end of things. The tornado watch is still out there for another 4 hours. Kind of curious about that. See if they'll cancel that a little bit sooner. And then we're just getting back here to Manitoba, looking through Winnipeg. And again, 10:23 p.m. We're about 5 minutes into this scan. And we'll see what the next one looks like. I need to check something on my phone, so bear with me.
Thank you to Derek, who sent a $10 donation to our email. So thanks, Derek, again for your $10 donation.
Thank you, Derek. Really appreciate it. Again, helps us out a lot. So just allows us to grow the platform more and expand on it at this point. So okay. Okay, so just some straight line winds that are problematic. Obviously, northeast of Selkirk, that's just straight line winds at this point. That's not rotating. And again, that's above the surface. So that's what we were highlighting there. Down at the surface, probably around 80-kilometer-hour winds. So let's see when our next scan comes in here, and we'll update you folks as to where things are headed and where they're going. So Adicoken the choke. Okay, interesting. It's amazing to see. Oh, they've updated the severe watch. It looks like, have they shrunk it? Yeah, they've shrunk it back. So the severe watch now, they've pulled it back from Brandon, moved it back eastward. So they are slowly shrinking the severe watch as storms are moving eastward and out of the area. So that's what that update was to the box at this point. So obviously a good sign for overnight. What else is going on here? Thank you guys for always keeping us updated. I always feel safer watching you guys during a bad storm. Thank you very much for the kind words. Appreciate that. And that's the whole reason we're here. We like to turn the temperature down. We don't like to get people wound up if we don't have to. Joey, thank you for sharing our channel on Facebook. Really appreciate that as well. Getting a report from Lady Moon saying no power in Petersfield. So hopefully that's not for too long, but not a lot of fun, obviously, sitting in the dark, especially going through storms right now. So, okay, so maybe in Kayleen saying they have power in there, so it may be just a portion of Petersfield. So hopefully you get your power back sooner. Also, what else is here? Thunderstorm in Winnipeg from Gail Anderson. saying is gone and over. Rain stopped in most places till the next one coming up from North Dakota. So there's, again, the ones coming from North Dakota, I suspect are going to be non-severe, so shouldn't be bad. And then I'm just getting something here. Let me take a look. Pulling up a post. Oh, the light show. So this is from Braden Morriso. He's a line of storms pushing through Winnipeg. This is posted 6 minutes ago. So again, from Braden Morriso, I'll share this up. Let's go full screen on this. And then you can see the storm pushing through on the east side of Winnipeg. And obviously quite the light show as it's moving through. Braden out in front of it, so not getting rained on quite yet. So thanks, Braden, for posting that. If you guys don't follow him, I know we had a couple questions about his tag on X. This is it, Braden More So. You can also find him on Facebook, phenomenal storm chaser out of Cochrane, Alberta. So definitely give him a follow. He shares his stuff with us, and we're grateful for that. He usually finds his way to the dangerous stuff. So again, that's the view just east of Winnipeg right now. They have updated the severe watch, pushed it out to Lac du Bonnet, through Broken Head, and then through Beausejour. So it looks like they're feeling that the northern portion of the line is the severe portion. To the south of there, the line is breaking up a bit. So that is a good sign, definitely for folks out and east of that southern portion on the Winnipeg line of storms coming through. So just going to take a look at velocities. Some strong straight line winds up here coming into to Broken Head. Again, these are straight line winds. You're talking 112 kilometers an hour, but this is 3,000 feet off the ground. So about 800 meters roughly in that neighborhood, about 700 meters to be exact. So just straight line winds. Again, so below that, I would expect 80 kilometer hour wind gusts. And the reason we keep going up in elevation, the beam that shoots out from the radar, because of the curvature of the earth, you suddenly are climbing up into the storm. So that's where things are at there. And Connor, you've probably got to tap out here, I assume.
I do unfortunately have to tap out here. Mr. Connor's got to be up at 6 o'clock again. Um, well, we're gonna have I and Tom and we will have many more updates on the way for Eastern Ontario region tomorrow. See how that goes in the morning. It's still a little bit up in the air at this point, but we'll see how that goes. So.
Yeah. Connor's just bailing as usual. So, anyways, I will stick it out with you guys. We'll walk through it. Have a good night, sir. We'll talk tomorrow, and we'll continue to walk everybody through this line of storms as it moves eastward at this point. So, what else is going on here? So, I got a question here from Amethyst Oasis Thunder Bay, looking for an update. Right now, I can tell you in Thunder Bay, very cool. There are storms coming from the southwest, but again, we are probably expecting them to be non-severe at this point. Again, right now, nothing. These storms that you're seeing to the northwest of Thunder Bay, those are moving north. So those are of no consequence to the Thunder Bay area. They are just basically drifting north across the 17. Where we were watching is storms in Minnesota just to see whether they're going, but again, I don't expect anything to be in Thunder Bay for quite some time, and by the time it gets to Thunder Bay, I think it's going to be non-severe. We are watching a cluster of storms here in Minnesota, but these are going north into southeast Manitoba and then northwest Ontario. Again, between Baudette and good Lord, Fort Francis. Thank you. So that those storms are, but they're still a long ways from there. So still lots of time before that hits anything as well. So hopefully that helps answer your question. Thunder Bay again, not expecting anything till middle of the night, and I don't think it'll go severe at this point. So Beausejour, light rain at times, very high winds and a downpour lasting a minute on and off. But you have more coming your way. So I'm going to switch over here. Beausejour is kind of in a pocket of no rain. Immediately to your west, there is a bunch of rain in there. So also some wind packed in there, but it's not as bad, for example, up towards Selkirk or northeast of Selkirk, I should say. There are some stronger straight line winds in there. That's the area up that way. So Zach saying, I'm driving northeast Highway 9 towards St. Andrews. Heavy winds, lightning rain has diminished slightly. Highway 9, I remember, is, oh yes, on the backside of the line of storms. So if you are north out of Selkirk until you get past Gimli, then you'll get back into the precipitation a little bit, depending how long it takes you to get up there. But this is all moving eastward at this point. So appreciate the updates. Question for what's the situation for Fort Alexander? My friend lives there and I'm worried. So let's take a look at that. And I will do my best to update you, and hopefully we can make you stop worrying, because that's what we're all about. So there are some heavy rains coming in there. I'm going to just switch that up. So right now the line is back to the west. There is quite a bit of rain packed in this. So where you see those reds, that's heavy precipitation, the dark oranges, then yellow, green, and blue on the bottom end of the scale. Doesn't look like there's any hail in this line. We've had no reports of it. We've not seen any signatures on radar as well that would indicate it. There are some stronger winds coming into Fort Alexander. You can see these kind of flesh tone colors. Those are straight line winds. So meaning not rotating. They're about 100 kilometers an hour, but that is 3,000 feet off the ground. At the surface, I would expect about 80 kilometers an hour roughly in pockets. Obviously, you can see it's not consistent throughout, but this is coming into Fort Alexander. So right now, just some rain working in there. And then eventually, as this line gets closer, you can see it marching there. You can see that back to the southwest is where all that rain is for Fort Alexander. So just going to be windy and rainy with lots of lightning, but it will pass, and with some stronger winds. That's basically it at this point. So the southern portion of this looks like it's weakening as well. So Verdun, Manitoba. Let me just take a look here. Back at Verdun, let me see. There's absolutely nothing at Verdun, Manitoba. There's not even a storm over there. So not sure that that's right on the Trans-Canada. There's absolutely nothing. All the storms are to your north. So there's nothing near Verdun that you need to worry about. What else? There's one incredible light show with Daniel Shaw chasing a storm in the States. It's unbelievable. Daniel, I know well. I haven't actually seen him in a number of years. But that man is a storm chasing machine out of Australia, chases the US for 3 months, maybe even 4 months, actually. And if there's weather, he is there. And I can't believe how much that man will travel, like a drive to get to storms. He just keeps going. He's like I said, he's a machine. So, American here, a little out of his element without his usual storm chasers info. I'm about 30 minutes north of Ignace. Do you think I'm okay going to bed? That's Justin Joint. So coming from our Facebook page. So let me see what's going on over there. You said you were 30 minutes north. Let me pull this up. Yeah, these are just basically the only reason these are considered severe storms is they're showing a little bit of pink, which is small hail. We're talking, pea size to maybe grapes. That is the only reason this is severe warned. So again, these are traveling north, but they are just thunderstorms at this point. Not a ton of wind in there, and just heavy precip in pockets. And again, small hail. So yes, you are good at this point to go to bed. There's nothing as far as these storms are concerned. So if you are obviously anywhere in these areas overnight. We're staying here for still some time, but for example, there may be storms overnight. Make sure you have a way to get warnings overnight. So if you're sleeping, make sure your phone, if it does have cell service, that you can get those alerts. And if you do get one, take it seriously overnight, because obviously we won't be here covering that. I have to sleep, unfortunately, as well. And so right now we will track this as long as we can. And then, we'll be back here again tomorrow to watch the rest of this as this unfolds. But we are expecting storms to kind of move across the north through Ontario, but we are expecting them to take till about morning to get to the northern end of Lake Superior at this point. So we were talking about Terrace Bay there earlier. So we're thinking 7 o'clock in the morning, something like that. So the system is definitely far more slow moving at this point. And then we'll continue through Ontario tomorrow through the day, and we will continue to update that as well. So right now, heavy precipitation down on the southern end of this near Steinbach. We're going to see about winds in there. Nothing strong in terms of winds. That is just very heavy rain with lightning. And the storm's crossing over at what is this? This is the Minnesota border with Manitoba. There is very heavy precipitation. This is coming into Vida. And there could be some very small hail on that, but so far not severe warned. And again, this is moving northeast as it travels through. So you can see how that is unfolding right there. But again, just regular thunderstorms at this point. We're going to watch the northern end of this line because that is packing a bit of a punch in certain areas. So you can see the straight line winds here north of Broken Head, all the way to the north from there. Above the surface, again, some places will just tell you these are 120 kilometer-hour winds. That's not on the surface. This is 3,600 feet up. So this is about 800 or 900 meters up, almost a kilometer above the surface. Down at the surface, I would expect about 80 kilometer-hour winds sustaining in this. We are just reading further up into the storm. So that's why we try and explain things so people understand it when they're looking at radar themselves. Or watching another stream. This at least allows you to understand what you're looking at and making your own judgment calls. Some places will just tell you there's 120 kilometer-hour winds in that, but not tell you that that's 4,000 feet off the ground. So no problem, Justin. Glad I could answer your question there. So So is there a weather station app website that we can trust for our day-to-day? It seems the weather network is off all the time. They just throw a lot of updates, so they change it very often. And the problem when you look at models, when you're doing forecasting, there's so many variables that change things. It's definitely a difficult game to play in terms of forecasting because, again, today did not unfold any way, shape, or form like models were expecting. And there's a couple of reasons for that, but we won't get into details of that. So WeatherCan is a good app. I use that one just to keep track of kind of general idea of what's happening without having to dig into models. But when I do my forecasting, I'm looking at like 5 different computer models to understand what's going on because one model will see one thing and another model will see completely different. So I kind of try and average them out. But WeatherCan is a good one. Weather Network is hit or miss. I guess it also depends, which office it's out of because they do coverage across Canada. So it's not just one meteorologist that does the coverage for all of Canada. There's a bunch of them. In Eastern Ontario and Southern Ontario, the Weather Network's not bad actually in terms of their generalized forecasting. So that's kind of my 2 cents on it. But WeatherCan would definitely be the one I would point you towards if you don't want to use the Weather Network. So, Okay. Jake just commenting that it's raining so hard it has me debating if there's hail coming down here in Arborg. And so far, again, I don't think. I'm just going to make sure that this is within that line that we've all been watching for the last little while. Let me just see here. So you're almost on the end of it at this point. So it was just rain for the most part. There's no indication of hail anywhere in this line that's currently out here. We're just seeing very heavy precipitation. If we did have some hail, we would have pink pixelation in there, or bright pinks, but I'm not seeing any of that. So I'm not saying it's impossible. If it was, it would be the very tiniest of hail within that line. So, but you are out of it almost at this point. And again, this is just marching northeast at this point, and going from there. So you can see how that's just kind of pushing out at this point. And there's a jump in the radar because Woodland's radar was down for about 40 minutes. So we didn't have any data at that point. So. So this is kind of the progression over the last few hours. And we are now 10:47 p.m., obviously Manitoba time, 11:47 Eastern time. And storms coming in from the south, still not severe. They are packing a lot of rain. And that seems to be the theme for today. There's just a lot of rain coming out of this system through the Manitoba area. We did see a ton of flooding as well. So we've had lots of floods throughout portions of Manitoba because it's a very saturated area at this point. Over the last month, there's been plenty of storms going through the area. So what else? Jake, congratulations on the new truck. Definitely would make me nervous if I had my new vehicle outside in hail. Luckily, it would take very large hail to start doing damage to a vehicle. When I mean large hail, you're talking getting up toonie size to golf balls, that kind of thing. And I can speak from experience because I've seen up to 3-inch hailstones, baseballs and softballs I've seen, but that was my storm chasing truck. And then my personal vehicle as well has been hit by hail, unfortunately, here in Ottawa a couple of years back. So question here again about a truck for hail cover. So any good sources of a hail cover for a truck? Seems this summer is going to be exciting. I've seen some ones where they actually will inflate. It's an inflatable thing that you can put around your vehicle. I've never actually seen them used. I've only seen social media posts about them. I've seen people put pool noodles on their vehicles. I've seen inflatables taped or tie wrapped to their vehicles when hail is coming. But overall, I mean, just try, if you have nowhere that you could put it inside, I would look again on social media. The only ones I've seen is this inflatable thing you can put around your vehicle. But I've never witnessed it in person, so I can't speak to how expensive it is or whether it even works well, or whether and how easy it is to deploy and that kind of stuff. So, but that's the first time I've been asked that, so that's great. What else? Tornado Boy asking what's Northwest Ontario looking like. A rainy mess at this point. There isn't a whole lot going on. Again, Thunder Bay, nothing happening there. These storms are drifting northward. We do have some more storms in Minnesota that are going to kind of cross over here, just switching to the proper radar. These are going to kind of fall between Fort Francis and kind of Baudette, and cross into Northwest Ontario. This could be severe warned if it goes across for precipitation in terms of hail. There are some winds in that, but it's not too bad. And I'm just going to take a look at our velocity scan here, just because our US radar is picking up on some things, but that's because it's far away. And again, the farther away you get in the storm, the higher up you are. So let's just take a look here. Again, south, these storms are not severe warned in southeast Manitoba. We are still just dealing with this line that is kind of northeast of Winnipeg, heading up that way. Let me just take a look here at something. Um, so this is almost out of Manitoba at this point. It's obviously getting to the far eastern edge of it. So yeah, it's definitely through that Winnipeg area, which obviously would have gotten most people's attention. Now they've thrown that severe warning all the way to the eastern portion of the Manitoba border. And at this point, let me just see here. So yeah, it's all the way to the Manitoba Ontario border, and definitely a lot more orange in here. Still some red, but heavy precipitation up to the north here. This is northeast of Gimli. We can definitely see that. There are some strong straight line winds coming across the water here near Fort Alexander. I know we had some questions about that. There's some 126-kilometer-hour winds, so on the surface, probably because it's over open water, which is unimpeded, maybe 100-kilometer-hour winds coming at that way. So definitely wouldn't want to be hanging outside while this passes over. It will be fairly quick, but tons of rain embedded in that as well. And let's just take a look to the south here. Let's just see here. And the winds kind of subside the further south you get. So our bright spots, as you can see on the radar, are these flesh tone colors. There's three kind of pockets. One to the southwest of Fort Alexander, and then east of Gimli, there's a couple of pockets of stronger winds in there. Just so people understand what the radar velocity scans, this stuff that looks like Christmas confetti, that is data corruption. It's just, it's a problem in the software. So it gets hard sometimes reading these velocity scans because it just pollutes the information, unfortunately. So yeah, so that's what's happening right now. Again, we do have storms down to the south and other ones crossing over from North Dakota. So I'm going to look at those. Again, you're seeing this is mostly yellow and orange, but the problem here is that this is more rain for that southern portion of Manitoba. They will stay non-severe is my take on that, but we will continue to monitor it just to make sure that that's the case. So what else? Yeah, I'm right near the border. So thanks for answering my question. Happy to do so. Again, this is totally unfolding a lot differently than we were expecting on models, and I'll speak to that a little bit. Unfortunately, there's a large portion of the US right now that has stopped launching weather balloons from the National Weather Service, and those are crucial for getting data into models because they go and cut up through the atmosphere and give actual current conditions. And so that has impeded what we can do in terms of models or the data that models are getting. So we have a large portion through the Midwest that isn't getting that data from those weather balloons. That's just some changes down in the US, and that is affecting all sorts of models at this point. So again, that's why the reliability isn't there as much as it can be. So let me take a look here. So at a glance, we can see where our heavy precipitation is. Those dark oranges and reds, that's where our heavy precip and the lightning following that. Here is our latest scan, continuing to move north. Let's take a look at velocities here. Just to the west of Fort Alexander, it'll probably miss it to the north. Those stronger winds, there are still some decent winds kind of to the southwest of Fort Alexander. But that is starting to get further away from the radar as well. But strong winds here out over open water, essentially. So, like I said, that's just because it's not, it's unimpeded, essentially. So nothing's slowing it down for the most part. Okay. And then let's just take a look back here at Dryden radar. A lot of popcorn storms here, but nothing severe on the northwest Ontario side along 17 near Kenora, just small isolated storms. Down here by south of Ignace, there's obviously heavy precipitation in there, far more of it, but again, even at that point, that is non-severe as far as I'm concerned. And then let's take a look around Thunder Bay. Nothing coming into Thunder Bay. Again, overnight in the middle of the night, we might see something there, but it is currently 13 degrees in Thunder Bay, so that usually tones down what thunderstorms can do. You'll see that the lightning is over here where it's 23, 22 degrees temperature. So what are they updating? I'm just looking. We have all these warnings all over the place. All those pink ones are just heat warnings, folks. So that's just Ontario. It's a lot warmer here than we got to about 30 degrees today. So uh, like I said, we're getting at the tail end of this. It's probably a good thing. You know, you're still going to get some storms overnight. But again, hopefully they stay basically non-severe, but it won't help with that saturated ground. Still going to be getting rain in parts of southern Manitoba. So what else? Zach asking, any updates for Langreth, Plumas, Sandy Bay surrounding areas? So let me just take a look here. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, yeah, you've got you're in that heavy rainfall. Most of the rain has moved to the north. So let me just take a look at Frank Warren. So in that area, the rain is done for the most part. You can see how this is all rotated up northwest from there. But again, there is a storm. There are storms, plural, coming from the south. From North Dakota, they probably will skirt to your east, but they could come into play depending if they rotate further up, just in regards to the whole system here. So I'll show you that again. This is from the North Dakota radar, so you can kind of see that it's slowly drifting up there. So it may catch it, but again, non-severe. However, still rain moving into Manitoba, which is not good for some of these areas that are still flooded from previous storms. So hopefully that helps you out there. And then what else have we got here? How's the Grand Beach and Grand Marais area? Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. So I want to say you guys are on the far side. So yes, this is all that line that is moving through. I'm just zooming in and out. This is around that Fort Alexander area. Very strong winds right there, heavy precipitation right now, but it is moving out. So this is definitely going to be over soon, but it is moving northeast. Heavy precipitation while it's going on. You've got strong winds in there and lightning as well. I'm just going to take a look some velocities. There's strong winds here around 11. Just in regards to open water, definitely allows those winds to blow a lot stronger, much more unimpeded. But again, it is slowly moving away. You can see that right now as this moves across. So next couple of scans, all that rain should be out of the area. So do you think any more rain is going to come into Brandon? My gauge measured 90 millimeters. That's from George Smith. So wow, that's a ton of rain, and I'm honestly not surprised to hear that. So let's take a look. Brandon, there's a storm popping just to your northwest right now. So let's just take a look at Fox Warren. I'm getting tired, folks. 6.5 hours of talking. I'm starting to mix up my words here. So there is a storm currently ongoing that just to the north of Brandon. There is also storms coming out of North Dakota right near Minot that may make their way into Brandon. I think they will stick to the east at this point based on what I'm seeing here. So hopefully that's the case. I'm just going to see if there's anything further. So you can see how the storms where it's 13 degrees, there's a little bit of precipitation here. It starts to struggle and die, and that's just because those temperatures are so cool. It definitely impedes those storms overnight. So I think Brandon will probably skirt these storms and not see anything more overnight. But again, overnight is 8 hours, so there's quite a bit of time in there. But I suspect you should be okay. I think I'm fairly confident in that statement at this point. So let's switch over back to the main radar here, Woodlands. Okay, so what else is going on here? How does Dufresne, Manitoba look? We're getting pummeled with rain and thunder right now. That is for Dufresne, so I can take a look at that. Give me one sec here. And yeah, so you're right in the middle of this, basically this strong line of precipitation, but you are almost out of it now. To your west, there's very little rain. This is a scan at 10:59 that just came in. That is going to move out, and for the most part, you're done with that heavy precipitation. Again, there may be some additional storms that make their way up, but right now with this line, you are out of it basically at this point. So that was for Truth Belt Todd, or Told, I believe. So, so yeah, that's what's happening there. Dang, tornadoes everywhere. There was one in Hugh, Saskatchewan today, and seen that live video feed yesterday in Manitoba. Yeah, so we did have tornadoes yesterday in Saskatchewan, north of there. And then we had Rossburn tornado live on here as well. So the Saskatchewan ones and the Rossburn tornado, Shannon Bolesky was live streaming that one here. I have not heard about the tornado in Saskatchewan. I know there were some funnel clouds possible out there, but I have not had any confirmation or seen anything on social media, so I can't comment on that. I've been on the live stream for about 6.5 hours, unfortunately. So hopefully nobody got hurt, and that's where, that's the main thing that we want to hear about that. So, Rock Spoon saying, I hope that's it for Winnipeg tonight. So just taking a look here. Bear with me for a sec. Monitoring multiple chats. That is it for Winnipeg. Once this has moved through, you are good on that front. So clouds is my name. What does purple mean? So purple box at the top here on my radar software, that is a squall watch over open, a squall warning, I should say, over open water. So obviously for any kind of watercraft, winds gusts up to 35 knots, frequent lightning and hail 1 to 2 centimeters is what they're saying. So that is obviously over the water here, just to the north, almost up to Blood Vein, and then down to just south of Winnipeg Beach over the water. So just a squall warning to do with this line as it's coming through there. So George, you're welcome. Happy to answer your question. What else? So many things going on. Thank you for keeping us updated. Everyone have a good night. Stay safe out there. Thanks for sticking with us and joining on the stream. Enjoy it. Hopefully you can sleep a little better tonight now, knowing that it's probably past you and it's over with at this point. So getting a comment here. Beausejour right now, very heavy rain falling straight down with the odd super wind gust. Some streets are flooding, and that would be out here. Still to your west, there is obviously this is this is way back. Let me just move this up. So Beausejour to your southwest, there is still some more rain coming in. We've been hearing about streets flooding and getting a lot of water on them. So there are some more rain showers coming for Beausejour as this moves northeast. And they've just severe warned it because right here, there's 1 pixel of pink right by Enola. That is indicative of hail when you get into that pink. And that would be pea-sized or smaller at this point, but we'll continue to monitor it. Wow, that is a Tetris-looking severe watch. There's 2 or 3 of them going on here. These imaginary lines that we draw as humans, unfortunately, they fall townships and, counties and that kind of stuff. So, again, heavy rain in this, but that's the biggest threat other than those strong winds over the open water. Those straight line winds, they are not rotating. That is just, again, straight line winds, but they can cause damage as well. So let's just take a look here. And then I'm going to take a look in Minnesota and just double check what's going on there. I'm going to see if these are rotating. They're starting to get away from the radar, but no real rotation in there. Heavy precipitation in that. And then let's see down here by Long Prairie. Let's see what our closest radar is to that. that's looking a lot less organized than it was earlier. So that may be a good sign as well. So I'm just monitoring those to see what it's going to look like as it comes northward. Just looking at it from multiple radars at this point. So another severe warning that they've updated for the line. So I'll click on that. Thunderstorm warning in Manitoba, basically tracking a severe thunderstorm capable of producing damaging wind gusts, quarter-size hail, and heavy rain. Currently, the storm is over Anola, moving northeast at 45 kilometers an hour. Locations in the path: Anola, Vivian, St. Rita, and Molson. And then they put the maximum hazards, which were for today, was 110-kilometer-hour winds, 2.5 centimeter hail, and 50 millimeters of rain. The only thing I see in here is that small hail pixel that has now actually disappeared. So I'll show you that on the scan. That's why they warned it. If I go back one scan here, east of Dugald or around Anola, there's that hail right there. And on the next scan, it's gone. So that is downtrended in terms of precipitation. Again, we haven't seen really hail for quite some time, several hours anyways. And this is all moving eastward, but these are just heavy rain showers. I'm going to take a look at wind speeds in here. Nothing super elevated down in this area. Over the lake, we definitely have some high winds because, again, just open, nothing to stop them from blowing around. However, let's remember that these are not at the surface. These are now 6,000 feet off the ground, so that's almost closing in on 2 kilometers. It's just shy of 2 kilometers off the ground. At the surface, I would expect 80 to 100 kilometer-hour winds roughly. So that is, again, over that open water. And we're starting to get much further away from the radar. So again, the further we get, the higher up into the storm we are reading at this point. So so we've got one, I'm gonna struggle to say this, one a Pigot. That is a bunch of rain to your southwest. Obviously quite a bit of lightning moving up that way. And then the line does break up a little here, but these storms are definitely less impactful than they were earlier. So yes, sorry, Tornado Boy just saying they said 60 miles an hour for the storm south of the border of Northwest Ontario. So let me just take a look at that. That would be down here. What's my closest radar to that? I am seeing some stronger winds in this, if that's the one we're talking about. But this wind reading right here, for example, where it's 120 kilometers an hour, which would be about 75 miles an hour, that's 12,000 feet off the ground. So that's one of the things people have to understand when reading radar. 12,000 feet is 2 miles, 3.2 kilometers up. So well off the surface at that point. And it's kind of the best way I can describe it to you folks. Imagine yourself, you see people climbing mountains when they get up in, up high on the mountain. They, the winds pick up there. It's obviously much windier. The higher you go up in the atmosphere, that's perfectly normal. It's what's closer to the surface that obviously counts. And you have to use a little bit of experience to understand, okay, we're at 120 at, 2 miles up or 3 kilometers up. What are you kind of expecting at the surface? So again, we just try and keep it realistic in terms of the information that we put out. There's a bit of a storm here that's got, it looks like it's got hail and it's got some rotation according to our software. This is by Forest River on the North Dakota side. It's just on the very edge of North Dakota, so we'll watch that. Definitely lots of hail in that right now, so we'll see where that tracks, because it is kind of heading northeast, so it'll cross from North Dakota into Minnesota and then eventually into Manitoba. So we'll see if that sustains at this point or whether it's going to lose a little bit of its intensity. Oh, perfect. Tamara saying, thank you so much for helping everyone through the tornadoes last night and again through this flooding. That's my pleasure. That's what I enjoy doing. And the whole reason we started this channel is just to walk people through it and kind of turn the temperature down, would be a great way of putting it. We don't hype stuff up here. If if it's nothing to be concerned about, we will tell you that, which is most times with severe weather. And understanding it is just as important. It kind of helps to deal with the storm anxiety. So glad to hear that from you. So Thunder Bay going to be hit in about an hour, coming from Jason. I don't know who told you that, Jason, but they are misleading you significantly for Thunder Bay. Right now, there is nothing remotely close to Thunder Bay or even coming into Thunder Bay. And in fact, it's only 14 degrees Celsius. These storms to the northwest are moving north and away from Thunder Bay. Somebody is misleading you big time. I would not listen to them if they're telling you it's being hit in about an hour. There are absolutely no storms anywhere remotely close. The closest storms anywhere that would possibly even get to Thunder Bay, which again, I am skeptical, are 400 kilometers away at this point. So yeah, somebody's, yanking your chain or doing something. So anyways, let's continue. We'll watch this. And 1,000 miles away saying that's a great way of dealing with the weather. Absolutely. And that's, we actually jumped onto this platform and created it a year ago. Again, we are based out of Eastern Ontario, but we've created it because there's so many platforms that fearmonger, hype stuff up. Everything is doomsday. Take shelter. Always, it's not necessary 90% of the time. There are definitely situations where you need to do it, but that's why we came on. I literally got so frustrated because people reach out to me because I've been around weather for so long, and I'd always tell them, no, that's not, you don't need to worry about it. That's not as bad as what they're saying. Just understanding severe weather is important. So that's why we're trying to spread the word. So thank you very much for the kind words. Okay, Beausejour, Manitoba is getting a light show right now with high winds and lots of rain. And you are definitely right in the meat of the rain. And there's 1 pixel of pink to your southeast. So there may be very tiny pea-sized hail in that. But I'm jealous. I wish I was there watching the light show with you because that's my happy place. So yeah, no. There is absolutely no tornado that went through Winnipeg. Let's not put false information in here. I don't care if you saw a picture, that's AI. There is no tornado that has gone through Winnipeg and that has destroyed a house. That's absolute nonsense. There would be straight line winds. There's a very big difference between that, but no tornado went through Winnipeg. Somebody is yanking your chain there. Suddenly, we're getting a lot of people in here with a lot of incorrect information. I'm not sure why that is, but if there was anything that happened in Winnipeg, it would be from straight line winds, not from a tornado. We actually even had a storm chaser out on that storm who is very experienced. And again, nothing we saw on radar would tell us that we have a tornado going through Winnipeg. So we don't like spreading that kind of information, especially several weeks ago where, tornado warnings were being put out in Winnipeg and the bad storms moved through there. This was a straight line wind event, no tornado. So that's why there was no warning. What else? Pretty awesome nonstop light show now in Edmonton. Oh, way back to the west there. Yeah, we did have some severe storms out that way. I can take a quick look at that. We've been covering. Oh, wow, there's a little cell just to your north. I'm actually surprised this isn't severe warned. There is some hail in that, and that's probably dropping southwest. So let's just take a look at that. That will probably get a severe warning here shortly because just near Fort Saskatchewan, you've got about 4 pixels of pink. So that is indicative of some smaller hail in there. So they may severe warn that shortly. Appreciate you jumping in on the stream and watching from here. Again, we've been covering mostly Manitoba today and Northwest Ontario. But that's just because that was where the highest end severe was possible. So we try and cover that as much as we can. So Armando asking, do you think the storms southwest of Winkler are going to nor get nor saver? I'm trying to figure out what you mean by. Uh, I don't think they're going to be severe, but let's just take a look down here. Sorry, losing my voice. Okay, southwest of Winkler are going to be non-severe. I think they're going to be non-severe if that's what we're asking. These so far, you can see, and I'll describe it to you. All that yellow, green, and blue is on the low end of the precipitation, and there's only a little bit of orange, which is in the moderate. It's when you get all sorts of dark orange, red, pink, and purple. That's where these storms will get into severe. I don't think these are going to be severe. These are just going to be additional rain moving through the area. So, what did they just? Ha! Oh no, they didn't. I thought they severe warned that storm near Edmonton. Sorry, I was just going to laugh about that. Um, what else? So hopefully that answers your question, Armando. It's just going to be thunderstorms with some rain, but definitely less than that what was there earlier. Uh, what else? Sean, very much appreciate the kind words. Uh, we do our best here. That's basically what it is. Tornado Boy, thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. It is getting late. You have a great night too. So thanks for jumping on here. And again, Armando, I figured that's what you meant is more severe, but they aren't. The temperatures are just not there. And again, I don't expect them the way they're spread out like that. They're not tight and concise. They're kind of washed out. As compared to the storms that are around Winnipeg. You can see those where you go from no rain to a ton of rain. It's a very sharp line. That's also indicative of strong storms. Whereas if on these ones here, you get this kind of washed out effect where you've got light rain. So again, I don't expect these to do very much. There may be pockets of heavier precipitation, but I really don't expect. I don't really expect anything to come out of those. So let's just jump back on here. V-Baller Lefty hoping for a great show in Ottawa tomorrow. I definitely hope we get some weather down this way tomorrow. Connor was definitely not feeling positive about it based on what he was looking at when he left the stream and some of the chats we were doing. So hopefully it changes overnight, but we'll see whether that's the case. But we will update everybody in the morning. Again, we will look at models overnight and then see what comes up in the morning. And we expect to be live streaming. We're just not sure exactly what area is going to be impacted right now. This system is moving slower than models predicted. So timing is everything. And it was definitely marching faster on models than this was showing. Then this is actually happening, I should say. So it will definitely change things up a little bit. Marlene saying lots of lightning in Steinbach. Down to the south here, you're just behind the line, so you're probably enjoying a nice light show behind it as that line is moving northeast. You are out of it at this point. There will be some storms from the North Dakota, Minnesota side of things. We do have one storm here that is hailing on the North Dakota side, just near Interstate 29. Going to see if that maintains. It has been hailing for a while there. So we'll see if that continues to be the case. If that hail did make it across into Minnesota and then across the Manitoba border, that would get severe warned for the hail for sure. So we'll keep an eye on that. So what else? Brett asking, can you show me radar for Yorkton? The Weather Network and Weather Channel have two completely different radar images. Oh my God. Oh, I know why. I think that's their Futurecast radar. So yes, I can show you Yorkton. Where are you? You're somewhere over here. Am I too far north? Yeah, there we go. So let me show you the radar. This is what's going on. This is right from the radar. So one thing that, Brett, I'll tell you is the Weather Network and Weather Channel, they have this feature called Futurecast Radar. And all that is the fancy way of saying model. And a model is just trying to predict the future. And that is not always, we look at 5 of them. So if they have just one model displayed, that is only one model's interpretation of what might happen. And unfortunately, the way they present it, they call it Featurecast Radar, and that's misleading. Like I said, we get that comment all the time. So this is what's actually happening right now on the radar. I just need to change my earpiece here, so bear with me. My one is dying, so I'm just gonna switch over to the other one. And that just means we've been on for almost 7 hours because they last 7 hours. So this is what you're seeing. This is the big picture. So Yorkton on the very southern edge of that precipitation, I expect to kind of see that move out of Yorkton right now in the next half an hour to an hour. It's going to slowly drift northward where that cutoff for the precipitation is. So I hope that answers your question there. And then we'll jump back into the line here on the far eastern side of Manitoba. What else? Lots of lightning in Steinbach. Yeah, we've talked about that. Mr. Canadian Weather Live, is this storm going to hit Texas? I'm going to the World Cup and game in Houston, and I'm worried. This is so far from Texas. We're not even. I'm a little shocked at the comment. That's why I'm. Texas is way down here. I haven't even looked at Texas. This is all moving north, so I don't know. There doesn't even look like to be storms in Texas at this point. So we don't cover the U.S., so I can't give you information on Texas, but I can recommend that you check out Max Velocity. He is a YouTuber, huge following. If anything's going to be happening in Texas, check him out. It's Max Velocity. I watch his channel when there's nothing going on here in Canada, or I'm following what severe storms are doing in the US. So definitely give him a check out. Sorry, I couldn't help you out, but again, we always cover stuff in Canada. That's kind of where we restrict ourselves to. But Max Velocity would be the one to check it out. So, got DEET for the mosquitoes. Yeah, that's one thing that with all this rain, you guys are going to have mosquitoes the size of pterodactyls this summer. There's so much standing water. We even showed it on live stream from Shannon throughout Winkler and Morden and other areas. So yeah, I don't envy you guys. Mosquitoes like me way too much. I'm not a fan of them. So people keep getting confused by their Futurecast radar. Yeah, Tony, absolutely they do, and it's so frustrating because it's the way it's presented. If they actually wrote that that's a model, people would understand it. But when you put a spin on it and call it Futurecast radar, it's just a fancy way of saying model, and it's misleading in my opinion. So, Frankie, my man, asking any rain near Lynn Lake area would help with the forest fires out there. So let's take a look here. Lynn Lake, Manitoba. Oof. We have no radar up that far, unfortunately. My last radar, we need one in Flin Flon. We've actually been talking about it, excuse me, on the stream. So I can maybe take a look with satellite. So let me take a look here. I might be able to cheat here, so give me 1 second. Let's see if we can get this up. Let's go full disk, and then let's go, do we have IR up there? Short wave window. No, that's not going to be it. Where is my IR? Here we go. So, no, there's no real rain up there. We're seeing this is all the rain down here on satellite imagery. All the way north, there's nothing right now for rain. So unfortunately, no, there's nothing helping out those forest fires up there. So hopefully that answers your question. We cheated and used satellite for that. So, and I'm just going to switch to red band back to here, take this down, pull off satellite, go back to radar, and then let's look at Manitoba. So that's one way we can cheat to see if there's storms outside of radar coverage. What else? Brett saying, thanks. I've noticed a difference before, but it's obvious tonight. And again, I would think that discrepancy would be just that futurecast radar. Maybe one is real and the other one is futurecast. I don't know, but definitely, this is just live from the radar, so you're getting it right from the source. Liv saying Max Velocity or Ryan Hall, both good YouTubers for forecasts in the US. Yeah, 100%. I just lean towards Max Velocity. That's just personal preference. But the storm is crazy in Edmonton now, probably worst so far of the year for the city proper, coming from Sean. So that's that one little cell that, they did severe warn it. I knew they were going to. So this has got some hail in it, and that's why it's getting severe warned for Edmonton. This is coming south. So all that pink pixel, you're probably seeing grape size or smaller hail in that. And this is just tracking right through Edmonton at this point, and just coming down southward. So that will track through all the way through Edmonton, and it looks like it's going to maintain that hail. So just heed that if you are in the Edmonton area. And we'll continue monitoring IBS awareness. No problem. Happy to help you out. Again, if I can't give you the answer, I'll happily point you in the right direction. So, yeah, Sean, just saw that. Again, I'm catching up in the comments, but yes, it just finally got a warning, and it actually should have had a warning when I looked at it back, a short while ago. It was obvious that had quite a bit of hail on it. So they should have warned it a little sooner than they did. So hopefully people can heed that warning as well. Definitely a lot of heavy rain in it, but there is hail tucked into it as well. So, okay. Oh my God. What time are we here? It's almost 12:30 a.m. 11:30 Manitoba time. So let's take a look. We've kind of bounced around a little bit here. I'm going to take a look at our velocity scans over open water. This is coming ashore now. There are some stronger winds here along that 304 highway on the east side of the water. But again, this is above the surface. We are now at 7,000 feet over here. So probably 80 to 100 kilometer hour winds on the surface. Those will probably start slowing down somewhat now that they're on. There's more friction, obviously, when it gets over land. But that's what our velocity scans are showing there. The rest of the storm is just basically mostly rain. Maybe see 1 pixel of pink in here. I saw that from a mile away. That is northeast of Fort Alexander, 1 pixel. So that is, basically pea-sized hail or smaller. If there's any even in there, that may actually melt before it gets down to the surface as it's falling through the atmosphere. So, Karen saying, I'm working in North Transcona right now with that. Will that location be okay till morning? So in North Transcona, I just want to make sure I know where that is. There. That is in Winnipeg, correct? I believe. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. That is just here on the western side of Winnipeg. So there are some storms coming up that way from North Dakota. They are at this point non-severe. It is just regular rain that you can see with all that yellow. There's very little orange and red in there. So those are pockets of a little more intense precipitation, but nothing like what just came through Winnipeg earlier. You can see the color difference from the northeast corner of our map here to the southwest. All those reds and orange are on the high end of the precipitation scale. Back to the southwest, that's the low end. So you might get some more storms coming into Winnipeg, but they should stay non-severe and just be more rain, unfortunately, which for the flooded areas isn't good, and some lightning associated with that. So hopefully that helps, Karen. and I appreciate your question. Sean saying, I'll let you know how big the hail is in a few minutes. So we're going to get a report right out of Edmonton. That'd be cool. Definitely, if there's people watching from Edmonton, I'm going to just quickly scan back over here. We do have a storm just popping going through. Oh, it's picking up in size here. The hail core over Castleman Steel Heights. This is going to be toonie sized hail, maybe a little bit smaller than that, but bright pinks in there. So definitely the hail is picking up north of 16, kind of south of 216. So tucked in there. And this is dropping south through Edmonton. So we'll swing back over to Manitoba. Just bounce around and give coverage for a couple of areas at this point. So, is the cluster of thunderstorms located southwest of Fort Frances going to hit? Let me check on that for you. Good question, Connor. So let's take a look here. It is getting close to international, or not International Falls, Fort Frances International Falls, same area, just one's US, one's Canada. I'm just going to look at the US radar for this. So it is heading towards between Baudette and near Fort Frances. These storms are headed that way. I'm just trying to figure out what the height is here. So give me a sec. I'm going to take a look. We're about 16,000 feet up. So this is very, very far from the radar, but I don't think we have close radars to it. I'm just trying to see which is our closest radar. This might be a little better. And let's see what Dryden sees. Let's see how far up we are. This is 12,000 feet, so it does look better. This is heavy precipitation. Doesn't look like, hopefully there's no hail in it. The only reason this would get severe warned on the Ontario side would be for a small hail in that if it does continue, but it is currently still a bit of distance from the Ontario border. There's going to be minor rain across there, but I think that for the most part, as this gets closer to radar, there won't be any hail in that, and it will just travel through like the rest of these storms around Dryden and area. So just a lot of popcorn storms, a lot of precipitation, and this is going to move through the region overnight. So again, all of this is moving eastward, and I can draw that out. We should see all of these cluster of storms kind of moving across the map in this general direction overnight. There'll be some more storms from the south that kind of join up with it and continue that way. So this is just going to track this way roughly overnight. And again, if you are anywhere in this area overnight, because we won't be here on the live stream, I'm going to probably stick around for another 20 minutes or so. But then I need to get to bed as well, because we're already at 12:30 a.m. here, and I've got to be up for another live stream tomorrow, day 4. Make sure you have a way of getting warnings if you can. Obviously, cell phone is best. If you do get them, then take it seriously if you get woken up by one at night. So that's my advice at this point. But again, I'm hoping that most of this here won't be severe. And just going to look on that Minnesota, North Dakota side. So the hail out of this storm, this is the one that I was following earlier. It had a decent hail core on it back right there. This was at 11:19 p.m. again on the North Dakota side. But you can see how this has marched on. The pink has disappeared. And even the darker reds are moving out of that. So that storm is weakening as it heads into Minnesota and then up to Canada. So that is great news on that as well. So what did they just update here? Edmonton, they're extending that severe warning for the storm as it's tracking through. Let's take a look. It hasn't updated since that last scan. That's 11:29. So we're about 2 minutes out from there. But they've dropped that severe warning further south of Edmonton down to Leduc and Beaumont as that storm continues. So let's just switch back over here, and then I'm going to get back. What else? Okay, I'm gonna look something up here. Bear with me for a second, folks. Uh, do, 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 do. Yeah, I'm just checking something out here. So, um, just checking to see confirmation on some reports. Nothing to confirm at this point. Okay, so flooding in East Selkirk, that's no fun. That's as the line moved through. Obviously, you're out of the precipitation at this point. Hopefully, you won't see much more tonight, but there is some possibility of it making in that way. What's this? I saw pics. What is this again? I saw pics of White Ridge in Winnipeg, and it looks like they got hit by a tornado. No warning at all from Dane. There's no tornado that went through Winnipeg. If anything got damaged in Winnipeg, it would be from straight line winds. If you want to share the link to that so I can take a look at it. Unfortunately, people share a lot of AI garbage. And there's a bunch of fake stuff that circulates around on social media. But watching the storms going through as we walk through here, there is no tornadic circulation that went through Winnipeg at this point. So, what else? Angie saying power's out in Elmwood area for an hour now. Winnipeg, Manitoba, definitely a strong storm or line of storms. So unfortunately, I'm hearing it has knocked out power in some areas. Hopefully, you get it back, but appreciate you letting us know. Hemiel. Hemi or Hemiel, will Manitoba have a tornado? No, there's no tornado chance tonight whatsoever. That watch was dropped hours ago. The conditions are just not favorable for that anymore. So, what else is going on here? It's absolutely strobe lighting in Fort Francis. Coming from Connor, and that's obviously off this storm. There's all this lightning associated to it. So let's see what the Dryden storm is showing. This probably will get severe warned when it crosses the border. There is a couple pixels of pink in here. So Environment Canada on the Ontario side might put a severe warning on this. Lots of rain heading obviously near Emo. Between Baudette and Emo and Fort Francis, that's where this storm is going to cross over. Heavy rainfall. Let's take a look at our winds in this. We are very far. We're on the very edge of what the radar can read, so that's misleading, that radar imagery for speed. I would suspect there are some winds in here and a very little amount of hail, so hopefully not too big a problem. What else? Yeah, no, absolutely not. There is not a tornado or two possible in Manitoba. Stop, guys, man. There is definitely no chance of a tornado in Manitoba. Again, that is not accurate information. So please don't throw that in the chat. I don't know where you're getting your information. The conditions are definitely not there for that kind of thing to happen. So, you can have mesoscale accidents, but to make a statement that there's one or two tornadoes possible is absolutely incorrect. So please get your information right. We are not going to tolerate that in the chat. There's other channels for that if you want to hype stuff up and throw comments out like that. So downbursts, the rain going sideways, that's about it. That's, again, I'm not sure where that is, CC, and you know, obviously there's quite a bit of rain packed in here on the eastern side of Manitoba. So hopefully that's going to move out of here shortly and over the next few hours. So power out in Elmwood area again, Angie. I think you mentioned that earlier. Yeah, power out in Elmwood. So and I guess, yeah, comments just timing wise, I'm trying to keep up with them. It takes a while to get to it, but definitely help out there. Okay, I can deal with this kind of stuff. Putting fake information is the quickest way to get blocked on this channel. So no tornadoes are loading in Winnipeg or anything like that. Again, I'm just going to toss you out of the channel. That's the easiest way to deal with it. So we are not here to scare people or fearmonger or any of that stuff. So we are definitely here to give accurate information and tone things down for folks that have storm anxiety, or even if you don't have storm anxiety, giving you accurate, precise information is what we're about. So anyways, Sean saying my street is flooded, looks to be about 4 inches of water east Edmonton area. So heavy downpour out of that storm coming into the Edmonton area. Let me scoot back. Wait, I flew past it. Sorry. Going too fast. Let's see how that hail core looks. Still a hail core in there, significant too. It's all the way through the eastern side here, and you've got, like I said, I would not be surprised if there's grape-sized hail, maybe a little bit bigger in there, but roughly grape-sized to pea-sized hail in that Edmonton storm, dropping south through the core, and then back to the west here. There's probably a little bit of hail by Villeneuve, just southeast of there. So continue to monitor that storm as it moves through. Okay, let's throw this back up. Okay. I appreciate the apology possible, but they were straight line winds versus rotating winds. So they're expiring the tornado watch in 3 hours on the Ontario side, it looks like. And now we've just got an update for this severe box that extends a very long distance here. This box has got to be hundreds of kilometers long. From the south, yeah, it's 340 kilometers long. So they've just put out a severe watch for the entire area. So severe thunderstorm warning, I should say, not watch, capable of producing damaging wind gusts up to quarter-size hail and heavy rain, and that's obvious where that is. All this orange and red in there is just lots of precipitation, lightning, and some stronger winds in those areas. The thunderstorm warning to the southeast of Winnipeg, or east of Winnipeg, I should say, near Oakbank, that is expired. I'm going to take a look at some winds. We are getting high and away from the radar, so these are starting to be way up in the storm. They're 10,000 feet, so that's 3 kilometers up. But again, I would suspect at the surface we're dealing with 80-kilometer-hour winds, roughly, maybe slightly more than that. So let's take a look at our storm here crossing, just getting between Fort Francis and Baudette, but roughly around the Emo area. Again, they may severe warn this, but maybe not. This is just a regular storm at this point, but only for the hail would that get warned at this point. So what else? Yeah, CC just saying some overland flooding is it, and we've seen a lot of that today, unfortunately, throughout lots of areas in Manitoba. Lots of rain has fallen, so it's definitely an issue with more rain moving through. You can see down by Winkler, the precipitation is picking up on this a little bit, so the leading edge definitely getting some more moderate to moderate heavy rain in that. Let's take a look at winds. This is farther from the radar, but there is some wind embedded in this line as it's marching northeast, and you're seeing it starting to now stretch out. On the last couple of scans, we've had some storms fire, and you can see how that line is reaching out for each other kind of west of Brandon. I can see how that is just kind of reaching out and touching each other. I'll highlight that here. So we have a bit of a line coming in from the US, circling its way up through here and then coming up to the north along Highway 16 there. So storms seem to be firing along this line. Again, moving northeast, so there are going to be some more storms that will get into Winnipeg. The leading edge of it might have a little bit more moderate rain, but it is not anything compared to what you see northeast of Winnipeg. You can very clearly see the difference. Northeast of Winnipeg, a ton of red, ton of orange. That is packing a wallop. Also, a far more lightning on it. Southwest of Winnipeg, we have a few lightning bolts, and just in that leading edge, what's trailing behind it is just moderate to light rain. So hopefully the second round that goes through Winnipeg will be far less sustained and not as big a deal. It sure looks that way right now, but let's take a look at how far this is from Winnipeg. So give me a sec. We are Winnipeg down to here. It's still 106 or 110 kilometers. Let's round it up from getting into Winnipeg. If it's moving at 40 kilometers an hour, it's still 2 hours outside of Winnipeg. So what else? I'm just trying to figure out here more comments. Okay, Dane just saying fire department is in White Ridge now investigating lots of damage on some streets, fences, trees, garage doors. And again, I would suspect that is straight line winds. I would not doubt that. There were some really strong winds that were packed into it, so hopefully everybody's okay on White Ridge. But it was definitely not a tornado based on the velocity scans that we were looking at. So hopefully... again, hopefully everybody's okay and it's not too serious. Straight line winds can definitely do damage as well. That's why we try and highlight them when they are happening, and when we look at our velocities here to the north, that's why I've been pointing out these ones here with this skin tone color. Those are reading 120 kilometers an hour, 115, somewhere in that neighborhood, but that is at 10,000 feet. Down at the surface, again, we're talking 80 to 100 kilometer hour winds. Those can cause damage as well. So where are we at here? So Dalton saying, looks like some storms heading towards Gananoque. That may be Eastern Ontario that you're referring to. I haven't really been watching what's going on in Eastern Ontario. Our coverage has obviously been Manitoba and Northwest Ontario for the severe component with the tornadoes and all that. But there may be some storms overnight at Gananoque because I think I saw that on some of the models. So let's take a look at this storm crossing here at Emo. Doesn't look like they're severe warning it at this point, and I don't see any hail indicated on it. There's definitely a lot of precipitation in this, and there is a ton of lightning associated as well in this storm. There's going to be some winds too with this. So as this moves north, this is going to have some winds packed into it, crossing over again west of Fort Francis. So definitely one of those storms that we need to kind of pay attention to. Cluster of storms right now over Highway 17. These are not even severe warned. This is just heavy rain with some lightning. Not severe warned at all. None of this is essentially because it's just regular thunderstorms, and they're very scattered or isolated throughout. Our big area of concern is this stuff around the Winnipeg area. Sorry, not around the Winnipeg, northeast of the Winnipeg area on the east side of Manitoba. I'm getting tired, folks. That's the problem. Brain isn't functioning the way it should. But anyways, we'll keep going. Yeah. That's so. Let me just look here. I'll swing back to Edmonton to see what that storm is doing. So this is moving through Edmonton. It's on the south side of it. Definitely some hail here on the right-hand side. As you can see, those pink, that would be kind of pea-sized hail, maybe a little bit larger up to grapes. And then back by, where's this, Parkland Village, east of there, there's larger hail in here, and that's why it just got severe warned out to there. This is definitely some larger hail in here. I would expect grapes roughly in that area for that. And again, this is moving just directly kind of southwest, and it's expanding out. You can see how that storm reached out on the western side. So that'll go into Stony Plain and a few other areas there. So just a storm moving through Edmonton with some hail on it at this point. So just need to pay attention to that. Wow. Okay, Sean saying Toonie sized was average with one ping pong ball sized hail for Edmonton. So that's impressive. We were just talking about that storm. So thank you for the comment about that. I appreciate you updating us. So again, we're seeing some Toonie sized hail and one ping pong ball sized hail. So significant hail that would start causing damage to vehicles and stuff. So again, we are talking about the storm in Edmonton at this point. I'm just going to go back to it. And you can see that storm here on the east side of Edmonton, and there's hail tucked in here. And there's definitely some larger hail east of Parkland Village, just about to cross 16, going down to 16A. So that would be even larger hail at that point. So you need to pay attention to it as well. Again, dropping south. So what else? So Chris the weather nerd saying also for those asking about future weather, you can pull up a model on WeatherWise called HER, which is the high resolution rapid refresh. It's an estimated look at future weather patterns, and that's like a futurecast radar. Absolutely, if you're using this app, you just go under models and you'll find it in there. I sometimes show it on here depending on what's happening. But yeah, that's definitely a tool that's great here in WeatherWise. We're not sponsored by WeatherWise, but we switched over to them about 6 months ago. I was using Radar Scope for about 12 years. We'll never look back switching here. There's just so much more we can do with this app that we couldn't do with Radar Scope. So super happy to be using it, and it's been performing well for us. So let's look at these storms. They are going through Winkler right now, and Morden, heavier rain that went through. It's kind of moderate heavy. And then this is marching towards Winnipeg. So there will be a second round here that does get into Winnipeg, but a lot less rain and wind with that coming into Winnipeg as it looks right now. So what else have we got here? Dane, happy to explain that. Yes, a lot of times people get straight line winds damage confused with tornadic damage. Usually it takes the next day to look at it because you want to get a drone up and just kind of see how things are scattered. If every, I mean, we're talking trees at this point, but if trees are all falling in roughly the same direction, that's straight line winds. If they're in different directions, then you're talking tornadic circulation. So there's certain things that you have to look at. They have just severe warned the storm coming through at Emo. So let's just take a look at that. Environment Canada, 11:52 p.m. That is Manitoba time. Tracking a severe thunderstorm capable of producing damaging wind gusts, loony to ping pong ball sized hail, and heavy rain. So that is going to march through there. So yeah, this is heading over into Ontario, coming from Minnesota, and that's why it's being severe warned. I don't see hail in it right now, and I don't think by the time I do see hail back here on the Minnesota side, but by the time it gets over the border, I think this is just going to be very heavy rain with quite a bit of wind in it and a ton of lightning, as you can see right there. So a very obvious area where quite a bit of precipitation happening. I'm just going to switch to a couple different radars. We have another storm here down by, where is this in Minnesota? Aitken, Minnesota. That has a ton of precipitation on it. Just going to look at reflectivity. Oh, my keyboard doesn't want to work anymore. My shortcuts. It seems like 7 or 8 hours into this, my keyboard shortcuts stop working on WeatherWise, and that's just my computer telling me it's pretty much time to go to bed. So let's just look at something here. I'll probably do a wrap up here in a minute, and Again, if you you need to have a way to get weather warnings if you are, if storms are going to be happening in your area. So give me one sec. I just need to look something up and I'll be right back with you guys. Okay. So let's take a look here. So again, we are expecting storms to kind of move through northwest Ontario in an easterly direction. And that's going to happen overnight. So we are currently Thunder Bay time. It is 1 a.m. basically, which is the same time as it is for me, Manitoba time, midnight. But these storms are going to move through that area. You can see them consolidating up there to the north, and they will eventually head eastward out of there. So just if you are anywhere, through northwest Ontario or northern Ontario, just make sure you've got a way to get warnings if you're going to bed. So uh, what else? Oh God, yeah, Amy, I'm sorry to hear that. No more, no Morden, Winkler, or Carmen, Manitoba don't need any more rain. We are all flooding, and I know that, and I hate being the bearer of bad news. That's my, unfortunately, my job. But there is some more rain coming in. The heavier stuff has moved out. Morden is on the very edge of the very light rain. So yellow and green and blue are on the bottom end of the scale, but you do have some showers still kind of moving up that way. The leading edge had a little more intense with that orange, but back to the southwest, there's no more rain behind it at this point. Let's just take a look here. Yeah, I don't see any other storms forming. So, again, hopefully you are done for the night. I know we've seen pictures out there in Manitoba from the flooding, so I feel awful for you folks. So, um, what else? Near Morden and Winkler, I'm in a regional municipality of Stanley. Winds picked up again. There was lots of lightning a few minutes back, and that's this line that moved through. So you can see how the leading edge is more orange. So obviously heavier precipitation and a few lightning bolts in that as well. So one of those days where you just can't win for trying with the rain right now. So it's frustrating. So where is Carmen? Is just to the north. So yeah, you're in Carmen. Amy, you're about to see some rain out of this. It won't be long lived, but there is some moderate to moderate heavy rain in it, and behind that there's definitely light rain. So moderate to light rain on the backside of this, but unfortunately that is coming in your direction. So at least that's giving you a bit of a heads up there. So and yeah, Amy just saying it just started. So yeah, you're on the edge of it right now, and we just haven't had an updated scan here because the one we're looking at is from 5 minutes ago. So hopefully it's moving fairly quickly through that area. So yeah, Groundhog Day for sure. That's you're right, Rick. I started out the stream saying that. It feels like Groundhog Day that we're covering Manitoba basically again. Tomorrow there's not severe in Manitoba at this point, so we are looking eastward from here. But again, when I get up tomorrow morning or this morning, I guess at this point, I'll take a look at some models and we'll post some outlooks and updates on there. So. Anything else for the Saint Anne Richer area, or are we done for the night? LOL. So at least you've got a sense of humor about it, but I'll take a look at it. Saint Anne. Let's see if I can find Richer, Manitoba. There we go. Oh, I clicked on the wrong. So you are somewhat in the same boat of what we were just talking about. Let me switch that over. There is a line coming your way to the southwest. It is very narrow at this point, but the leading edge of it does have lightning, and there is some rain in it, but it is moving fairly quickly, I would say. So it's not going to last too long. But there is a second round just behind this coming up that way. So hopefully we'll be quick and get through the area. This is again just moving through fairly fast at this point, which is good. And it is, yeah, see, you can see it's on the edge of Carmen right now. I realize you're up here by St. Anne, Richer, and Steinbach. This is moving up that way and should be there within about half an hour or so. And it is very narrow, so it won't last long at all unless something pops behind it. So hopefully that's the end of it for you tonight. And it sucks when you have, I see Amy saying she's got anxiety with storms. Again, most of this is just precipitation, and unfortunately, it's just going to add to the flooding part of it. But you're not dealing with rotating winds, you're not dealing with very high winds. And it's just a short initial burst of rain, and then behind it, there's going to be light rain. So, hopefully that's the end of it for you for tonight. And you can hopefully get some rest at this point. I know that won't be easy with the flooding, but we'll keep our fingers crossed for you. And I don't blame you for not sleeping well last night with all the storms that went through Manitoba. But again, back to the south, I'm going to show you the radar here. Again, storms can initiate that are not currently on radar, but when we see 12 to 13 degrees Celsius, you're less likely to see these storms happening. There's much warmer temps to the southeast, and that would not end up in your area. So hopefully this is the last of the precipitation that is moving through that southern portion of Manitoba. Back to the southwest, I'm looking at radar. There's nothing there right now. So again, hopefully you're done for the night at this point. So yeah, there again, you're not dealing with anything as far as damage from winds tonight Richer or St. Anne area. It's just going to be rain at this point. There's no rotating winds. That's all over and done with. So you can be assured of that. So you shouldn't have any issues from there. So what else? Yeah, the farmers' fields are not fields; they are lakes. And we did see Shannon was live streaming from down near Winkler, and she did show us some flooding pictures. And also, the fields are completely saturated with tons of water in them. So it's no fun, unfortunately. So anyways, what is this? Kirsten's got Winnipeg question mark. Yes, this is heading right now. There's nothing in Winnipeg. The storms are over in Winnipeg at this time. However, this line is moving very quickly up there. It will be short-lived, and it's not going to be anything compared to what you're seeing here on the northeast side of Winnipeg. So that you can see the color difference and how big it is compared to this little line back here. The original front portion of this will have some precip in it, moderate to moderate heavy rain, few lightning bolts, and some wind, but then it'll be over with very, very quickly. So no problem. I'm glad to help you out again. This right now is just regular rain. There's no rotating winds heading anywhere at this point. We are done with that for the night. Fingers crossed for everybody. Again, I know it's been a rough couple days for the Manitoba area, so we're trying to walk and help people through this as much as we can at this point. So glad we can help you out, and hopefully you guys can sleep well. I think we're now past 1 a.m. here my time. I've definitely got to start getting to bed here, folks. So again, thank you for anybody that joined the live stream. If you sent us a donation or supported our channel by joining our Sunshine Club membership, really appreciate that. If you subscribed, definitely make sure to hit that notification icon so you do know when we go live. We do cover across Canada, but we will always tell you where we're covering, what we're doing there. So thanks for everybody. Thanks to my moderators. I know Rick is still here, but most of them are probably gone to bed. Everybody's got lives outside of this live stream. I am just taking one last look at the Edmonton storms. So Stony Plain, just south of Spruce Grove, there's some large hail in there. You're talking probably toonie-sized hail. And then on the far east side here, what is that? Ellerslie. That is got large hail in there as well. So pay attention to that. That is dropping south. So that is around the Edmonton area. So if you're south of there and you care about your vehicle or your equipment, make sure you get it out of the way or into coverage. So that's the last part about Edmonton. Again, tonight, it looks like they've dropped the squall watch. Yeah, it expires here. The squall warning. I keep saying watch. Squall warning over the water. So that is done. I hope everybody has a really good night. I hope people can sleep somewhat. I totally understand the anxiety side of it, but the severe component is done. There's no rotating winds left in terms of any kind of tornadoes or anything like that. So you definitely should be able to sleep properly. And yes, V-Baller Lefty, all the loyal viewers, and there's a bunch of you in here. I love the community that we've built. So I appreciate some of you crazy people staying up till 1 a.m. Listen to me talk about storms, but I appreciate you guys and thank you very much for that. So again, hopefully everything's okay overnight. We will be back live tomorrow, on another live stream. Again, it'll be in Ontario at this point because this is all shifting eastward. We just need to figure out where exactly in Ontario we are going to be covering. So thank you again. Have a good night, folks. And we will catch you on the next live stream.